loud in the headset. Let me know in the comments if you guys can hear us.
Sam Politic.
Happy Halloween for everybody that made it through alive. Sin Politic boys are back in full effect. I got my man Deuce Andretti here already. You know what time it is. We also have Paul here. He's about to come in and kick it with us for the show. We got a lot that has happened since we've been here last time. So
a lot.
Yeah,
a lot of meat on the bone.
We're both still alive. So I mean,
we're here.
I guess fuck it. Everything's good.
By the grace of God, by the way.
Hey, by the way, let me know. Can you hear us or coming through clear? Confirm that for me, please. I love that. Thank you for hopping in the chat, by the way. This ninja, we're in the building. Ninja's in full effect, masked up.
Ninjas are here, baby.
COVID style.
Ninjas are here.
By the way, COVID, is it still a bad word on the internet? I don't know. I think you can get away with talking about it nowadays. Yeah. Hey, Paul, you're the man. Actually, could you just turn that down when you come through? I don't know if the volume's on the top or the bottom. But Sandor.
Yeah, as long as you're not talking bad about it or Fauci, I think you're good.
Exactly. As long as you're like, it happened.
It's okay.
It definitely happened. And get all the shots that the government's telling you to get. They're probably good. I don't know.
Get your boosters.
Yeah, but Sandor, shout out to you, my brother. I'm glad to have you in the building with us for sure. We had to do it, man. We had to do it. I had a little bit of free time. I had to go ahead and if anybody that's been following the podcast for any amount of time, we're in the living room because I did sell the house, so the wall had to come down in the studio space that we had.
Sold the mansion, yeah.
Sold the mansion that we're in right now that you guys are seeing, and then I obviously had to say immediately when I sold my house, I had to tell my job to go fuck themselves with no notice.
Yeah, I'm not coming back.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah. Oh, I was managing some people in there, but they all understood, and I understood if the shoe was on the other foot, they were going to tell me to go fuck off.
Like, figure it the fuck out.
Oh, exactly. They'll be fine. They'll live to fight another day. I'm sure they're fighting in there. Fucking. What time is it right now?
Battle of demons.
Right now, they're fighting, trying to close the door. But yeah, inevitably there will be somebody that's in there. One time. Not to get too off track, because we do have some serious shit to talk about. We're just bringing it in. I remember one time actually, because anybody that's worked in like service, they understand the feeling of like you're about to close, but then people are still coming in. Yeah. So I remember one time I was in the same industry. So this is medical cannabis at the time, and we lock the door. There's a person in there, but we lock it because we're like, nobody else is coming in. We're cutting it at this person. This person ends up leaving. They call. I get this whole conversation because I was the manager about blocking egress. So maybe a little boring conversation to bring us back in for the 2025, but you can't lock the doors technically legally if there are customers still in the building. That's just a legal thing, actually. Wow. It's called blocking egress. And they're like, we're not taking that. They're like, so if that shit ever happens again,
they can call corporate.
By the way, you should have headphones over here somewhere. Okay. Oh, these are not podcast headphones, but this mic is yours right here, and the headphones, honestly, we can figure it out. But yeah, okay, brother. And let me see here. I hear there's plenty of free houses to choose from in the West Bank. Yeah, I don't know if I have the the blood right.
I'm not royal blood.
Juice, are you sure? I don't know. I've heard a lot of people that look like Deuce Andretti claim to be the real Jews.
Oh yeah, yes. The Hebrews, right?
The Hebrew Israelites, the true Jews.
Stomp in the yard.
Oh, bro, it's some of the most disgusting fucking internet debates, like just violent, yelling, saying like, we're not Jewish, we're the Jews, you're Jewish.
They get nasty.
They get into the Semetics on the fucking
you would think they test their blood lineage and shit. It's like they can track it back fucking hundreds of years.
Some of them probably claim to do that.
No, they do. They claim it all right. 100%. They own that shit.
It's a little crackly at times. Okay, no, you're all good. Forgive spelling. So he's saying it's a little crackly. It might be one of these chords that we're using, possibly, because one of them is different than the others. So we will address that. Just keep me up to date with that, Sandor, and then we'll address that as we go through, and we'll try to isolate who it is. But we have Deuce Andretti just to get into the full introduction. Deuce Andretti, thank you for blessing us with your time. Scoot over a little bit just so Paul's not blocking. All good, though. All good. Beautiful. Yeah. This is how we do. When it's live, we figure it out as we go. But Deuce Andretti, go find him. Deuce Andretti, is it on? Or have you revived the Twitter?
Bro, they won't give me my shit back.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers hack the fuck out of me, bro.
Deuce Andretti had a Twitter that this man was.
I was close to being a sports fucking announcer on there. And
you were building. This man was building it since fucking high school, at least.
I had lot of famous people starting to follow me. These motherfuckers got my shit. They took me out. They took me out. Some motherfucker in Switzerland or some shit got me. I'm like, God damn it.
That's how it happens.
You're the wrong guy.
I'm gonna find you, bro.
Talk about the wrong people.
It was crazy. I was in the Notre Dame chat. I feel like they got me, bro.
Yeah. Oh yeah, but they said fuck the cat.
Because I said CJ Carr wasn't that guy, but whatever.
Oh damn. Oh, your own people. You're saying.
My own people got me.
Yeah. The Catholics turned on him. Yeah. And then also, by the way, Paul B. Balcom. Check him out on Instagram. Check him out on Facebook. It's weird to most places. That's how personal we are here. Most people, most podcasts you watch, they don't say, "Hey, go find me on Facebook." You might get the channel.
Follow my whole family.
Yeah, exactly. Come see my family. See my most personal fucking family photos. Yeah, all that. But Paul B. Balcom, go check him out. He's the man. And yeah, we're in here in full effect. So it's good to have you boys back. We might have Gates Open Media, but go check him out. He said he may or may not be able to join virtually. So, but either way, I want to shout him out before I forget at the top of the podcast. Yeah, Big Gates is the man. And yeah, I don't know. Like on the alarm button. Oh wow, yeah. Just waking up the neighborhood. We do. Oh, by the way, with Sandor, with what you're saying here, where is the Wigster? That's a good question because I mean he is expected to be here, but he just might not have seen it at the moment of the drop. If you do want to do me a favor, Sandor, and drop the link to this in the Discord, that'd be awesome. And then anybody that is on the Discord that might miss it, they just might not be expecting it. We haven't went live in their defense for quite a while. We are going to talk a little bit about Charlie Kirk, and maybe that's a good place to start it out at because that was the last podcast that I did solo, and I did have some people hit me up in private messages, and they said like they wanted to come on the pod because they wanted to speak about this situation specifically. So anybody that sees this in the future, hop in the comments, let us know how you feel about it. It is a hot button topic, but I think that it's relevant because like it happened about a month or so ago, and like I said, that was the last thing that I covered here, but we've had some developments where there's been certain things with like the investigation. There's some question around the investigation if it's being held.
Have we heard anything else about the shooter?
I mean, so Paul, that's an interesting thing.
What do we know?
That's an interesting thing.
We know nothing at this point.
Well, what have we heard about the shooter is a really interesting point because I feel like that's been a consistent theme of these kind of like
Trump shooter,
the Trump shooter,
digital footprint.
Yeah,
and then never heard about again.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, another one
he's dead.
Another one that comes to mind is the Las Vegas. This is why
the shooter's dead. I wasn't talking about,
but the Las Vegas sniper guy, like that was like there was no information that came out after the fact, and. I'm the type. I'll watch some YouTube documentaries about the shit. So some people out there did
spend 18 hours.
Yeah, they spent a long time producing YouTube content about that. So, but as far as like mainstream media and the coverage of it, it seems like, and maybe this is kind of revisionist history from my perspective because I mean I was young, but when I feel like growing up, these things were covered exhaustively. You know what I mean? Like they wanted to know everything about the shooters. Wiggy, my man, hey, never got a notification. It's okay. That's what that means. That means that we're talking about real shit on this channel. Right. So it is what it is. If they're gonna block the notifications, keep on blocking it. But we're gonna be persistent and keep on coming, brother. We're used to being shadow banned for sure. Exactly. It's not a big deal. I don't mind getting in here with the room full of 5 real ones. You know what I'm saying? Right? Fuck it. Yeah. Give me 5 real ones over 100 bots. Fuck it. I'll take the 5 real ones.
That bot time was crazy.
Oh yeah, but it was fun. It was fun. You do get a little bit of a boost from even the bots when we hop on here.
It's like fucking on Twitter too. The bots come out of nowhere,
bro. They do a little bit something. I could see how people lose themselves in the whole thing because you get 70 viewers and you're like, holy shit, 70 people care about my opinion right now. Like, and then you're like, oh, okay, no subscribers. Okay, all those people hated what I had to say.
Right. It was all Israel.
It was all Israel. Exactly. No, exactly. It was one fucking one house in Israel. Oh yeah, be careful saying that, by the way. But Wiggy says, "Hola, what's happening, brother?" And then he's also the one that said, "Sorry, never saw the notification." But all good, brother. I'm glad. And thank you for keeping the Discord fully alive and functional. And I mean, dangerous.
Yeah, definitely stay dangerous, brother. Stay dangerous.
Definitely a dangerous Discord.
I might turn notifications on for that.
Oh, bro, yeah. Like I said, Wiggy definitely he drops some gems on there. I've seen some of. He's giving me a straight first-hand education on Napoleon, and he's basically turned me around on
Oh my
Napoleon,
God,
where I was arguing with my mom the other day. I was like, actually, Napoleon's pretty fucking cool, to be honest.
heavy Napoleon propaganda.
Yeah, no, his Napoleon propaganda is second to fucking none. And he made me a believer. I was like, did you know that fucking all the people in fucking France actually like Napoleon, Mom? The regular people? Yeah, I guess you just like the fucking elites, I guess, Mom.
Right.
Yeah, so
Indoctrination.
exactly. You've been indoctrinated by fucking elite
Speaking of
French propaganda.
Sarasota County, turning point in every high school.
What, say that one more time.
Turning Point USA in every high school in Sarasota County.
That's funny, but they're getting rid of the what's it, the SCCTI program or whatever.
What?
Some girl made a TikTok about it where they're getting like where you get like you go to 2 periods out of the day, you go do the trade shit like the nursing and all that.
Yeah.
So they're
taking that out of the
school board is trying to take their building, and then it's crazy. She made a whole TikTok.
Bro.
I was like, damn, bro, that is crazy.
Yeah,
bro, it's so wild how the people who ran on no indoctrination, keep politics out of schools, putting a turning point, and they try to tell you no, it's just for debate. And it's like when you go on their website, the about me is literally talking about trying to further conservatism within the country.
Do you think that
you are only pushing right wing values?
So do you think that that's an issue? Like theoretically, if she was on the other foot and they had some debate program and it was maybe left leaning, how would you feel about that?
I would feel the same way that I feel about all clubs. If you have a club that's based off of a religion, it needs to be open to all religious groups. That all religious groups have a club. If you're going to have a political club, then both sides need to be represented. Not they could open a club because could they really in this district? Because what you just happened to see at FSW was a teacher just got arrested for a professor just got arrested for pushing gender ideology in the classroom. But we're literally putting Turning Point USA in every public high school.
See, that's weird though, because like that's a college. I mean, you're dealing with adults at that point, so I don't see why that would be an issue. I mean,
I want to ask. So, what you're saying about Turning Point USA specifically? So, if it's a debate-focused program, and you're saying it should be open to everybody, so let's just say like a liberal student could join that. Would that then make it okay?
Yeah, I mean, again,
I think what you're saying is like having.
Everyone can be joined.
Yeah. So
the information,
like a Democrat and a Republican side, basically.
Well, I'm saying, but we're making an assumption to say, like, if you're liberal, you couldn't join. I don't know. I don't know either way.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that like it's open to everyone.
Okay.
But your Turning Point's own mission statement is that they are pushing right-wing values and conservatism.
Sure.
So if the entire conversation for the last 5 years or so has been to keep politics and all that shit out of public schools, the fact that our school board is pushing this, the fact that those same people, that those are the words out of their fucking mouths, are the ones now pushing this to be in public schools. Like I said, where is the alternative? Whereas on this campus where there's the debate,
just toss them.
Where's the thank you so much. Where's the group? To challenge it.
I'm gonna be real. That whole Turning Point USA shit is a fucking.
I don't know that there isn't a group to challenge it. One thing, like I would, so I would push back here because it's like there's a difference between not allowing opposition and there not being a desire, or like maybe there's just not the same kind. Like the thing is, Turning Point USA is truly an anomaly, and like one thing that you could give Charlie Kirk and that movement credit for is it has been extremely successful in I don't know, I guess activating conservatives. So where there's one thing in saying like a place is not allowing there to be the opposition, and also there's another thing to say that like maybe I don't know, like Northport for example, maybe there's not enough kids who are liberal and that are activated, because also another thing that we were talking about, like people who are Democrat are super down on liberal like beliefs and like wanting to push it and things like that. They're just there's less of a battery in their back because of whatever, they're not feeling represented or so I would just say there could be other contributing factors that lead to Turning Point USA being the main, I don't know, political action group that we're seeing in schools, rather than it be a situation where it's like systematically we're trying to prevent
again
these
schools I'd agree with that if it wasn't that the school board is pushing one to be open but not pushing the alternative.
No,
again, Turning Point is only a conservative thing. It's not. I understand. It's not an open debate platform.
But I understand.
I can see what you're saying, where you're basically like, well, it could probably activate people from the other side to come in and debate that. Because I mean, that's kind of what Turning Point does when they do go to college campuses. You bring out more like, Democratic left-leaning people. And they come to debate like the Charlie Kirks, the
Mhm.
Byrons, and all them motherfuckers. But I do understand what you're saying, where you're like, there should be like a direct counterpoint to the Turning Point thing, which for me personally, the whole Turning Point USA thing, I mean, honestly, Charlie Kirk, the way he was trying to do it, in my opinion, was it was very humble. It was a good cause, but I think now that he's dead, there's so much influence behind it. Like I didn't know that they were trying to bring it into Sarasota County schools. Like for me, when you're trying to push that now into schools and all this shit, there is to me, it's kind of nefarious. There's like nefarious intentions behind it, in my opinion. And
Well, sure.
I'm kind of just like, like I'm kind of turned off from the whole Turning Point thing.
Yeah.
Like you want to do your own Super Bowl show and all
I
that
think that's
fuckery.
fair. I think what you're saying is totally fair. And I'm not like a supporter of Turning Points. Obviously, like their ideology, I would be opposed to. It's just, I don't know. Like when we're talking about like Sarasota County, for example, which we have, I don't live there currently and you don't live there currently, but we have lived there.
I do.
I would say the representation of like people that have Republican ideologies is like heavy. It's for like 90 to 10 or something. So the thing is like, I don't know. I mean, I guess I see a situation where you astroturf some extra group and maybe there's a couple people that join it. But the reality is like the Turning Points is actually more representative of the community that we're talking about. And then also, and then one last thing, and then I'll pass it to you, but it's like, these things are also not new. There's always been like political groups in schools. There has, like, I mean, like young conservatives, young liberals. I mean, at my school, there was a young liberals group. I don't know about conservatives. It was actually the opposite problem because there probably wasn't enough people who are like openly identifying as conservative to even make a group. So I don't know. I could see, like I said, the state sponsored aspect being kind of cringe and being an issue. Like I have more of an issue with, like, for example, how PragerU is elevated opposed to like a Turning Point USA. Although I would say Turning Point USA is probably taken more seriously because of just how good Charlie Kirk was at like inspiring young people to get activated. And like I said, I wouldn't agree with what he's pushing, but go ahead. I'll pass it back to you.
Yeah, no, again, I just feel like it's like, I get what you're saying, but all that's null and void in the fact that, like, respectfully, in the fact that it shouldn't be in public schools. Regardless, the whole politics, the whole
political,
allow it to grow organically. Now the argument and what I've argued online is, well, the school system is already liberal enough, and it's like, where in the curriculum does it teach you how to be a liberal? The fact that you have this on campus, that you're going to put on campus a booth with people sitting there trying to indoctrinate. But again, it's not even debating, and that's where I'll push back with what he said, with what you're saying about Charlie Kirk. Is I don't find what he was doing as like this whole like this good-hearted mission, because the way that he debated wasn't open debate. It was bullshit. It was, I'll take a quarter of the truth, I'll grandstand on a part of it, I'll completely manipulate and twist that to paint a picture, and then while you go to debate that with another fact, I'll then throw in this other statistic that who knows if it's made up or not, because you don't know the statistic, and since you don't know that statistic, you don't really know what you're talking about. And actually, does Israel not deserve to have a country? Well, see, so we agree with that, right? And
well,
it's like,
my
that's
only
bullshit.
pushback on that would be is like everybody has different truths. So even if you may disagree with him, and then the stats that he brought out, that's just his level of perception of what he's talking about. Now, I've seen Charlie Kirk debate people and get absolutely cooked, you know what I'm saying, on college campuses. So it's like, I think it's a good thing, because what it forces people to do now is to actually educate themselves on what's going on. You know, that's why I feel like it's a good intentional thing, because I've seen situations where, he does, like, take advantage of people that don't know what they're talking about. But there are people that come on there and that did debate him, and they would actually push back on him in ways that would make him actually concede to their points and stuff like that, Right. So I think it's a good thing. Maybe like his intentions are good, and like his delivery sometimes may have been off. But I think overall it's a good thing to bring debate to young people.
Can we separate two things that you're talking about, though? And this is probably where I'll pass it right to you. Okay. So there's a difference between his like change my mind debate, like quick, rapid, whatever the fuck, and that's what Paul's criticizing, compared to like say his Turning Points whatever, the festival thing that he had, where he had Chank on there, he had Dave Smith on there. Like, I would agree, like, that was, and I mean, like, there's conspiracies that he literally died because of that. You know what I mean? Like, some people believe that that soured his relationship with Israel, and him having Dave Smith on, and that's why it's very interesting, because you do have little things that have been leaking throughout, where, like, the text message thread with him talking to Candace about basically, like, being like strong-armed. I don't want to say threatened, but strong-armed by people that were Israel supporters, and calling him an anti-Semite, which he was extremely upset about, because he was like the most pro fucking Semite person. What was that?
Well, their points funding and all that stuff.
They're threatening that, like donors were pulling out and stuff like that. So, I would. So I kind of agree with both of you. I think the criticism of him with his student debates is one thing, and his criticism with, like, platforming, like, good debate between media figures. I think he was doing something good there, to be honest.
What I would say though is like, my whole point is I feel like, even though you may feel like he was taking advantage of the college students, I mean, for me, what I feel like it did though, it forced those college students to kind of educate themselves in-depthly on what he was talking about. So then you did see towards the end, towards where he, before he got assassinated or whatever, that you saw a lot more educated kids coming out there and having these debates with him, challenging. Like, I saw a couple videos, was like, damn, okay, well, he's got fucking but they also, you have to understand too, they also don't push those videos out, right? So, like, those are the ones you have to kind of look for. Like, they get lost in your algorithm.
But that's where I challenge his authenticity. If it was all about educating, then when he gets cooked and he gets corrected, it's never a focus on, okay, well, you changed my mind, like what he puts out there. It's he still goes to the next video and runs with the same bullshit.
I think that's Steven Crowder, technically. That's the changed my mind guy.
Well, yeah,
but he's doing the same thing. He's doing the same thing.
So then what hold on.
But I do think like, I'll say this, like, I've seen videos of him when he kind of like talks about like black disparity and wealth.
Well, that's like that. I want to hit on the.
Well, I was gonna say, I felt like from videos that I've seen, I feel like he changed his position over time from different debates that he's had with different people. Because like, I've seen, like, when I first started seeing him, like, he was very just kind of like matter of fact about it, and then as time went on, I felt like his position changed, where he started actually bringing in different counterpoints that people brought in. And then he had to try to disprove those points too. So I mean, I get what you're saying, where you kind of feel like it's a little disingenuous, the conversation he's having, but I feel like you did see kind of a gradual growth in his thought process over time, though. It may not be exactly,
which is fair, which I saw that,
You know what I mean? But that's just, I don't, I'm not saying he's perfect. Like, I told people when he died, like, I get it if you don't necessarily agree with everything he said or felt like everything he did was just, genuine and stuff like that. But I did feel like over time, like with all these guys, man, like with all these dudes who go to fucking challenge, college kids thinking that they're just dumb kids getting stupid educations, they don't know what they're talking about. And then there's someone that comes across them and just slaps them with knowledge and facts, and then they have to kind of accept it for what it is,
It's just, didn't he push a thing about like how getting a college degree is a waste of time, going to the trades, right? But what, he went to college?
I don't think he did go. I mean, he may have went for a short period of time.
But that was part of his thing. I think he went. I think he went, and then like he got scouted by somebody, and then his whole backstory again. It gets a little weird, and that's where like the intent,
the funding,
is what bothers me. So again, I can disagree with you all day.
Yeah.
But then when you have things where, again, your platform is truth, and you come out and say, hey, 13% of the population commits 52% of the crimes, and then you stand on that and you grandstand on that, that becomes a messaging that not only you say on a video, but it becomes a form of belief.
Right.
So,
and he was challenged on that though, and he had to kind of accept that most of crime happens from people that are from the same race. So like someone challenged him on that.
Yeah,
too,
but it's not even that they commit the crime; it's that they get arrested at 52% of the time.
Right.
Right. But then there's all the other details that I feel like he intentionally left out because it doesn't help the picture that they're framing.
Yeah.
For this whole like protect that, like, again, it went away from like race now and it's culture driven. That like this culture's bad, right? And this culture's a problem. So it's like, I have an issue with that. The talking about a woman pilot, a woman surgeon, a black, all that, like, yeah, and that's over beaten and beaten like a pinata. I get that.
But someone actually hit him over the head with the facts of like DEI actually affects
white women
more than it actually affects like black people.
1,000%.
And he had to accept that fact too, and he actually acknowledged it. That's the thing. Like, so I do get what you're saying. Like, some of it is disingenuous
because people don't take the obligation of the fact that you're shaping the minds, like they know they are, and that's what gets you off, right? Like, hey, you're actually taking my advice, right? My opinion matters to you.
But do you think
where's the obligation to not push such negative information to where it creates more of a divide?
But what I would say is, do you think that it also has the opposite effect though, where like if someone, like for me, if I like when I heard that, right, some of that stuff, like for me, what it did is, like, especially being black, I'm like, okay, so you said that, well, let me actually go do my own research on it and see if what you're saying is true. And then it's like, okay, when you really do your own research, you look into it, you get the information to kind of go back now and have that conversation. Unfortunately, you can't go back to have that conversation with them if you're one of those students, but you did educate yourself to know, okay, what he's saying isn't 100% true. When you add a little more context, it's a little more nuanced than what he said, and I feel like that right there is the golden, like, even if it's something bad, even if it's bad, like, I feel like that's the part there where you kind of actually get people, like young people, to like think for themselves a little bit, because you live in a country where they just try to force shit down your throat all the time.
I just want to respond to Paul's point before we get too far past it, because I hear your point as far as the whole, like, you need to have the other opposite view, and also how Charlie Kirk's, what he's pushing, may be negative or detrimental to the country. But how I'd push back against that is just how you feel like the perspective that you're talking about is correct. Don't you think it's possible that 1,000%. They may see it the opposite way? They may see like this normalization of transgenderism or whatever they're, beating their drum about may be detrimental. It may be harmful. So it's like where you're tagging this view with that, they may turn right back around and tag the view that maybe you support, or maybe not even you specifically, but the institutions that they're speaking at support. But go ahead.
Real quick.
Please.
I just want to give you credit. You do more than what majority of people do, is look into it. Most people just regurgitate and spew that information, right?
Yeah.
To respond to you about, yes, I do. I understand where, like I said before about like all the Ellen DeGeneres and all that shit, right? If everything that you were told was true, then 1,000% you are correct, and we are bad guys. But the reality is that's not true.
Yeah.
So all that's null and void. So can we agree that like the anti-transgenderism and a lot of the race baiting stuff is built, like, if you feel that way, then it's out of ignorance?
I mean, ignorance, I would say fear mongering, but you also said something else that I kind of take issue with, because could you repeat what you just now said? Because I didn't want to interrupt you, but you just said something that immediately made something pop in my head
about the Ellen DeGeneres.
Oh no, you said 100%. You said if 100% of that is true, then you're right and we're bad people. Okay, but what if 50% of it's true? Like, I mean, when we're talking about what we're talking about, you're still bad people. If you didn't cut off the kids' faces and wear them in like rituals, if that's not true, and you didn't like drink their blood, that's not true. But then you're still a pedo. Okay, not just the pedo part. I'm talking about like as far as they go, like yeah, sure, then they're eating babies, and you need to burn everything fucking down. And even with pedophilia, but again, we've seen their stance on Epstein now. Well, the inconsistency,
right?
Oh, for sure.
But
that's not the average person.
No, it's not the average person.
It's probably not even Charlie Kirk.
No, but that's the tie-in with the ignorance. But the tie-in with the ignorance, a lot of the fear mongering, all that's based out of the reliance on you being ignorant. You not looking into statistics. You not looking into perspectives.
Yeah.
You only basing it on that information. So
I kind of disagree with that, but I'll let you continue.
I think people do a lot more research than you give them credit for, though.
I talked to a lot of people, and they're fucking. They don't. I'm telling you.
I feel like younger people, like older people.
Okay, younger people, baby.
Older people are stuck in the ways, but like I feel like with younger people, they're so rebellious nowadays. You know what I mean? That they always like have some kind of pushback. You know what I mean? In some way, they may not, and that may not be to the degree that we shouldn't
that would be healthy.
The standard, right? Like there should be, there's a healthy standard for it, but like they do push back on some stuff.
It's just like shit, like with Tate, and then like if you listen and you just take what they say, then whatever. Yeah, women fucking hate you. But when it comes to like what I was saying with Charlie Kirk, I don't think that he's ignorant.
Yeah,
I don't think that he's a dumb guy. So I think he's purposefully spewing a message. if he would have taken any other stance on a lot of the shit, would he have been as popular within where he was speaking? That demographic.
Charlie's from. Where's Charlie from? Is he like from like
I don't know.
Utah or something? Like
Let's look
I
it up.
feel
Why
like
not? That's where he died, so I don't think
this
so.
is why like my thing is when I have conversations with my boy Corey, I kind of like the way you grew up and like the way you like where you're at, like where you're you know, and their experience.
He's from Illinois, by the way.
Kind of frame like your perspectives on stuff, which is crazy. I went to a park because like I have family from Illinois and like they're actually more left leaning. You know, which I was kind of surprised about.
Probably around the cities, I imagine, but it's like same thing here. Like Tampa's left leaning, but then if you get out of Tampa, like,
you get down here.
you get out of here. It's not.
It's
70% the other way. But I do want to say, I didn't have any ill wishes towards Charlie.
No,
like
God rest his soul.
No, like
I wish him not to be successfy.
I wish that people would see the bullshit.
A little too successful, right?
But
his success came from taking some money, and they, it came.
We
know how that went.
Funding's huge. Also, being just his voice being elevated by, conservative media because he was a useful tool. I guess the only issue that I agree with you, Paul. You know that I agree with most of like where you're coming from on this. I just think that it's possible for people to not be lying or not operating in an insidious way, but then still have a completely different worldview than what you have. So I think it's possible.
That's where I think he was.
And I think it's possible that he genuinely, or people of his ilk, genuinely saw the transgender thing and thought that it was a destructive and harmful thing. Now, did they use it as a tool to like really get their base engaged or whatever? I think that's probably true. That's probably true. But everybody does that. Like, it's like, obviously, like, for example, liberals we see over the last
Rachel Maddow.
Well, no, I was going to say like over the last election, one thing that they'll use to get us like really riled up is healthcare. Typically,
sure.
But then this time around, they showed how much they as a party really don't really give a fuck about that and don't really care to fix it. Now, because of the results and the fallout of the election, you see like right now, that's what the whole fight in the government shutdown is supposedly about. But in reality, do you think that it's really about that, or do you think it's about winning political points with their base and using this problem as a way to win back liberals?
Like
do you think Chuck Schumer really honestly gives a fuck about whether or not people are insured? I don't think so. Most likely. I can't say that for sure, but I feel like I have just as much evidence for that as we do like Charlie Kirk doesn't truly believe what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? So
I feel like the political thing they did with like the government shutdown, they were like, oh, well, we want to pay the soldiers, and both sides had opportunities to pass a bill during the shutdown to make sure everybody got paid, but they both rejected both sides.
Mike Johnson just suspended that vote till next Tuesday.
He's a fucking criminal.
He's a fucking crook.
It's just like both sides had opportunities.
Here, can I add to this? I want to hear your opinion on it because you're like on point with this. There's actually contingency funds right now. This is what the fight is now about, is that the government has contingency funds put to the side in case there is a shutdown. And I mean, like, I don't want to point fingers, but it's like Republicans right now are purposefully not wanting to release those funds so they can apply pressure to Democrats to go ahead and let up. And so, like I said, people could get their food stamps. And I have some videos here where people are just so crass, and it just shows. And we were talking about before it started, actually. Deuce said some really interesting shit before we started even recording about just like basically wealth disparity and those kind of issues. And it was really interesting to hear you talk about those kind of things in that way. He's talking to an older guy who was kind of like putting him on these things, and it was just it was interesting for you to hear that from somebody from their generation.
For sure. He had an interesting point of view, man. Like, because he kind of he seemed, because he gave me conservative vibes, Texas, Alabama guy.
Played at Alabama.
Roll Tide.
So you definitely thought he was.
It's actually, I'll give them a good shout out too, because he blew out both his knees freshman year, and they gave him an academic scholarship, and he became an engineer.
He played for Bear Bryant, didn't he?
It's possible, because he was up there in age.
Legend.
But he just had a different perspective. Like, he was like, he said government corporations shouldn't be treated as human entities. He was saying he was like a FDR guy, basically. Tax companies after they make a certain amount of money and stuff like that. And because he was just saying, and then he was like a no monopoly guy, when you have these big multi-million-dollar corporations and these businessmen on the board of different companies, that's a monopoly in itself.
Yes, it is.
So it was interesting to hear him talk about it, especially at his age, And he was actually saying like a lot of people, like he didn't even tell me what, like he had a political view, and I guess it's a lost political view, and he couldn't even tell me what it was, the word he was looking for. It wasn't libertarian,
Just independent.
I mean, yeah, I
Just
guess
has his own perspectives.
but it was like a specific word he was looking for, and he couldn't find it.
It's just a good old hippie, bro.
you know. But it was an interesting guy, man. Like he avoided, like I was telling, he avoided the because that's when they had the draft and stuff like that. He was actually tried to draft him in the National Guard and the Army, and he was
This man was a draft dodger.
he was a denied
Yeah.
for,
He serves a president
for his health conditions. But
true.
then it was
5
interesting
times.
because he had a full ride to Alabama. So I'm like, well, hold on, bro. Like if you were playing football, like how did you avoid?
He blew both knees out, bro.
Well, I don't know if that was before or
he's
after,
injured,
but
okay?
maybe
He's
you were
injured.
able to get drafted up until the age of like
Yeah, Brian has some
25 or
connections.
whatever, so.
Let me read a couple of these comments real quick, just because we have a lot. I'm not going to get to all the comments just because we let it ride a little bit, and I'd be reading these comments for a minute. But I appreciate Sandor, Wiggy. Thank you guys for boosting the algorithm, doing everything you can do. Make sure to hit like, by the way, as well on the video. And then even if you don't have anybody to share the video with, just a little tip. Shout out to my man Bills. He told me this. But if you go and you click share and then you copy the link even if you don't send it to anybody, from YouTube's perspective, they're gonna think that you shared it because there's no way for them to verify that on the back end. I don't know if that's still the way, but that was one little tip that he gave me. So shout out to him for that.
We didn't say that.
We didn't say that. Yeah, exactly. They got me in the fucking transcript saying that. They're like, okay, well, you think you're smart, buddy? Well, how about no? So a lot of good conversation though here in the comments, and I appreciate also great conversation between you guys. Really interesting. We're talking about Protestants and Catholics. It looks like I want to figure out the exact context on that.
Oh shit.
Well,
I am a Notre Dame fan, so I guess.
Yeah, exactly. This is a Fighting Irish fan here. One thing Sandor asked, maybe I'll just throw this to you guys. We can answer just a few of these as I skim through, but it's an interesting question. How do right-wing values even align with Christianity? So none of us.
Great question.
I don't think any of us would identify solely as like right-wing at this point. The closest would be probably Deuce, but he's more of like an independent, I would say.
I'm a fuck both sides kind of guy.
Yeah, he's a fuck both sides kind of guy.
Dave Smith actually talked to a Christian guy. I don't know what the fuck his name is, Howard or some shit.
Okay.
And Dave Smith was basically saying he didn't feel like being pro-aggressive or in wars was aligned with Christian values. And the guy pushed back, and he was like, well, I don't. He's like basically said if there's no like casualty of war, like just civilian casualty, basically is what he said, that he felt like he felt like bombing bases and airstrikes, like bunker busters were basically okay. But then the reality is like there's still people in the fucking base that are dying. So it's like, if you're saying that aligns with your Christian values, how does that really make sense?
It doesn't.
So that I don't think you can really. I don't think politics.
It aligns with human value.
I don't think politics and religion mix, in my opinion. It just doesn't. And I go across the board. I go across the board with all religions in this way. Like if you're Jewish, if you're Islam, if you're Christian, Catholic, like your values don't mix in with politics, because it's gonna ask you. Politics is going to ask you to compromise in every way.
But
so
see,
it's like that's just how I kind of see all that. So
I can see some ways that it aligns. I'll let you go because I could end up being the defender here of right wing values.
So I don't think, as far as like, I can't separate religion and war. If you truly believe in religion, then God doesn't care about your man-made politics. Okay, so
Bible though. So I mean,
yeah, there's one in the Bible, but again, what are you supposed to do? Are you personally supposed to kill somebody? If your life is depending on it, then that's your conversation with God. But if you're just going out and killing somebody, then I mean that's going to be a different conversation, in my opinion, especially with the way religion goes. As far as like right-wing values and religion, I'll say this: we have to separate today's MAGA with right-wing values. The traditional conservative, I can understand where there's still the family aspect, I can, as much as I disagree with abortion being a like this anti, God, this,
murder.
Yeah, this,
Well, you can't be pro-life and pro-death. Dave Smith said that, and I actually agree with that.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
And listen, I get it. Wars are going to happen or whatever, but like when you preach pro-life, and then at some point you're like, oh, okay, well, the death is okay at this point. It's like, well, you're not being very consistent. Like, like that's just for me. But like, I don't even think it's just right wing though. I don't think you can be left wing, right wing, and then like hold on to all of your values. Like you're going to be compromised at some point.
Well, actually,
in the political field.
Let me touch on. Well, actually, even bigger than that. That's a really interesting point. Makes me think because even being a part of the church itself, you have to compromise your own like religious values in order to be a part of that church. So like these guys are talking about like Catholic churches. Obviously, we know the history of like.
I know the history.
Yeah, behind that,
and you already have a false prophet.
Well, explain what you mean there.
Yeah.
If someone claims that they're the vessel to God.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Okay.
You're talking about the Pope.
You're talking about like preachers and
preachers, pastors.
I don't agree with this necessarily, but fair enough.
It's something where you said that God told you.
Yeah.
So you're telling so now the whole congregation is believing every word you say.
When they do that, I turn my ears off.
And you see today that churches have so much power over people because this false prophet sells.
I saw a video.
I think you're straw manning it a little bit.
No, I'm not saying all of them though. I'm not saying all of them though.
Because I saw a woman. She was at a church, brother. This woman gave $1,300 of her hard-earned money. She's like, "This is what me and my son could come up with." The preacher said, I told you $3,000. Where's the rest,
bro? Damn, I wish I had that power.
She was like,
the power. I'd never work again.
You know what the woman said? I'll get the rest for you, Pastor. I'll get the rest. I said, what the fuck?
There are
I wish God would touch me.
There are great goodwill pastors and priests out there. I think there are great people who lead churches. I'm not saying that they're all.
Okay.
But yeah, there's
brother.
already this thought. The thought that the cardinals for the Catholic Church, they through God's vision or whatever, God tells them who to choose. That's all kind of okay. Prove it at this point, right? You can never prove it.
Well, I mean, but that's faith, though. People can have faith.
Yeah. Okay, but
I don't necessarily agree with this as much. I get you.
So I'm a Bible believer. The church thing, I don't really get down to church, but
so to me, it's if it's supposed to be God, I don't need you. Me and God, I already have my connection through my Creator, right? So
it's about the group worship, though. And it's also
you don't need group worship,
also it's about well, I mean that's you.
No, you can have group worship without having someone.
There's benefits to it.
On you,
well, there's benefits to it, and then also it's like I don't think that it's completely out of the bounds. I mean, especially when you consider like how these are ancient religions that are rooted in times where maybe people couldn't even read. So it's like having the teacher, so I think of like a priest not as like a vessel of God, but more of a teacher of the word. And there is some interpretation that comes into that, but that's any kind of teaching. There's gonna be some level of interpretation, I guess, except math, I guess. But that's why it's the perfect science.
You ask.
That's why it's the perfect science.
I don't understand that shit, but it's perfect.
Howard, so there's another interpretation.
Terrence Howard questioned it. Yeah, exactly.
The tetrahedron, brother.
Like I said, again, we're at a point where it's like I agree because I think there are obviously examples of people that are in those roles and they're corrupt. So it's like, of course, and yeah, definitely. Like if we expanded even past like people who are like stamped by the church, but just people who are like people that created churches on their own. You have the most disgusting fucking super church cunts in the world that are just, they're preying on people that believe in this thing that's based in faith. So it's the perfect thing to con people around because it's already asking you to kind of like accept it uncritically in a way.
Now remember when during the election time I shared where churches were giving out pamphlets about what to vote for and manipulating the verbiage of each law to whatever they wanted to push, which again would go against what.
Let me ask the first part. So this is the first part. So I agree with, obviously, if you're manipulating the verbiage, being dishonest, that's a whole nother conversation. But do you take issue with the first part, the fact that
telling you how to vote? Yes.
It
literally says yes or no. It literally says vote no.
But telling you how to vote is one way to represent it, and then also communicating and organizing with your community that has similar values. Like, for example, me and you would have no issue if like a union. I'll say myself, definitely not. I wouldn't have an issue if a union handed out a slip to their members and said, these are the things that are going to benefit unions. Yeah, okay. So it's like, vote this way if you want to benefit the union. You have the right, when you go in the booth, you have the right to do whatever the fuck you want. You can go to church and say, kill babies after they're born.
On this pamphlet, does it literally say amendment 2 with a red X and all highlighted saying no?
So you're saying it didn't explain what it was. It just said,
bro, it literally said for like the marijuana one, Vote no,
no.
because
People will die.
Because it talked about how there be
I said, this is
cartels,
blasphemy.
how there be cartels, and how there's fucking and how there's gonna be your city's gonna smell like smoke.
If you don't vote for it, there'll be
But-
cartels.
but,
That's the joke.
That's the thing. You can fucking make the fucking weed game.
But I want to say real quick when it comes to today's MAGA,
Yeah.
when it comes to the religion and them pushing him
There's no
as
more MAGA, bro. That's just broke.
as all about he's the number one top Christian president is what I've been told,
Jesus.
right?
Yeah.
Everything about him is fucking blasphemous when it comes to religion.
I mean,
The
Bro,
man himself is
he's
a
an
false
antichrist,
prophet,
obviously.
bro.
Yeah,
He
but
put his name on the
I-
Bible, my guy.
I'm not
I
gonna
don't know
just-
who the fuck said that, but that's
it's funny that we went from like the last time around he was president, people are like you shouldn't call him Hitler, da, 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 da. And then now he's people are like
fucking-
Antichrist.
Yeah, he's a fucking reincarnation.
Antichrist, destroyer of worlds, Thanos,
You know,
Galactus.
I'll say
By the way,
this.
the new Fantastic Four, pretty decent.
You said
Just
that.
random.
I'll have
Just
to check
random.
it out. I'll have to
Just
check
watched it the other day, so it came
It's
to
good.
mind.
Okay. I think with Trump, man, honestly, dude, like he did some decent things, but there's a point where he put too much yes men around him. You know what I'm saying?
That's the whole point,
and,
bro.
you
That
know,
was a strategy.
Well, it's crazy because when you look at like the Tulsi Gabbards and like the Cash Patels and even like, you know, you thought there would be a lot more pushback to some of the shit he does, and I don't know what. There's something that happened with these people to where they got compromised at some point from when he got elected. Like they did some shit where he's got some blackmail, some shit on these people.
Maybe a
because,
pedophilia ring.
because
You're talking about Trump does?
like his like his cabinet, like even like
Yeah.
you know the people that he got in there around him, like because not even RFK, bro. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't even understand.
They just want careers, bro.
Brother,
That's what it
I
is.
mean,
I don't
but
even think they need to
it's-
have
like, JD
anything on
It's
them.
money.
I don't even like
Bro,
JD Vance, but
He wants to be president.
he wasn't a fucking yes man. You know what I'm
They
saying?
all get the inside information to where they are all fucking loaded. This cabinet has made hundreds of millions of dollars.
Even Vivek has gone fucking quiet. Fucking crickets from that motherfucker.
because he
You know what I'm
doesn't want to
saying?
die.
Well, no, he already got pushed out. He was on the Doge thing with Elon.
Well, he wanted to do
And-
the well, I know he ran for Ohio governor.
Yeah,
or
no,
whatever,
but the
and
reason
he's
he
kinda-
did that was because he got kicked the fuck out of the
Yeah, I
Doge
know.
thing.
But I think what he's trying to do is position himself to be able to run for president. I see
Oh, yeah.
his angle. You
Yeah,
know what
I
I'm saying?
don't
I'm not
think you're
really
wrong.
mad at it, but speak the fuck up. Where the
Good
fuck
luck.
have you been?
No,
You know
but
what I'm
Look,
saying?
there isn't going
Speak
to be
up.
one of those.
Yeah.
I mean,
not.
it's not
There's
gonna be
not
JD
gonna-
Vance.
Well, Thomas Massey. for
No,
Thomas
example.
Massey.
There's not
Yeah.
going to.
But they're gonna kill him now.
There is no 2028.
They're gonna
I'm
whack
just letting
him.
y'all know that.
They came out and
We'll
like
see.
made
I
him enemy fucking one of
This
the
is over.
Republican state. I mean, they're going after him full force.
Oh, well, but that's a perfect example, though, since
Him
we're
and
talking
Rand
about-
Paul, they're on the short list.
No, but that's the perfect example as to why you don't have to have blackmail. The basically threat of
Exactly.
killing your career is what
Yeah.
they have, and like a lot of these people don't have second backup plans like Trump. Trump came in and like it
He's
would have been
rich.
cool to be president, but like
Yeah, fuck it.
if not, then okay. Like
Yeah.
Ricky, I was gonna say Ricky Rubio. Shout out to him.
Oh, fuck him.
5 assists a game, but but no, Marco Rubio, for example.
Oh, yeah.
Marco Rubio
Oh,
is
nah, fuck
somebody.
Ricky, but fuck
who-
Marco.
Yeah, but Marco's somebody who is in the cabinet. You don't have to have blackmail against him. One, he just loves the fact that he's empowered, and
Bro,
that you're giving him power.
I
Listen,
hate that motherfucker.
when-
Oh,
when-
bro, he's one of the reasons we're going to fucking invade Venezuela.
Yes.
he
I
is
can't.
like basically the main reason.
He's literally, I mean,
Bro,
bro,
he's such a
have
piece of shit.
Backbone.
Insane.
Have
Backbone.
a backbone. You're
Bro,
literally okay.
You're giving people
bombing.
too much credit.
You don't even know. No, but no, here's
Listen.
my thing though. Here's my thing. Like, and why I say no, because you do have people, you know what I'm saying, from like, and I view it from both sides, you know what I mean, left and right. There's people that have backbones and stand on their principles. You know, like I
Yeah.
might not agree with everything that fucking Bernie Sanders says, right?
Yeah, sure.
But I agree that he has a backbone and he stands on business. Like I was very upset with him when he fucking laid down the fucking Hillary Clinton on Obama and decided to fucking let Biden take that fucking spot. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like it's like have a backbone. You know what I'm saying? And you can do it, even if it's fucking career suicide. That is the fucking
Well,
point.
even
Like,
Bernie
but-
folded in that respect.
yeah,
So
like,
he,
like that's what I'm saying though. Like
Okay,
even
yeah.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, like now you have a backbone all of a sudden, which I respect it, but it's like you should have had that fucking
she's
2 or 3
actually
years
snapping.
ago.
I
But-
agree, but she's one of the people that are being critical.
Yeah, no, for
because
sure.
she saw some real shit,
Yeah.
and she probably knows the truth of some shit.
Well, that's
But-
the thing. Like you have people who are Americans who
Yeah.
like understand you're there to support the public,
But-
and this is why I'm being so turned off by politics. Like I was talking to you about,
Yeah.
because it's like you have a lot of people in there right now that just don't understand. you need to be voting the way that your constituents, your people that got you in there want you to. It's not about what the fuck you want or what you think. That is irrelevant. That's irrelevant. It doesn't, and that's the biggest problem with our politics. No, it is.
That is one view, though. I mean, that's an interesting view. Yeah,
that's just my thing. Like, you're voting for the people. Your message. Well,
you're a representative.
Yeah, you're a representative of the people. So at the end of the day, you're just a mouthpiece for the people that voted for you at that point. Like, yes, okay, you can have your thought processes, but you should also be talking to the people that voted for you to try to educate them on what you think. But if they still disagree with you, that's my thing with Trump. It's like, we disagree with you, bro. Yeah, what the fuck are you know what I'm saying? Like,
well, I mean, not only it's shit that he got motherfuckers to care about that he's going against. Like, for example, like Epstein is the perfect. That's with Marjorie Taylor Greene, and I'll pass it right to you, Paul. But like when you say she's probably seen shit, I don't even know if she's seen shit. She may have.
She heard shit.
Well, it's just like, well, no, it's like she was already bought in. It's like once you got, she is actually a beautiful representation of people who bought into what the MAGA was being sold. Exactly. 1,000%. So it's like when you go in and now you have the, like, nothing is preventing you aside from like your personal relationships and connections. You're in power now. This is the time that you're supposed to be bringing you spent fucking 4 years calling Democrats pedophiles, and you haven't brought any of those Democratic pedophiles to justice. So it's like people that, like her, it's just like it's incoherent.
You're going for Russiagate, motherfucker. That was 2016. Like, no one gives a fuck about that anymore.
Well, I mean, and also let's be honest. Let's be honest. Is that actually is that actually as pervasive in our society as a cult of elites that stretch globally that are, kidnapping and
what does it say when England fucking takes action, right? Before America does, bro. They fucking took you're not a prince no more. Get the fuck out of here. Your name is something Windsor. But we have not got. And it's fucking hilarious.
But that's
he was the only one that took a fall for
the fact that England,
the Prince of England,
the fact that England went that far is telling. Is telling.
Well, he was named and he was like finger pointed.
But so was Trump and so was Clinton.
Right.
And what's going on?
Like his was like he was like red hand. Like I feel like he was sacrificial lamb. He was red handed. Like pointed out. Like the girl came testify like it was whatever. Right. But with everybody else, it's like they've kept everybody else's names like under
Trump
wraps,
was named the one again.
Well, he was named on the flight logs.
The Palm Beach one was crazy, which Kristi Noem was the one that silenced it all. But
he was on the flight logs and stuff like that, just like Bill Clinton was. We know Bill. We know what's up.
Yeah, Clinton too.
We know Bill Clinton.
But look,
I say take him though.
But
unlike some of the MAGA people, which I'm not. I wouldn't apply this to. I don't know if I would say more than 50% of MAGA or not, but this Epstein shit really did, I think, disenchant a lot of people that were, and me and Paul have had these conversations because I have this kind of like theory of the reason that Trump won isn't because of like MAGA, but it's more like anti-Kamala voters and anti-Democratic voters. So I think that the people that were in that boat, that were like, I just can't accept this, I'm going to go with Trump because I feel like he's, the better option for this reason or that reason. I think those people that were not cultists and were not bought in for that reason, but just like basically making the decision, making the decision that we've had to make for our entire life. I don't know if it was always like this, but and actually in school I had a like kind of debate about this as far as like the basically the least evil option, the least bad of two evils, lesser of two evils. Thank you. That has been basically the choice that we've been given for the highest office in our country since Obama. Like I said, the last person I would say that gave you really a reason to be like, I feel good about voting for this person is Obama, I would say. But then after that, he obviously receives plenty of rightful criticism. Go ahead.
He bombed a lot of people. That's
the landscape of how politicians campaign. It's never a campaign. It hasn't been for over a decade on what I bring to the table. It's only a negative trash campaign to where all you feel is that you have two evils. You don't listen. But when Trump was getting elected, when you would ask people, what is his plan? What is the policy? They had nothing to give you.
Well, I'll say this.
There was absolutely nothing.
I'll say this. Trump literally, he ran one of the craziest campaigns because he did run on a lot of shit that people agreed with, and that's what the problem is with his movement now. Why I say it's broken is because you have people that supported him during that time that are now being super critical, that have like voices that are saying like half the shit you ran on, and he did do some of the stuff that he ran on, right? but some of the stuff he's doing, he took it to the extreme level. You know what I'm saying? But I'll say like his party's broken because bro, like he half the shit he ran on, like the Epstein list, all this other shit, like the economy, all this shit, like he's kind of falling through on. But I was gonna say, damn, I lost what I was gonna say. Listen. I was gonna push back. I was gonna double down on, but
go.
It was something to do. Like, but like with MAGA, I just don't like I said, I think MAGA's dead, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? That whole shit is crumbling day by day. Every day that goes by.
He has a 39% approval rating, so there's still 39% of motherfuckers
that's
out
not
there.
great. I mean, it was at like 50,
I don't give a fuck.
Like what 50?
That's
60,
that's over 1/3 of our population actually believes this motherfucker's doing good shit.
It's not enough to
I have to. But it doesn't matter. But
he was at 60-70% though.
Okay, all right, hold on. Let me push back on a few things. So one, Trump, his campaign, it wasn't like cool, wasn't great. It's honestly, it goes to highlight the embarrassment that the average person in this country has came to where it's all about trends. All he said was trendy shit. Just like now, he throws out trendy shit to distract you, to make you say like, oh, see, he's for us, while the guy's making over fucking billions of dollars in the White House and raising our fucking debt of $1 trillion. But we ignore we ignore all that substance because of a trend, because he hits trends. That was a campaign.
That's politics.
No, that's not politics. That's the fucking problem. That's not politics. There's nothing diplomatic or political about that. That is where the idiots of I'm so sorry, but it's so idiotic to sit there and say, well, that's just the way it is. That's how it's never been. No, that's Trump. That's that way. It's to dumb you down, to make you say, well, okay.
Well, Biden did it. Obama did it too.
There was Obama gave you policy. Kamala Harris literally laid out an economic plan, laid out how she was going to fix the economy. And all everybody said was, well, she sucked dick to get there. Yes, that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened.
They did say
that's exactly what happened.
But she did suck
the dick. Wow, he sat there and said, there on stage and said, I have the concept of a fucking plan, and now we're $1 trillion raising debt in only 10 fucking months. Well, that is embarrassing. No, I'm not done yet. I'm not done with all the things I need to push back on. When it comes to the constituents,
we got to respond.
You don't listen.
We're giving us a lot to respond to.
Right.
Yeah.
I let him go, him go before I can respond to what he said the first time, which was the constituents. I don't care about what constituents want. Yeah, you vote in somebody. You vote in the smartest person in the room, because they have to go to bat when it comes to the things that actually hit the fan. We are too busy with our regular life to be experts on everything. They have to have experts around them and be experts. So when it comes to the population has an opinion, the population isn't educated enough. And sorry to say that, ignorance isn't a bad word. It's reality. We are too ignorant on certain topics to say that our opinion should be what matters. That's why you vote somebody in who has the ability to find their way out of a fucking bag when it's put on their goddamn head, and not an idiot who only looks at how he can benefit himself. So that's our problem right now.
Well, here's the thing. I think you can do two things at one time. And I was actually what I remember. I forgot. I was going to say that JFK to me was probably the last great president that we had. And you saw what happened to him, right? They killed him.
Yeah.
But my pushback to what you were saying is probably going to be that if you look at presidents, and you can go back for a long time, they all benefited when they got in office. They all made a shit ton of money when they got in there. It's just something that happens, right? That's just what it is. So what I'm saying, and then when it comes to when you have these guys running campaigns, they all do the same thing. They all give you they all tell you what you want to hear. That's a part, that's just politics, right? That's the bad side of it. That's what you got. So, and it happens on both sides is what I'm saying, because it's all the game that they all play. You know what I mean? And that's where I think Trump captivated a lot of people, because he gave the image that he wasn't going to play that game. And that's why you have a lot of moderates, right, that ended up voting for him. And that's kind of what shifted everything. And like Jamie was saying, like with the Kamala Harris situation, it's like she just did such a fucking bad job. There was just no way those moderates were going to swing that way. Like I told him, I'm like, dude, I just wish there was a better fucking candidate to push him to actually see if a lot of the bullshit he was saying, is real, and to challenge him a little bit. But you You know,
Yeah.
like it's like she just did such a bad job.
Bad
you know
job
what I
with
mean?
what?
With just her campaign in general, dude. It was terrible.
Yeah, she
What-
didn't
what
separate
about-
herself from Biden at all.
It was just terrible.
Because
Okay.
Biden told her not to, and then she listened, which is
Okay.
like, we need a president that's going to
Yeah,
understand. That's like, nobody's right about everything. And just to respond slightly, because like I said, you did give us a lot to respond to as far as the trends go. I agree with Deuce on that. Actually, I think that's one of the problems that we have. I think it's not just Trump. Now he's leaning into maybe things that we see as more dangerous trends, but it's like, you have, for example, Obama is a good example of this, where he was against gay marriage is a good example of that. In order to get in office, do you think that Obama was genuinely against gay marriage? I don't think so. And he ended up making headway on this issue, specifically gay marriage, because he was willing to play the politics, which I don't like, and I think that's bad. I think he should have been brave enough and understood where we were at culturally, and I think you could be pro gay marriage and still get elected as a Democrat. But yeah, I think there's evidence to all of them. With as far as Hillary Clinton's another example, she literally, and we've talked about this before, in order to combat Bernie, she did exactly that. She leaned into social trends. She made it all about a social election, and literally called Bernie Sanders, who we know is not a racist and a sexist, called him those things. So
Hillary,
yeah.
But
Well, I mean, these are the people that ran.
What I want to say is, and not
Bernie is
not trendy is in politics, like gun reform or gay marriage or anything like that. What I mean by trendy is like with the football shit. While we have all this shit that's happening, you're going to focus on fixing college football. Why? So because college football fans are going to fucking love you, and then that's oh look, he cares about what we care about. Yeah, he's not the cool guy. We need a fucking person.
I agree with that.
We need to fix a country. That's what your leader, your president, is supposed to be. But for some reason, people just went into we want it to be cool and popular. The MAGA hat became a fucking fashion trend more than anything else. And again, when
it was a good marketing thing.
When you
bro.
that's fine, but that's the problem. Do you not see what that's the problem?
No, I mean,
the presidency isn't about marketing.
But I think
it's
you're more
about
mad at
policy.
You're more mad about our political system.
Yeah,
I'm mad at the people who voted who didn't take that seriously enough to understand policy.
Brother.
They are in control. The
They're
voters
not.
are in control.
No, but
you
they're,
have to
they're
understand
not,
policy.
No, the problem is you're inflating their vote as in like they're in control of the system itself. Like the system that we have right now is broken. I keep saying that until you have it to where you have multiple parties instead of just two. They're going to be able to game the system, and that's the biggest. I've been saying that like the system is gamed from both sides. I
understand what you're saying,
and it shifts because what happens is we saw this right. The shit with Biden got so fucking bad that the moderates pushed all the way right, and then it's looking like
again what was bad?
Like it's pushing.
What was bad?
What do you mean? Like
it's
Biden did.
Just like
Biden wasn't running the country at one point.
It's just like the conversation with
he couldn't hold sentences. He was falling off planes, brother.
Dude.
That was just not a good presidential look. And when you saw the state of the country with immigration and everything, like it really rubbed people the wrong. And you gotta be honest.
And he was about to run again. That's one thing. We don't actually view that situation as what it is because the worst case scenario didn't happen. Him running again, we were able to avert that issue through only public pressure, by the way. They were going to cover it up and continue trucking along.
And they didn't do a primary.
She was going to be a part of that.
And they didn't even do a primary for it.
And then they didn't do a primary.
You didn't even get to, and you didn't get to challenge
as to why you didn't have a 3-month primary with only 4 months to go until the election.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, but again, when it came down to it, you had one option given you policy and a plan. You had none giving you absolutely one had given you absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
And we went with the nothing. And then you look at where we're at. And
he was giving you promises, though. Not specific policy. I agree with. But he was saying we're going to get illegals out. That was a huge issue.
But do you but
we're going to deport people.
But that speaks to how bad of a job that she was doing is he didn't have to give you anything, brother. Do you understand that?
No, listen.
Brother, she lost and he didn't give you just said he gave you no policy and she was losing at a alarming rate. That's my thing. And then you looked at her campaign.
Well, we didn't know she was going to actually lose until
she got freaking Megan Thee Stallion twerking.
They thought it was going to be close.
Twerking on. I mean, bro, it just wasn't a. It wasn't a.
Yeah, that was crazy as well.
It wasn't a good look. And I love the cheeks.
That was crazy.
I love the cheeks. You can talk around it all you want.
Thompson's clapping them right now.
You can talk around it all you want. You need to stand on the fact that you voted for someone that gave zero policy because you didn't listen to Kamala give her policy. She gave her policy on the debate stage. Everybody who watched the debate, if you actually watched it, she gave it. If you didn't pay attention to it, then that's on you. Then that speaks more volumes as to what you paid attention to.
What policy did she give that you're like, if you didn't vote for this, you're insane?
No, it's not that you.
Well, give me an example.
Because you're hammering the table for a policy, bro. That's what I'm saying.
So what's the example?
The economic policy where she talked about how she was going to combat prices and how she was going to combat prices, getting corporations to sit down to go over profit margins, to sit there and go over how she's going to get the economic plan back, the economy back through taxes. She went over a medical plan. She laid out policy as you're getting. I
remember the housing thing. I don't remember the first thing you're touching.
I remember
the housing. Yeah, which was big. But the first thing you're mentioning, I know it's hard to just pull that. So I'm not trying to hold it against you or anything like that. But I don't remember what you're trying to
She said it, and then they went to him, and then about his economic plan, and that's when he said that he had the concept of a plan.
But he wasn't going to reveal it because he felt like she was going to copy.
She was going to steal it.
I remember that.
I'm not going to say it out loud because I don't really make copy.
I remember. Trust me, I remember the debate. But that was my
bit. I remember the bit.
But this is what I'm trying to tell you.
Primary. That was the focus,
guys. I gotta pause you just because we're never getting to these guys' comments and they're saying good shit.
She couldn't hold interviews and everything was just it felt robotic and all that shit.
Right. She wasn't a great speaker, but either way, here let's get back to it. We can pick this right back. We can pick this right back up. Well, she was giving straight fucking word soup, right? We can agree on that.
I mean, dude, you sound like a bumbling idiot, brother. She sounded like a bumbling idiot. That was the problem.
So, well, here, let me just read. I'm gonna run down these because, like I said, I apologize. I haven't got to a lot of your guys' comments.
We love you.
But it's been a long time, so I wanted these guys to be able to say whatever they have to say as well. So Sandor, by the way, I'm gonna pick it up right here. Kind of like how the Vikings love being in Constantinople. Some say Midgard was actually Constantinople. So there you go, fucking. And then the Sparkling City. That's not what they called it, but it was something like that, wasn't it? Holy shit! This is Wiki and Sandor. The description fits as a bit of history in the saga. By the way, I did see your comments earlier. I saw you mentioning that I look like a Chinaman when I'm trying to read these. So I did see your comment just because I didn't read it. I want to let you know, Sandor. I did definitely see that you said I look like Genghis Khan's long lost.
That fucking YouTube font, man.
Oh yeah, and also they did actually say, they said, hey, could you make this font bigger? It can't be good for your eyes. And because you said that, I did go search and I found where it says I can make it bigger, but then it didn't do shit to the font. So here I am. And also, just a side note, there was an Asian woman that did my eye test and she fucked it up. I don't know if it had anything to do with her being Asian, but just because we're on the topic, I'm just mentioning that. Sandor said,
we love Asian women.
I do love Asian women. I loved her. And then all of a sudden, and she even said when I was leaving, she's like, if it's not right, come back in a couple of weeks or whatever. And I'm like, I'm not buying glasses from you, motherfucker. So I can't come back. I'm gonna come back with the fucking Warby Parkers on my face. But either way, so here I am. I gotta set another appointment. But I keep on telling these jobs to suck my dick so I can't use the insurance. That's how America works. You gotta work if you want to go to the doctor.
Yeah,
Sandor says,
even though we paid for it already.
Yeah, well, bro, 100%. Sandor says Vivek angry because Mamdani stole his shtick, but with a left-leaning way. Yeah, I mean that's interesting.
That's funny.
And he's gonna go ahead and actually clutch it.
Slide on that one, buddy.
Yeah, it's
gonna be interesting to see the way that whole New York shit shakes out.
Yeah, it's shaking out right now.
It's probably gonna be beautiful.
Yeah, probably. I think he's gonna win it.
No, he's gonna win it. I want to see how
what he does.
How they react to it and shit.
I agree with
all
that.
those billionaires.
I agree with that because I think it's one of the best test cases because you have a huge population, you have a huge tax base, and then you have a huge infrastructure. So I mean, unless there's some kind of like sabotage which takes place, which I think that's possible. Yeah. Because he's like the face. I don't know if you saw Trump, but Trump was saying the other day, he's like, he's not even socialist. He's a communist. We skipped socialist. Yeah. He's like, I told you we would never have a socialist in New York. He's like, we went straight to communists. I'm just like, Jesus Christ.
Coming from the communists.
Yeah. Coming from the
communists. Dude, Trump is the most communist fucking president.
He's actually a fascist, but it's fine.
He's a fascist, but
yeah. Either way. I think I don't want to get arrested. I'm gonna say I think communists get a bad rap. I'll be honest.
Allegedly.
Where he's a communist is the fact that our government through him has purchased steel and
now we're getting Argentinian beef. So I guess our farmers.
Hopefully it's good, guys.
Our farmland don't matter.
Bro, what's crazy is the fact that
give it to China.
That people and again, here's the trend shit. Soybeans. Look what we did. We went ahead and had China purchase 12 million cubic tons of soybeans. Oh, awesome. Last year in 2024, we sold 26.1 to China. metric tons. So
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, we lost more than half because of your bullshit tariffs and trade war.
That's real. So
well, if they're probably growing them here anyway. They got 35% of our farmland.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and like what Paul was saying, I know like part of the conversation around this has been how heavily that in that industry we rely on
foreigners.
Yeah, shipping it to China specifically. Motherfuckers love soy over there. I mean, what can we say? They're soy boys. But Wiki says the most hardcore racist will never accept Vance. His wife is Hindu. Vance knows this.
Not for long.
Hey, I know you just seen that hug Erica gave him the other day. But hey, Erica grabbed that back of that neck. I said, "Ooh,
boy,
Lord.
he already said it.
She's wild out,
bro. She's
they both
shit."
He already said
in
that
the leather pants too. I was like, "Oh Lord."
It's upsetting that she won't convert, and then his wife, he wishes that she would convert, and then Erica said.
I did have that video, but I don't think it transferred.
You know why I didn't, brother?
What did Erica say that she not to compare anybody to her husband, but he's
a great man.
He is pretty similar and a great man.
She said he's a great man. Welcome to the stage, JD Vance. And I mean, and you guys have seen it on this thumbnail.
My wife ever hugs a man like that.
That was some sexy shit she did, but I won't even lie.
I don't think anybody here's wife has hugged a man like that, but let's just say when you're gone, we don't know how our wives hug.
Yeah.
But when you're gone,
might caress the back of someone's head on stage in front of millions.
When a bullet goes through your fucking throat, I think you're listen. I think you can overlook
after broke your clavicle.
Yeah,
that's a quicker turnaround than NFL teams when you go 0-6.
Oh, bro, what do you mean? It wasn't even that. She's been on a generational run,
bro. Generational.
She came out on stage like she was fucking opening for Kiss or some shit right after the murder.
The pyrotechnics, bro. I was like, you're talking about your husband's death.
She came out. She's like, we're not gonna take it. Come on, guys, we're not gonna take it.
What about like the violin? Like, what happens to like the violin music and like the depressing shit? You can't even be depressed about this shit.
She ascended.
Oh my God.
She ascended.
She's like, I'm taking over. Everybody's looking at her like,
play my theme music.
They had to lay out their plans for 2028. That's what they had to do.
Yeah, Erica Kirk. There she is.
Fuck, bro.
First
Someone's
lady.
in her fucking ear,
bro. Literally, people on Twitter were saying, Vance Kirk 2028. And I'm like, yo, this is wild. And to thank you for bringing that because I wanted to say that Trump. It's not the yes men around Trump. It is Stephen Miller, Vaught, and Heritage Foundation that is running this country.
Nah, man,
bro, I'm telling you.
No, because Tucker's a part of that, and actually, the one of the chairmen had to come out and make a post, and then you had a lot of the people who were supporting Israel basically come out and say like, oh well, Heritage is now anti-Semitic and all this shit because they're standing with what Tucker Carlson said and all this crazy shit. That's what I'm saying. The whole MAGA shit is dead, bro. It's a bunch of infighting, infighting with that shit. It's about to implode. You know what I'm saying? Trump is holding on for the MAGA movement.
Sandor says this is just it has to do with what we're talking about. He says Vance is going to leave her there because he's talking about they won't vote for her because she's Hindu or him because she's Hindu. He said they're going to try to use Erica as his future wife to get him into office. They know he's no chance otherwise.
I'm glad you said it.
That's like what I mean.
They would be crazy, bro.
It's like the shit with Tyrion, man. Remember when they said you can't see Shay anymore? They said you can't see Shay the whore anymore. That's how they're doing fucking Usha.
Shipped her across sea, but
damn, it's crazy because it's not exactly an anagram, when like you could flip the words around and it makes the other word, but Usha is almost Shay. Just needs a Y instead of a U.
Damn.
God damn.
Well, you never know.
I think I might have fucking broke the internet just now.
You might, yeah.
Oh, actually, I saw some shit the other day where Peter Thiel is the anagram of the reptile.
Oh,
if you switch his name around, it spells out the reptile.
That makes sense, bro. That's the guy that was talking about like the
Antichrist.
They're talking about eating people and shit.
I don't remember. So probably
that's Planter, right?
Palantir. Remember when he fucking? You probably saw. Oh, you sent me the shit. So you sent me a video where they were talking about. So they were doing a like comedy skit about one of his interviews where the interviewer is like, so do you think the human race should persist or something? And he's like, it's like sweating.
It's like you think that was a simple answer.
He looked like Ben and along came Polly, Ben Stiller at the fucking Indian restaurant. He was sweating. He was perspiring.
Oh my gosh. It was like Charles Kirk Shooter when they were interrogating him. You know what I'm saying? It's like, did you shoot Charlie? He's like,
He's like, I love trans. I love trans.
Bro, that text
Can I see my
message-
boyfriend?
That
Yeah,
text
bro.
message they released, if you believe it, I'm sorry. Again,
See, I feel you on that. I'm not as big of a believer on that though. I saw a lot of people that I like on the internet and like follow or whatever, that were saying the same thing.
He could
And
be.
I
It could be true. That all could be
It could
true.
be true. It could be true. But it's like, a lot of what I heard people saying, they're like, oh, he's like, what kind of person of his age uses commas? I'm like, I use commas when I text.
commas
Yeah.
was
It's like,
that's not it.
It's like
it's more
autocorrect,
of,
bro. Like,
it's more of the actual like step for step breakdown
it's true,
of
but he just.
everything at that moment.
But isn't
is
that crazy?
wild.
So I didn't think it was that crazy because I'm just putting myself in his shoes. So I just blew
so it worked.
this guy's fucking neck off of his body. So I'm laying in the fucking woods right now, watching police cars go by. This is what I'm imagining because he talks about that. He's like, "Oh, they just checked the car." Or some shit. He is going step by step, laying out his crime. So you're right on that. But I just don't think that's
Watching
that
them
unbelievable.
too. Watching them.
Oh, for sure. But I mean, if you've ever committed a crime and saw the police come, then you can kind of do that.
Yeah,
like
I
I've
mean,
done that as a kid.
This is my
As a
diary.
kid, as a kid, like a psycho.
Allegedly.
you always return to the crime. You always return to the scene of the crime with a box of Kleenex and lotion every single time, so they can get you off.
You have to get the semen. That's the most important part.
Bro, that's the only way I get off nowadays. Like I commit a crime.
You see what you did, Sandra? You put us on a fucking tangent.
Yeah,
Talk
exactly,
about
my
Erica
bad.
Trump and her leather pants.
Why are we doing
Ooh,
that?
the leather pants.
The leather pants.
The leather pants was
We can't
crazy.
blame him. We did utilize her on
Why?
on the thumbnail. She's like because she's running around with all these like with Trump. You saw her hugging Trump, and Trump's like,
Trump was popping a real feel, bro. I'm like, Trump, bro, the cameras are on.
no, he turned into a lip biting animal. Bro.
Lip biting.
Lip biting animal.
I'm like, bro,
How long
are
have
those
we known each
tears?
other?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Tears
I'm
of
not sure.
joy.
Oh, actually, no. She used to be a part of the. Yeah.
She was a
Yeah.
model.
If you look into Trump
No
and her
shit.
relationship, and then you look into her father, I'm not even gonna say nothing. Y'all go down that rabbit hole.
And then how did her and Charlie meet? It's a beautiful
Just
love
introduce her
story.
or something,
No, it's
probably?
a beautiful love story.
Yeah,
he was
let's know.
hoping he was holding applications for like an assistant or something. And then she came
Here
in
comes
for an
Erica Trump.
interview.
That's hot.
She comes in for the interview, and then he says,
Yeah.
"You know what? I'm not going to hire you because I want to date you."
Because I don't want to get sued.
And so then, and,
Smart
and
man.
that's the romance. And
Smart
Oh, man.
fuck,
He's like,
actually.
I'm gonna avoid the lawsuit because I'm gonna bang this.
almost as if he knew she would be down.
I'm gonna bang her out.
Sure.
So nope,
it
I
is
can't
a
hire you.
very, very, very.
I'll just pay you to be with me.
But don't you think? Like, I mean, I do feel you. That is
It
super
could all
weird.
just happen,
It
for
could
real.
it could happen just because.
I'm tongue
But her
in cheek
dad
right
was
now.
like
Well,
the
no.
head of
Okay, really
the
tongue in
Black
cheek.
Rock
The
in
Trump
Israel, right?
Exactly.
All in cheek. It was all tongue in cheek.
But the Trump
Allegedly.
connection is interesting. The whole situation with like him getting scouted, like we mentioned earlier, there's a lot of like just very odd things going around the entire.
Coincidences.
Exactly.
I'm saying the conspiracy people usually be all over this shit.
No, no.
I've
Ian
seen
Carroll.
this.
Ian
Yeah,
Carroll has been.
okay.
Some of them, I mean, I
my
don't-
boy Ian, he been tying all this
Where's
shit together
Alex
with
Jones
Candace.
at
You know
on
what I'm
this?
saying?
'Cause Alex Jones
See,
would be
here's the
all
thing about
over
Alex.
this.
Alex is a little compromised right now.
Alex is compromised.
Alex is a little
Alex is
compromised right now.
Okay.
His
Where's Joe
conservatism
Rogan
has
at on
been
this?
showing through because
Where is he?
he ain't been touching on a lot of shit. He's been trying to like even when he does touch on shit, he kind of like he doesn't dive as deep as he normally does.
Talk about Alex Jones.
Yeah, Ian Carroll has kind of been diving deep and like showing you all the connections because he goes through that whole connection with Erica Trump and like her dad and Charlie Kirk and all that stuff.
You mean Erica Kirk?
Erica Kirk, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I call it, the way Trump was feeling on it.
Say what it is.
Yeah, you said Erica. Oh,
No, I mean, but
no.
I think you're
Well,
not. I don't think you're
trying
off
to tell
base
you.
on that.
Honestly,
not to like jump around and
I
make
didn't
like make connections that aren't like not connected. But I mean, when you end up looking into any of these people, like we talked about like Ghislaine Maxwell for example, like you look at her
Where's she at?
situation and just on its face, it's fucked up. But then when you look into their history and things like that, you see like her father is involved in like publishing textbooks for American students.
And he was like an Israeli spy or whatever the case
Yeah,
is.
so it's like shit like that just ends up when you like I said when you dig even into the second layer. Like I mean, fuck even like really doing a full excavation of the entire scenario. But it's like even it stinks at the very front.
Yeah,
like
the
you know
face
what I mean?
value of it. You're
Yeah.
like, this
It-
smells like shit.
Part of it I wonder is like was it kind of always like this and then now because we have like the internet, the ability to share information, it's
Dig.
almost impossible to
We can dig now, brother.
you can
That's the
dig, yeah.
difference.
It's
You
like
know what I'm
people
saying?
are on the internet forever. If
We can
you're
find out where the bodies are buried.
I know where the bodies are buried. But it's like at the same time, then you bring that to the, and when these people are in power, like, I mean, Trump is so crazy about it because he's like, the Epstein list doesn't even exist. Like, he's willing to go that crazy about it.
It's a liberal
I'm like,
hoax.
brother, you said you saw the fucking list.
Bro,
So
you
now
flat out said
you saw the list
created by the leftist.
yeah,
It's a
crazy.
leftist hoax.
Yeah. No, I mean,
well, and this is why I say, like, with everybody, is everybody compromised? Because like everybody's in lockstep. You know what I'm saying? He's got a lot of people in lockstep. You know, I'm like, bro, is everybody compromised at this point? Like,
Yes,
you know,
they are.
That it just seems like everybody's compromised now in the government.
Wiggy says this is a really interesting point, and he is our Latin correspondent. So he says the backlash will be unimaginable. This is talking about if we invade Venezuela, and and also I skipped it. I just read it to myself. He said something about right here. I like the resignation. We're gonna invade Venezuela, like you already know it's preordained. I mean,
Why are we going to Venezuela again, though?
to stop the drug trafficking,
Which Rand Paul flat out said there's no drug trafficking.
What did I tell you before we got on there? All the TikTok ads about the drug, they're trying to hire people in Colombia. Why are you going to Venezuela for? Go to the source.
Yeah, they're saying that Maduro is
they want a regime change. It's all about regime change.
It's always regime change.
That's always is
fucking country.
Definitely,
and not only that, no, you also have to hit on the biggest part because they actually came out and said it. Venezuela sits on one of the world's largest
oil deposits.
This is all about fucking oil.
So what I need to find out.
So
is
again,
what
where are you
company
people?
wants it so I can invest in them now?
Where are all those people that were talking about the anti-war?
Yeah,
where's it at?
No, everybody. I think, bro. Honestly, I've been anti-war, and I'm still anti-war. Yeah, I'm anti-war when they're blowing up those fucking those speedboats in the Caribbean. Like, you know,
yeah, just based off
We're
principle.
just killing people.
I think just based off principle, it's a really easy line to have. Wiggy here says the backlash will be unimaginable. This is what I was reading, but I clarified with you guys. You're going to turn every single Latino against America if we invade. Which is really interesting. And you see, that's one of the things that has been most problematic, in my opinion, of Trump's presidency is destabilizing this part of the world. So it's like one of the things that we've enjoyed as Americans for a very long time is that for the most part, between Mexico and Canada, anyways, in North America, it's generally stable. You have these places in like the Middle East or whatever that are constantly, you know, literally like
since we went into what was it
collapsing.
What was it? Where's Patrick David from?
Iran.
Since we went into Iran, we destabilized that whole region.
Well, I mean, and several others we've talked about before, the like 7-country plan and stuff like that. And all those countries have.
I will say this though, one of my
essentially.
son's friends is from Venezuela, and he you know, migrated him and his family and stuff like that. And he did say, like, you know, and for him as a kid to know, like, he said it out of his own mouth one day. He was like, Venezuela is very like dangerous, you know, like because it's dangerous, you know what I mean? So it's not perfect, but I don't think that just because of that reason you need to use military force to go in there and do what you want. Like diplomacy is something that should be cherished and highly valued. And, you know, I think you should try to use every diplomatic resolution you can.
Pull every lever before you go to that way.
Before you use force, you know what I'm saying? Just like, it's the same thing with police. You need to, you know, make sure you're going to the highest extent to not get violent before you have to get violent. And even at that point, you know, I don't know what president says, like, you know, walk with a big stick, you know what I'm saying? Give the illusion of force before you actually have to use it. That's all.
This is a really interesting comment coming off of that comment from Wiggy about Latinos turning against us because invading Venezuela. Sandor responded to that. He says, I disagree on that with Wiggy. A lot of Hispanics are conservative and see Venezuela as a socialist communist dump.
Yeah, it's weird when because like, that is true, and you see Cubans when they talk.
It's like the Marco Rubio. We already mentioned it on this podcast. One of the main supporters of this campaign, or whatever you want to call it, has been Marco Rubio, and that's because he plays to a base, specifically in Florida, of people who are exactly what you're talking about. People are Cuban refugees, and you know, the thing is, this is a deep history to get into because the Cuban revolution and things like that. It's very interesting, and a lot of it is based around like a sort of classist and
Guerra, whatever his name is, something like that.
No, that I think that might be Venezuela that Che Guevara was in. I'll have to look that up, but no, that was Fidel Castro.
Castro.
Yeah. Let me actually look that up just because. Oh no, Cuba. Actually, no, Cuba. You're right. So, but either way, there's like the Gastanos and things like that. There's extreme like, so good pull on that, by the way.
Yeah, that shit's ingrained in the back of my brain.
Yeah, exactly. You got the shirt.
Yeah,
you got the shirt.
I didn't have one, but I remember people used to rock that shit in middle school. I'm like,
oh man, of
who
course.
the fuck is that?
Man has a great face for a shirt. It's just what it is.
No, very, very handsome man. What he did was ugly, but he was handsome.
Yeah, but so there's a lot of baggage with that. So I mean, like the people that we end up seeing that are in Florida, maybe not nowadays, but there was a time when this immigration was happening, and those people would have actually been affluent in their native.
We met a dude
Cuba.
when we went to the rally down there
In Miami.
Yeah, we met a Cuban dude. He was like,
he was
bro, that motherfucker was hardcore.
He was extremely hardcore. Well, actually,
because they think they're white, bro.
Well, I don't remember exactly. He had an interesting political ideology. He was like supporting Trump, but then also I'd have to rewatch the video. I feel like he had some weird kind of like
he tapered off a little bit.
Yeah, he had his own. Just
you're like, brother, are you sure you're conservative?
You guys can find these videos. It's definitely still on the channel. But yeah, we talked to that guy. He's the one that had the fucking stick with was it a pig on it?
Yeah.
I think he had a pig on a stick walking around in front of the Miami courthouse.
He was like anti communism, but then he was like he didn't know what he was.
He didn't know what he was. He wanted fucking upheaval.
Yeah,
he wanted some shit to change. I
was
don't know,
brother. Is that real? He's like, yeah, it's got flies. You see the flies?
Yeah, it was real.
I'm like, that's crazy.
Yeah, he had a real pig on a fucking stick. Like, I don't know.
The fact that he wasn't arrested that day.
I'm like, guys, fucking remember what happened with the fucking bat in China?
Oh my God.
Like, we're doing that right now in Miami.
This is where fucking COVID starts.
Yeah, no, 100%. COVID 2, the Cuban version. So that either way. So Sandor, I think that's an interesting point, and I'm gonna get to Wiggy's response to that because I think there's. That's valid, but in Wiggy's saying a tiny minority was conservative, very tiny, mostly the oldest. And he says at least in Texas, Florida is different. I was actually thinking about this earlier, Wiggy. I was thinking about because we were going to do this, so I was thinking about you and Sandor and just like conversation we'd be having and stuff. And specifically, I had thought about like your kind of view of immigration and how you view that as somebody from Texas. And you guys would, I'm sure, agree with this because I'm sure we have a similar experience here. We really don't experience Mexicans. Not like that. Like it's like you Mexican, there are some Mexicans here, but like from your perspective where you're probably dealing with, I assume, like a majority of Mexicans or even South Americans, here we're primarily like Hispanics that we're dealing with are like
Cuban, like
they're Caribbean.
Yeah, Caribbean.
Yeah, Hispanic.
Cuban,
Yeah.
Honduras.
Yeah, so I wonder what kind
Asians,
of difference, and I was thinking about that. I wonder what kind of like difference socially and culturally there are as it pertains to politics specifically. You know what I mean? I obviously know some of the more obvious differences culturally, but the politics, I'm sure they're extreme. I know just from the little that I do know from the Mexican culture and for example, the Cuban culture, they're extremely different.
Yeah,
so,
they're a lot different.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It's interesting. It's interesting.
Yeah.
A lot of Mexicans come here, but they actually like living in Mexico, but they come here for work and they come to build a certain kind of wealth, and then they actually like to move back, which is crazy. And then if you're not of a certain status as an American, like if you don't have a certain amount of wealth as an American, you can't even go live in Mexico and become a citizen of Mexico.
That's how a lot of countries are. You gotta.
It's very interesting.
Yeah.
In that way.
Yeah, because like Canada, like you either have to you have to give them a reason.
Yeah,
to take you.
Well, you gotta be like an asset, basically.
Asset. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
And that's where we separated ourselves on the world, where we were like, we're just a beacon.
We'll take your fucking word.
I still think we should have a border
hungry.
wall, though. Everybody has a border wall.
No, they don't.
Everybody's got a border wall, brother.
Where's Canada's border wall?
I mean, it's the goddamn miles and miles of fucking redwood forest you got to get through, brother. And not many people can do it, except for that one dude who was like smuggling that weed back and forth. I forgot what his name was.
Sandor said, I've told you never ever correct me in front of people, Wiggy. And then he said, not the Epstein shit again. It's been 84 years, guys. It sounds like Trump got in the fucking chat.
Yeah,
it's like, guys, forget about that shit. Water. Yeah. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube.
Are we still talking about that? Yeah. What do we get?
Aren't there more? One thing I love that he said was like, isn't there like more exciting things going on? Like more exciting.
What are you
like,
talking
what the
about?
Fuck? Sex parties?
Like,
that's somebody that's been to too many sex parties and thinks it's not exciting.
Child sex rings, brother. Child sex rings.
I've never seen any of that shit.
Yeah, bro. A sex party would be extremely exciting.
Child sex parties. That's just not. That's not the top of the list.
When I saw the episode of The Boys,
you added that. You added.
When I saw the episode of The Boys, I said, "Oh, this is what they're talking about."
You're like, this is where I need to be.
And then you hear some recounts of like Diddy parties, and you're like, "Oh,
yeah.
So they're real. Those things are real."
Oh yeah, there's so much evidence now. There's so much evidence at this point. Like,
why do you think Diddy got a slap on the wrist, man?
Yeah, they wanted him to start throwing those parties again. They're missing it. Like, we gotta get his ass out.
Diddy had that fucking black book.
Yeah,
He got
exactly.
that black book.
Some people.
They're like, okay, Diddy, this is gonna happen. Maybe
God,
3
that
years.
sucks.
You're gonna get time served. Year and a half. That's it. That's all you got, buddy.
Suck.
This is so Wiggy says in response to Sandor, he says LMFAO, it's just what I've seen. The youth are all TikTok brainwashed, sunshine socialists. So he's saying like as far as the younger people in those countries are more socialist. Carol, hell yeah, shout out to Carol. I haven't
I need your algorithm.
we
bro.
haven't watched did you watch Witcher yet?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
I haven't watched
It
it
just come out.
because I saw little clips. I didn't even know it was Liam Hemsworth in that bitch.
Yeah.
I saw that. I was
Yeah.
like, I was even more disappointed.
Yeah, they took if you want to hit that, I don't know if you have, but there's no issue with that as far as vapes, just so you know. Also, you're not in the camera, just so you know right now.
Yeah.
But it's all good. It's all good. I just want to make sure you knew. Gerald, but by the way, we will be watching
Gerald of Rivia.
we will be watching that at some point. I love the Witcher series. I was really disappointed. I don't want to completely derail this, but Sandor, you fucking said it, so I gotta talk about Witcher if I have just a quick second.
Talk about it.
The recasting, fucking
Terrible.
hate that, bro. One, I'm a Henry Cavill stan a little bit. He's one of my favorite actors. I feel like he always hits it out of the park, whatever role he's in.
a fucking good actor.
Amazing actor.
Bro, I thought he was a really good Superman. And then like Man from Uncle, that's a spy movie. He was great in that. He was great in the Mission Impossible. So he's on point. And then with specifically The Witcher, he was great. One thing I was talking to Deuce here about, because I think you might have sent me the trailer, or you just hit me up about it maybe, and then I sent you the trailer. Is Liam Hemsworth? It's a thing with Geralt, at least in the video games, where he has that like gruff kind of like delivery, and he kind of just sounds like almost like bored with the shit.
Bro,
you know what I mean? Like,
I was watching the fight scenes. I'm like, bro, this is.
The fight scenes were okay. I thought that was the best part.
Henry Cavill. No, the fight scenes were.
Well, no,
great.
I mean for this other one, that was the one thing with the trailer that actually was like, oh, that's kind of cool. But go ahead.
It wasn't. I just didn't feel like it was as good. Like, you know,
I agree with that.
Because Henry Cavill, he actually went and trained with swords and all that shit. You can kind of see like he was like actually more in depth with it. I don't know. When I watched Liam, I was like, man, this is just hard. It's hard. It's tough.
Henry, since he left that project, he's actually working. I don't know if you guys know about Warhammer, but I know. I don't know if Sandor was a fan of that, but I definitely remember Wiggy saying that he was. No, Warhammer's like a science fiction. Kind of think like Halo thing. There's space marines and they're killing aliens and shit.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
For sure.
so
That'll be fire.
That should be really cool.
That'd be fire.
And they have it's like the universe is just kind of unique. It's almost like a medieval kind of like knights thing.
Yeah,
but futuristic.
It'll be pretty dope. It's
Yeah.
kind of it's like it's abstract for sure.
Let me know if I explained that correctly. By the way, Wiggy.
Yeah, give us a little help.
I advise watching the show called Task.
Oh, I watched that a little bit. I did watch it a little bit. I only like the first 2 episodes. I thought it was okay. I just haven't gotten really deep into it. It does look like it's like really well produced. The first 2 episodes were good.
Not a waste of second, brother.
Yeah. But
I
now we're just getting into recommending shit. There's a lot of good shit I've seen recently. I saw the movie Weapons. Anybody seen that shit? Scary movie?
I don't like scary movies.
That movie, it was a good one. It was a good, even if you don't like scary movies, I'd almost recommend it.
Alien versus Predator. Got to check that out. I gotta go check that out.
I did see the Hulu series for Alien. But no, I would recommend it. Even if you just like movies, that's one of them where it is kind of there's scary shit going on, but it's just a really good story. The story was interesting. I'm not like a big scary movie guy either. My dad growing up was like obsessed with scary movies, and that was his like main shit that he liked to watch. And I actually remember as a little kid going to therapy one time and telling, bro, literally, I went to therapy and they're like, I remember my dad being so upset about this shit because the therapist is like basically like, what's the problem? Why won't you sleep in your own bed or whatever? And I'm just like, my dad makes me watch scary movies. And he's just like, why the fuck would you say that?
He's lying. He's lying.
Literally, but it's like,
never watched one a day in his life.
Exactly, bro. But come on, like Scream, seeing fucking Drew Barrymore hung by a fucking tree and her boyfriend fucking devowed as a fucking 6-year-old.
I watched it for the first time, bro. I didn't sleep for a week.
Yeah, crazy shit,
bro.
I thought that shit was real.
The scene in Scream where she gets picked up by the garage door.
Oh yeah,
bro.
That's crazy.
As a 6-year-old,
yeah,
crazy. Scream 2.
Yeah,
when he stabs him through the fucking thing in the bathroom in the movie theater. Understand that. That my family's was big on going to the movie theater, so I always went.
You guys saw that in the theater?
No, I didn't see that in the theater.
You're saying because it was in the theater.
Yeah, but then like by like 9-10, I was like, my dad was like, yo, you're going by yourself. So dude, I'll be in the middle of a movie and I have to go pee and I'll go.
Bro, Paul's scared of the glory hole. Paul's scared of the glory hole.
Hold it.
I'm gonna die.
Yeah,
there was one movie I saw, dude, when I was like, and this is crazy because I was in the middle. I was probably in like 5th grade. I don't even know what this movie's called, but I was like on at like 1 or 2 in the morning, bro. And it was like about like kids my age and like demons living underneath their beds and like kidnapping them and shit.
Oh, I do remember this movie.
Bro, this movie was fucking I didn't sleep in my bed for like maybe 2 months.
You're done. You're done with beds. You're done with elevated structures.
It was the craziest movie I ever seen, bro. And I watched it like 2 in the morning. I'm like,
bro,
what the fuck is this?
You know what? That movie, as you say that, that's why I never let my foot be outside the covers ever again.
Because literally, like,
bro, ever again.
With the eyes,
that's what it was.
Up and it would fucking oh, bro, it was crazy. It was a crazy movie. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Maybe Darkness Falls, maybe.
I don't know, but
around that time,
and it was like one of those like you know what's that, like the Nightmare Before Christmas type of like, you know, but it wasn't. It was like,
is it animated?
It wasn't animated though, but it was like that
claymation?
kind of abstract. You know, like no, it was like they did like costumes and shit. But it was like that kind of style. It was a nuts movie.
Yeah,
the demons looked wild, bro. I was like, this is nuts. But I didn't let my foot hang over the bed, bro. I was like tucking my. I
wonder where that comes from, because there's like so many. There's so many like cultural things that are like supposed to like basically teach you that the underneath the bed is scary. So I wonder if like back in the day there was some reason to deter people from going under the bed, because like animals
or some shit,
they wanted kids to go
like
fuck to sleep.
Or something.
They're like, stay, go get your ass. Go get the fuck out that bed. Better take your ass to sleep.
You stay on the bed. Floor is lava. Floor is fucking lava. After 9 o'clock, the floor is lava. I'm done.
Well, could you imagine though, like it's fucking year 800. You're living in fucking like Norway at the time.
Cold.
And it's cold. Yeah, it's cold as shit. Yeah. You have a hut. And it's like you're trying to get some from your wife, and your kids just will not go to bed, bro. There is no TV.
You know, that's true though. You might come up with a little tall tale, you know,
bro. You better be, bro.
The chupacabras underneath there. You know what I mean?
Sending your 10-year-old to go get some timber.
Maybe that's how they came up with the boogeyman, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Maybe that's how the boogeyman came out. They just someone started that tale and they just ran with it.
I mean, vampires came from somewhere. They're real. That's what it is.
Yeah, because Count Dracula was a real person. Like how the fuck did that come about? Where he's
Vlad Tepes or something like that.
Yeah.
Bro, well, those things are real, bro.
He was impaling people for real. Like he's shoving the fucking stick up people's ass and through their shoulder.
Who's he related to? He's related to somebody right now.
What the?
Oh, somebody alive?
Yeah, he's like related to somebody. Yeah, it's like a rabbit hole.
I saw a reel
like someone
today.
famous, like in politics or some shit.
I saw a reel today that said that BB and Adolf.
Oh shit,
are related.
Golly. Hey, fuck it. Yeah, I mean, might as well.
Which
do I believe that? I don't know.
Yeah, he is. Yeah,
BB is Polish. Though.
Oh shit.
Yeah, his last name's like Misgowski or some crazy shit.
No. I think
not BB. He was a legend.
No.
Somebody else is related.
BB and the president of Argentina. Which then I put together that Argentina are the Nazis.
And that's true. And that's true. So there's a possibility there. Hey, I mean, where there's smoke, there's fire.
Yeah, lots of fire, but more fire.
Wiggy says this is they're talking about this movie stuff, so I'll get into that. But one of the last things I see here, he says Mexicans and Cubans are really different, just different. Mexico has a semi-successful socialist status revolution in the early 1900s, so they are a very different breed, different cultures. And so I mean, yeah, I agree with you on that. From just my experience, when I lived in Indianapolis, for example, it was the only Hispanics you would see there were Mexicans. So it's interesting. When I moved to Florida, it was really my first time that like en masse I was being exposed to like Caribbean Hispanic people. What were you gonna say?
Just the idea, what is a successful like
revolution
ideology or country, like what do we expect? Will we ever Germany? Is there ever a spot where you're happy?
I would say Germans are happy.
You know, yeah, I think it's interesting. I mean, so you have obviously like like as far as quality of life, people report a higher quality of life in like Switzerland and things like that, places that have more like democratic socialist policies. I would say that we can never though rest on our laurels, because it's like we have to continue, and I think that's part of like what is the issue with conservatism, and then also just where we're at today. I think I was thinking about this the other day as far as capitalism, because I was at work and I was just like, fuck this capitalist shit.
You need balance with that shit, bro. You need balance with that shit.
Well, one thing I was thinking is, and this is kind of gets into like Marx's theory of like late socialism and things like that, late term socialism. And the idea is, or capitalism rather, is capitalism, to a certain degree, it works when it's like building up a country and things like that, and there's benefits to it. But incentivizing specifically, like quick.
But then it hits a point,
and then I think there is a point, and I think we're seeing that now, where like the game gets so fucked, and like even like because I mean, these things get compared to games often. So let's just think of like Monopoly. At a certain point, the game of, which is like the game of capitalism in a way.
Life.
Well, it's like at a certain point, the game's done. At a certain point, there's like nobody can beat the guy that is. So the competition's done. There's one person that owns fucking Broadway to fucking Baltic Ave.
Right.
And it's
you
over.
land on his shit, he's clapping them cheeks.
But not only that,
he wants your wife now.
With the game Monopoly,
land twice is getting your firstborn.
With the game Monopoly, there's a put the board away, go back to regular life, bring it back out, play again. Right. With real life, there's none of that. There's just suffering for people, and there's people who got to go 4 times before, collect all the money, collect all the real estate, and then everybody else came to the fucking board to play.
Two, by the way.
And there's fucking nothing there.
Times go.
We're all fighting for Baltic Ave.
Yeah.
And they have everything else, and saying that the immigrants are the reason why we can't have fucking Illinois Avenue. Yeah, listen. If you don't go for the baby blue and browns first, I go for it first.
You're a fool if you don't do that,
bro. You get hotels on them quickly. You got to build up that bank.
Smacking shit every time they come around.
just so we can bring it back to the movie stuff, because they were commenting on that in the show. So I want to make sure I get their comments on that.
I was talking about.
Maybe I'll keep looking through. So Sandor says Paul doesn't want the Lord of the Rings TV show. Doesn't want the Lord. Yeah,
I don't know.
Did you watch the Lord of the Rings? I'm not sure exactly what we said where you're responding to that. Maybe you mentioned something. I'm not sure, but what's your opinion on that? Because you are a Lord of the Rings fan, so you must have said something.
I haven't seen it yet because I'm waiting for my son he has to finish the trilogy, and then we can get into that. But I do remember the backlash about how we got a black elf or whatever, and I'm like, I don't give a fuck. It's all mythical people. So
I forgot he was.
Who gives a fuck?
I didn't watch it. Honestly,
there's a black elf. I thought about it. I forgot about that.
If like I'm on some Lord of the Ring fan pages.
There's 2 black elves actually.
And bro, and the amount of people that fucking
getting out of hand.
These are Caucasian people. These are people that, and it's like, bro.
Yeah. See, people forget there was dark elves.
Tolkien would never.
That's all.
Would never say that it's just white people.
You play World of Warcraft. There's dark elves.
Well, I mean,
it goes against the entire message of fucking Lord of the Rings.
So to a certain, I mean, I think the argument that would probably be made there is like elves as a mythical character are probably based in cultures that are typically white. I would imagine. I don't know. I'm trying to understand. I don't know enough about elves to say that, but I'm just using my common sense in how they are typically.
Lord of the Rings for the storyline, they're probably Caucasian. But like if you're a World of Warcraft player like me, there was like dark elves.
Yeah, exactly.
So you don't, what I'm saying? So
dark elves, wood elves, high elves. We can get into it, baby.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
I don't think it matters. It's not real. So it's like
no, and I feel that.
It's like just let it be.
That's the artistic, that's the creative license that you get. But I'm just saying, if you're going to contend with other people's points, you have to be fair to them. And I'm playing devil's advocate because I honestly don't know for sure. But I'm saying, like, if somebody's making that argument, I think it's probably not fair to just say that they're just saying like elves are white. There's probably a reason why they're saying elves are white, and I'm just, like I said, using common sense. If I had to guess, I'm assuming those
like where the culture,
from,
where elves culture,
where like folklore for elves,
right? Where it originated.
Well, I mean, I think that's fine.
They travel from somewhere else.
I think to Deuce's point, even is like we do have other examples of like elves of all different kind of complexions, like with Skyrim or whatever. I mean, my elf was yellow in Skyrim, big time.
Yeah.
He was. Typically was yellow.
I was always a dark elf in World of Warcraft, bro. Every single one of my characters. You know what I'm saying?
Hell
yeah. I always like to make a character.
They were just fast.
Okay.
And Dred's just kind
of. Thinking back,
are Dred's something that you would like to do in real life, but maybe it's like
I've always wanted to dread my hair out.
It's an honest thing to say.
Shout out
on
to
camera.
Shout out to Indica
but kind of not, which makes sense why you're leaning off camera now.
Shout out to Indica Flower. She got dreads.
Indica Flower, the legend.
But then I can't,
pioneer,
brother.
Civil rights pioneer for whites with dreads.
Oh man.
Evil can't only distort, is what Wiggy said.
Maybe that's
Tolkien said that. Iconic. Evil can't create, only distort.
Love it.
2 evils makes 1.
Okay. All right.
Is what Sandor said. You wait until we get home, you little shit. And then Wiggy says, 40K is whatever your heart desires. It's kind of unique in that way. So that's the Warhammer thing. It's got something for every mentally challenged young man like us. Yeah, I definitely gotta get in there. Maybe it'll fix me. Sandor says, are scary movies a pedo psyop to get kids out of their beds? What did Epstein think of The Exorcist? I would say he's probably
a
pretty huge fan of The Exorcist. Like the main character that was possessed was talking about fucking herself.
He
with
probably funded the
crucifix.
movies.
I mean, genuinely, that's a possibility. Or at least he got funded by the same people that funded the movie.
Yeah, fuck.
So it's just a fun universe, grim and dark, but glory, hope. It's just space drama for nerds that like to make up their own stories for plastic armies going pew pew in their minds. It's just wholesome, really. So that's Warhammer.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's a Warhammer. I'm interested because of
it's a good game.
Well, and because of how he's describing it, I didn't know it was like a tabletop game. I was aware of that. But I know that they have like a deep lore with like books and shit like that. So I'm curious how they're gonna go about adapting it into a TV show.
Have you guys ever wanted to LARP?
LARP?
Actually, I have. I go to the thingies.
I want to.
The Renaissance festivals.
Yeah. I've been open to every friend I've ever had that like listen.
I always want to do it.
I've always wanted.
Will you LARP
to.
with me?
Bro, I had an affinity for like what is that, 1800s, you know,
medieval
times, yeah, all that shit.
I think 1800s,
not 1800s,
yeah, that's
but
a little,
like middle, yeah, it's like 1500s. My bad.
I just think it would be fun. I watched the movie Role Models in like 9th grade.
Oh yeah, that was definitely.
And watched them
remember
LARP,
that.
and I'm like, listen, dude, that would be the funnest fucking thing to do. If you just had a group of like 5-6 friends that could go to those events with you, and you just go and fucking fight.
Shout out to the Black Knight, Martin Lawrence.
Oh, that was another great one. Yeah, Black Knight was great,
bro. That shit.
Sandor says, "Imagine the size of Space Marine's junk, like a horse."
Oh, pause.
That's my kind of sense of humor, brother. I like
14-incher, baby.
Yeah. Wiki says, yeah, but sex and love, come on, service and glory. Only in death does duty end, brother. Sound like fucking sounds like some shit our guy right here would say.
Lastly,
to
my friend Charlie Kirk.
Oh, this is fucking Cash Patel.
Rest now, brother. We have the watch.
Valhalla.
And I'll see you in Valhalla.
I'll see you in Valhalla. Bro,
you're a Christian.
Also, do Indians go to Valhalla? I'm asking. I don't know. Like I said, I know we're talking about being accepting and making elves black and shit, but I think it's more likely an elf is black than some Indian guy that works for the fucking FBI.
And the way he's being an imposter because that's like a military saying apparently.
Bro, the way his eyes look is like he's taking fucking caffeine patches every day.
Oh, bro,
like, dude.
Can
you close when he stares at you? He stares at you through the TV screen.
But you know what? Sports gambling. You got it again. Trends. Sports gambling.
Yes. No, for sure.
Not the pedophilia.
Okay.
Sports gambling.
What about it?
I mean, I won't lie.
Bringing it down,
if he's gonna help my parlays hit, brother, I appreciate him.
How is this gonna help your parlay?
I mean,
it ain't shit.
Get the fucking motherfuckers out here betting on themselves out of the goddamn fucking league. They're hurting me, Paul.
And the fucking coaches fucking pulling players.
You got a coach and a bench player.
Bro, God, Jesus! That's what every Portland Trails Baylor parlay they hit.
That's what they have right now. Let's be honest. It's more, and I think that the more that these motherfuckers get podcasts, the more it becomes apparent because you have like Michael. What the fuck's the motherfucker with the broken back? Michael Porter.
Oh my
God. He's on his fucking podcast talking basically open about it.
How his brother was fucking doing it, and it's like now you could obviously tell he's fucking doing it.
And it's just
motherfucker had 20 in the first quarter, and then like had like 25 at the end of the game. I'm like, what is going on?
My back hurts and I need to take the whole season off. Oh, do you think he wasn't betting on shit? Of course he was. But no. So I mean, look,
his brother took the fall basically.
Look, I will say it's obviously betting is degenerate. I love to do it. I know it's degenerate. I'm wasting money when I do it. I know that.
I can't help it.
But I do want it to. I can't help it.
Send help.
Yes, send help for us. But this is the problem. This is actually the worst fucking friend you can have, and I'm the same. I'm the worst friend he can have because we'll be sending each other shit like, "Oh, bro, this is hitting,
brother. But you think this is gonna hit, brother?"
I really do, man.
I hit him. I'm like, bro, look, I didn't have the money to put on it, but go ahead and put 10 on it right now. 100. Like, yeah, 100%.
That group chat always be having the bets on
there, and I'm like,
Oh my god.
Oh, bro,
how are
we
they
go-
always betting, bro.
Bro,
It's
every
worse. It's
day,
worse when
it's-
it's private. This is like our main conversations are about trying to get rich.
Brother,
and
I just bet
losing
on
money.
table tennis today, brother.
Oh, bro, yeah, 100%. I've bet on some fucking Asian basketball before.
Oh my
I've
god.
done some
Um,
dumb bets,
Bro,
Because-
EA.
because
I've been
I
on
feel
EA
hot.
Sports knowing it's rigged.
Oh yeah, sometimes you do feel hot.
bro. Listen, I went ahead and fucked around and put like turned $5 into like 200.
Oh,
bro,
legend.
That's the best.
Yeah, that's great when
That's
that
the
happens.
best when it happens,
Hey,
brother.
listen,
That's what keeps you going.
Far few between.
And then it was all.
You definitely don't make it
gone,
back,
bro.
but-
No, it was all gone within like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Because
Oh, bro.
on the most, I'll be working. I'm like, what's going on right now?
I just lost
In
one
Turkey,
today, bro.
Some shit's happening in Turkey. I'm like, yeah, but
Yeah, sure, why not?
I just lost money today on that fucking Texas game. I was pissed. I was like,
oh yeah,
bro,
he bet the
negative
spread.
-3.5, bro. This motherfucker, they gave him a touchdown. This motherfucker didn't even score. I'm like, what is going on?
No, yeah,
Bro,
100%.
he was like a foot away from the goddamn goal
that's-
line. I'm like, bro,
That's the thing. If he brings down every ref because
Yeah.
they're all cheating,
what did I say earlier?
him
Though
down.
not one fucking ref was arrested in the indictment. How the fuck did that
They're
work?
all cheating, bro.
All the refs, bro. I'm like, that's how I know that's a bullshit
Possible,
indictment because there was not one
Thank
ref in
you.
that shit. Not
Listen,
one referee
that's
got
my point.
implemented in there.
They
You tell
went
me the
ahead and
mob
got
went after
Chauncey
players,
Billups.
but no fucking refs. You can literally, if you go get a ref, right, the Tim Donahue, you get a ref, you can literally make millions of dollars doing it because he can sway the game no matter what.
Right.
Go get a coach. I mean, it's kind of obvious. You get a player, it's kind of obvious. This motherfucker's points
Bro.
like Terry Rozier. Oh, he's fucking
Bro,
hit.
yeah,
That shit was
Yeah.
hilarious.
Bro,
The video they were playing.
Motherfuckers dropping the ball.
Bro,
I'm
it
like,
was so
this
bad.
is crazy.
Bro, you want to know something?
No, but I've seen that a lot though, and a
as
lot of those
Heat fan-
motherfuckers are not being brought to justice.
But
Yes.
as a Heat fan, you're still watching it like, yo, this motherfucker, is he cheating himself?
No, you're watching this motherfucker like he's ass, but then you
Bro,
realize
mad
he's
as
really
fuck.
just point
Yeah,
shooting.
a year later, you're like, oh, he made fucking 500,000 off that game.
But it was crazy. It was
Bro,
crazy.
your salary's a million.
Wasn't Chauncey
Yeah,
Billups?
it's crazy.
Wasn't
Bro,
his had to do
$9
something with that
million.
poker game? I bet.
Yeah, no. So he was
Yeah, so
setting
he-
people up, bro. He set up, bro. He set up KG on that shit.
Yeah, I love that they're getting involved in that. They're like private poker game, fuck all that. Like, I'm more worried about the like at scale robbery.
Right,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like literally, if the games are the entire idea of gambling is that there's some level of like randomness to it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that it's competition, genuinely
what I'm
competition. So it's like
Makes me watch the games. I wouldn't watch the games if it wasn't for the games.
Oh, bro, I'm almost done with watching the games at this point.
Yeah,
I'm like,
like, fuck
every
it.
team that I like sucks ass because all of them are probably betting against the fucking team at this point.
Oh my god.
Tua is obviously betting for himself to throw interceptions.
Yeah, right.
Bro,
Bro, he's got a bag, I'm sure.
That motherfucker threw one straight to the fucking guy. I'm like, okay, what is going on?
He just say, "Oh, Tua."
exactly. But no, it's like
This motherfucker came out. I don't throw multiple interception games, and then he
Oh,
came
yeah.
out and fucking had 3. I'm like, geez, what the fuck is
motherfucker couldn't
this?
stop after that. But no, yeah, the Sandor. We will have to get to sports at some point. And by the way, it's almost 10:30, so if you got a slide, I understand. Sandor says, "Hey guys, I was thinking about some of Biden's wise words. Did Deuce grow up?" So glad you're here for this though. He said, "Did Deuce grow up thinking he could be as smart as white people?" Thanks.
That's a good fucking question.
That is a good question. Did you?
I never even really thought about that growing up, bro.
Mhm.
I'll be real. Like, I wasn't even really like big. I wasn't big on school, man, until I
Mm.
got like older, to be real. But I came from like the Caribbean, bro. It was like school was just a thing you did. And then I don't know. I mean, I never really thought about that. I just thought,
I think the question is, did you think that you were as capable as your white peers?
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, but like I said, though, I didn't really focus on school, but I was like, yeah, I can keep up with whoever, white,
Mhm.
black, Spanish, whoever,
Fair
you know
enough.
what I'm saying? And,
Yeah.
But you got to understand, too, when I was in school in the islands, I went to a private school on the Dutch side. And honestly, there was a lot more Europeans in my school than there were like
Mm.
Caribbean people. So I was
interesting.
like, yeah, like a lot of them were Indian, I remember. Honestly.
Oh, wow.
And like,
Shit.
yeah. So
I've heard stuff like that with like I
and
have
I
a
won't
few.
lie, like,
I have a
them
few
boys were
Jamaican
smart,
friends.
bro.
I have a few Jamaican friends who say like there's a lot of Asians.
Yeah.
in
Oh yeah.
Jamaica.
Yeah. Like
So-
there's Indians
What?
and Asians and stuff. Oh yeah, bro. In the islands, bro. Like I met a dude that I met a dude
Where do
that
they
knew my
not go?
parents. And he was Indian.
What was that?
bro.
I'm sorry.
And
You
he
said,
had
where
like
did they
a
not
crib-
go?
No, everywhere. It's crazy. It's
Dude,
Where did
crazy.
they not go?
You need a Chinese restaurant on every stop.
Oh, bro. Where I'm from, you can get the best Thai in Chinese food.
Oh hell yeah! Okay.
Like I swear to God. Like
Shit.
my aunt manages a
Oh,
Thai
God,
restaurant
man.
down there, bro. It's amazing.
Here, just because for accuracy,
So fucked
Sandor, I wanted to pull up the comment. So I guess it's not black kid. I mean, it's not black kids. I don't know if you said that or not specifically. It's poor kids. So his quote is
Oh.
poor kids. So I guess he's just
So I
so
think I could be as smart as poor kids.
No,
Yeah, well, I
poor
mean-
kids growing up thinking they could be as like rich kids. Basically,
Yeah.
he's trying to say that like poor kids feel like they have a shot in life.
yeah. And with
Yeah.
and with Sandor's comment here, I think I filled in that blank because he said smart as white people. So I don't think he says that in the quote. I think it's
I think
oh no, he does say talented as white kids. So
Okay.
there is
Oh.
because he says the white kids thing, there is a little bit of like you can make the
Poor kids are black.
yeah, you can make that kind of like,
okay. I
you know,
mean,
connection.
no, it's just weird
Well,
though. I mean, a lot of
statistically
kids go to
speaking.
school.
We
in
broke it
Europe.
down. We broke it down there.
We did break it down, but
we
like
did
a lot
break
of
it
kids go to like from the islands. A lot of kids go because you can go to since it's French and Dutch, you go to school in Europe.
Oh,
from
that's
the
cool.
islands. Yeah, so you
Okay.
got, that's one thing you can go do.
So you can go to
like France
Yeah.
and shit like that. and,
That's very
like,
cool.
Netherlands.
Yeah,
Yeah.
here.
well, well, Mexico has literal feudal shit. Was a feudal shithole before the 1900s. For the general population, Wiggy was saying that Mexico was a literal feudal shithole before the 1900s.
What happened
Christ.
early 1800s?
I don't know.
Bro, where was Alamo?
It'd
17?
be cool to learn about different histories of different countries.
Oh, bro, it definitely like I mean Mexico is really interesting because there's a ton of connection to our own history.
Right.
So you know
You
you
did
can
kick them out a little bit.
yeah you can learn about. I've said
Just
this
a
before.
little bit.
I said this before, so
Just a smidgen.
people, it's a fictional book, but it's just kind of interesting because it paints the kind of like attitudes and how things were kind of like operating around this time. But the book Blood Meridian, it's a fictionalized version of this time, and it's a group of it's like a battalion of soldiers who end up breaking off and they're like going through Mexico and they're just like fucking shit up and there's settlers down there. Yeah, there's like American settlers that are like refusing to leave and shit like that. Or I think it might be the opposite, Mexican settlers that are refusing to leave. But either way, good book.
bro.
Oh yeah, you're all good, brother. Thank you for coming through. No, it's great. Thank you, brother. Absolutely. And Paul, it's
shout
up
out
to
to
you.
Wiggy, Sandor, bro. Fuck with y'all.
absolutely. And I mean, if you have time to hop on here or whatever, feel free.
Sure. Yeah, I'll hop on when I get back.
Yeah, absolutely. But hey, brother, thank you again. We'll do it again. I'll be here at least till in the area till the beginning of December. December 1st is the closing date. So yeah, I'm trying to get as many of these in as possible. Absolutely, brother. It's great seeing you. And maybe we got to go somewhere and get some wings or something one time too, just for the one time. That'd be great. Right now I'm extremely poor, but so I could do the wings. They're probably cheap. It's true. That is true.
They are cheap. They are cheap.
Have a good one, bro. Drive safe. Yes, sir. Love you, brother. And like I said, Paul, same for you. At any point, if you got a slide, you can, or if you want to sit here, that's up to you. So there was very little emancipation, much like early America, technically a republic, functionally whatever the voting class wants. So this is, I assume he's talking about Mexico. Nice, Paul. You got to run for office, brother. And that's what Sandor said. I'm not sure what that was in reference to, though. It was like 15 minutes ago that he said that. I don't agree with 15% of wizards in Lord of the Rings causing all the trouble. He finds a new way to slip that in every single fucking time. Wiggy says, I mean, Tolkien never wrote about a lot of the lands that occupy his earth, but Middle Earth is certainly implied to be of a European nature. I mean, how do you feel about that?
Yes, that's the argument in the game.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. Wiggy says, I LARP every day, which is that is
That's
accurate.
dope, bro.
It's basically, I mean,
Are we
you go out
LARPing?
into the world and you act like a different version of yourself. Then I'm assuming.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm assuming some people keep it real.
That was a deeper meaning.
That was.
At first, I thought he meant like, yeah, like
He's like, literally, I LARP.
but he has it fucking hanging on the.
He might,
on the
though.
Thing. Hey.
Yeah, he might though. You know, like Workaholics, how they had the fucking rapping wizards or whatever the fuck. That might be Wiggy. Sandor says, "What's the over under on Deuce liking anime?" So he actually likes some anime. I can answer that confidently for him. Like some of them that I know that he's watched was like I think he watched Hunter x Hunter. We talked about Naruto, obviously back in the day. Everybody watched it, and what was the fucking one that he really loved? Oh, My Hero Academia. I know he fucks with that
I
heavy.
never got on a
Anime?
brother.
Well, what did you guys think about that? Like, what was more likely in your guys' mind, that Deuce would like anime or that Paul would like anime? Because I would have assumed that you did fuck with anime a little bit. It's great. I love anime.
So my little brother, fucking, that's the only thing he'll watch.
Oh, really?
So I had him watch an episode of a fucking show. I don't remember what show, but I wanted him to watch it, and he goes, "Okay, I watched something for you. You watched something for me." I
That's how it goes. That is
and,
how it goes.
and we put on Attack on Titan. Brother,
Okay.
I could not finish that episode. I fell asleep.
An episode though. God damn.
Brother, it's
You gotta
not.
let it set up.
It's just it's too over the top for me at times. Okay,
That's part of the fun though.
I get that.
Yeah.
And I respect that.
Mhm.
I can't get into that.
I think
And
you're
then-
wrong on that. I think you just haven't had the right experience.
No,
I think you, me knowing what I know of you, I think you would probably appreciate similar things from anime that I experienced. I just had the fortune of being introduced to the right animes, and then also having the patience to stick with it.
Yeah.
Attack on Titan's one that I also haven't finished, so I would consider myself an anime fan.
That's his favorite.
And my lady, that was one of her favorites back in the day. I don't know if she still feels that way, but when we first got together, she was on to Attack on Titan. But like Death Note, for example, is
He
a really
loves
popular
Death
one.
Note.
Death Note's a great. I
he does love
rewatched
Death
that
Note.
recently while I'm
Dude,
doing.
he talks to me about Death Note.
Death Note's so good, bro.
I know the whole show.
Death Note's great. Yeah, Death Note's absolutely great. Well, here, this is the thing I would say with anime, and I've had this conversation with my old lady because one of the best experiences I've ever had watching it was Hunter x Hunter, the show that I just had mentioned, and I was on a heavy dose of mushrooms.
I like that.
And so the reason I say that though is because even if you're not on mushrooms, one of the best parts of anime is that they get into these like really deep philosophical things in episodes.
Right.
People that will call them like filler and all this, and some episodes are just total filler bullshit. And like people joke about like Dragon Ball Z's the like we'll see you next time and like nothing happened. But a lot of times that's because they're spending a lot of time on like the inner dialogue of people and like what they're thinking and like what their philosophy of the world is and all this stuff that you don't really get as much time in like traditional movies. For example, you don't get that from the villains in traditional movies because they're more constrained on time, in all honesty.
Right.
So animes, I think when they really, really hit is just like you get to they like just touch on something like philosophical that's like almost like I said, I was on mushrooms, so I will take that into consideration. But I've had like epiphanies watching fucking anime, and I'm like, I swear, when I was watching that arc, I remember telling my woman specifically, I was like almost emotional watching it because they kind of like go over like how the world was created and how high as fuck. And I was like, I told her, I'm like, this is the real shit. This is how it fucking happened. I was like, this is the real shit. They're slipping in the real story. I was like, this is the real story of how this shit happened. But I was just, like I said, it's just that. It's like just this kind of like weird, deep connection with like parts of your own psychology where you're like, they really hit on some shit there.
No, that I feel, and again,
Yeah.
I can see the deeper meaning in the Attack on Titan thing, where it's like where you're always trapped no matter what, and even when you think you can get out, the chainsaw guy, right? Like
Oh yeah, I haven't watched Chainsaw Man.
Yeah, I've seen some of that. I mean, look, growing up, here's my anime.
Yeah,
I watched some of Dragon Ball Z. I wasn't a big Dragon Ball Z person. It's not that I didn't like it.
Yeah,
I just wasn't what I watched. Okay.
Yeah.
Samurai Jack
Jack's
counts.
Interesting,
Pokemon counts.
Yeah.
Boondock Saints. It's anime. It's
well, Boondock Saints is the TV the movie.
Yeah, Boondocks Saints. Yeah, Boondocks.
Yeah.
Watch both of those. Boondock Saints.
Oh, and Boondocks. Only one counts as anime, but yes.
But it's like that was kind of Avatar.
Avatar was awesome. Well, here I don't want to cut it too short because now, like I said, I see Sandor. He's like, please, no anime. Please stop talking about the fucking anime. The thing is, you brought it up, bro. I was just engaging with your statement.
Exactly. We're just trying to make you feel nice.
And sadly, you hit a little bit of a landmine. I actually fuck with it. Sorry.
Yeah.
He thought it was Deuce. He was like, let's make fun of Deuce. It's like, actually, I love anime.
Yeah,
but no, it's a thing.
And listen, I am shocked, and I will say this, that like like anime has gotten so big into like black culture that it's like honestly, it's so that's what I enjoy. I enjoy people enjoying things.
Sure.
For example, my wife and I, we went down to in Miami Jonas Brothers concert.
Okay.
One of the best experiences of my life.
Okay,
listen, and I say
that's
that
interesting,
and I say that as in like I can vibe with the music with her. I listen to some of it by myself now, but growing up, bro, I didn't listen to fucking Jonas Brothers.
Yeah, fuck no,
bro. I was not into that.
Well,
you weren't going to catch me dead. And I tell my wife, I'm like, you know what? I actually feel bad because I would have enjoyed some of this.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I think about it, like I might have been I don't know why I wanted hip hop all the time. But anyways, going to the concert. My point is, I'm going to the concert to sit there and watch an arena full of middle-aged women. You're talking about people who pay bills. They got kids.
Yeah.
Right. All this. Scream at the top of their lungs for 2.5 hours, singing songs from fucking middle school.
Yeah. These fucking D-bags
Is
on
such
stage.
and dude and those guys they're just no, honestly, you can't say that. And know what?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
You know what?
Oh, okay.
You know what? I'm going to bat for these guys. Okay.
This is the Jonas Brother. We have a Jonas Brother on the podcast.
Listen, you can see the dynamic from the crowd. You can see where Nick is like so serious about it. He's so fucking serious, bro.
You didn't want to talk about anime. Now you got Jonas Brothers talk.
Jonas Brothers saying that.
You got Jonas Brothers talk.
So listen, he's in there, and as he's trying to like these boys, you can tell he's trying to hold it in. He's so serious. Joe's just out there fucking. He's
swinging
just,
dick,
bro.
He's just absolute swinging dick.
You can tell he smoked some weed beforehand.
Yeah,
and he's just having a good time.
Yeah.
Women are throwing shit at him, and he's just catching it. And
he's like, "Yeah, I'll take this."
And it's just. And then Kevin is up there being the oldest brother, like enjoying his time.
Yeah.
He came out with his own song. It was beautiful to like one of the first times he sang it live. Awesome.
Nice.
And that's another thing. The whole crowd gave him his moment and his flowers. Like, he had a standing ovation for like a minute because everyone understands that, hey, he was never allowed to sing.
You guys have guys all went down the path with the journey with Nick.
Security guard
whoever
came
the
out
fuck.
and raps and everyone went crazy. And I'm like, yo, I know none of this life. I know none of this world.
Yeah.
But I'm here now. And everybody's so into this. And it's such like this community. I love it. So I love people having their shit.
Oh, yeah. Hey, I'm not mad
anime's
at
fucking weird.
That's funny that you would say that. You fucking went to a boy band concert. So that's hilarious that you would say that. But fair enough. And also I could even see definitely some anime is extremely weird. Well, it's not, you're not wrong. Like I've watched some animes like there's one that was on YouTube is like Hellboy or some shit like that. It wasn't Hellboy, but it's something like that. And he's like a demon. And I watched one episode. And I'm like, I'm fucking out. I don't even know what's happening here.
It breaks a lot of rules, like television rules. And I get that's kind of the thing. I think that me and my brother talked about it. Like some of the sexual shit's weird. I feel like sometimes it's like perverted, but I get where that's kind of like a difference in culture and shit. But yeah, I don't know. I remember some of the anime books that I'd see, and I'd be like, "Whoa, this is just."
Yeah, I've read a few of those. Porn. Yeah, I've read a few of those. They do definitely. I mean, there's some cultural differences they run into, like with Naruto, even for example. Like he has the sexy jutsu where he'll turn into a girl. He's a young boy, but he like, turns into like and also his mentor Jiraiya is there's like a running gag where he has like these basically like porn books that are like. Basically like what the fuck are you doing with these books? They call him like the pervy sage. So there's just like some weird differences there for sure.
Okay.
Not
for me to understand.
The Demon Slayer, they had like one season where the boys who are the Demon Slayers, another great season. I'd recommend watch the first. You would probably love Demon Slayer actually. I would recommend that because the first season was so good, bro. One of the best fucking shows I've ever seen. The first season.
Which one's Demon Slayer? Which one?
I mean, I don't know how Demon Slayer. I don't know how he has a scar on his head. It's on Netflix.
I think I've seen some of that. Is it? What's the premise?
He is training to become a demon slayer. There's a demon that kills his entire family.
Big red face. No, that's Attack on Titan.
No, well, there is like a. That's part of like the marketing and stuff that I've seen because there is there's a blacksmith that wears like a red demon mask or whatever. I've seen. Yeah, but either way, so the first season, why, and we can get off of this because I'm sure people really don't want to hear anime that much, but with Demon Slayer, and me and you kind of like are both, I would say, sensitive people and like empathetic in a way. You know what I mean? So it's like crier. One of the things that I found that was just really profound to me on the first one is he would kill these demons and go through like these trials where he's training, and every time he would kill a demon he would like take a moment to like connect with them, and
I feel that
it was like goosebumps, even goosebumps like talking about it. It was like and it was like there was everybody else that was like training him was like fuck demons, they're fucking horrible, and like you gotta kill them.
They have a story too,
and then he would end up killing them, and then he would like take a moment where he would like listen to their story or whatever, and it'd give you like a little like seriously great. And then every season after that, they really didn't spend as much time with that aspect of the story in his character, which I feel like you really lose a lot with not touching on that, because that's what made his character so special. He was a demon slayer, but he was also like extremely empathetic and like kind. I remember one time he's like helping
He just
this
had a
person.
job to do.
His whole fucking family, aside from his sister, died, and his sister got turned into a demon.
My God.
He's trying to figure out how to undemonize her. And I remember there's another fucking one where he's like helping this guy, and this guy's like being a dickhead to him. And at one point, he like helps the guy up or something like that, and the guy feels his hands, and he realizes like how rough his hands are for a kid because he's been doing like this crazy training, but how kind he was in spite of that. And it's like his hands kind of indicated to this character like how rough of a life he's had, but how he doesn't treat people based off of that. Yeah, exactly. So it's like that show gets into a lot of those kind of things where it's like yeah. So I would highly recommend that.
Meaning.
Oh yeah, and then the fights and all that are really cool too. But yeah, so either way, well, here, let me get through some of these comments. And because I'm getting into a lot of these comments, like I said, at any point, just let me know. But as long as you're good to rock, I love to have you here. But I don't want you to feel like you're being held hostage by comments. Wiggy says, I mean, by the Indo-European proxy, sure, I guess Kash Patel can go to Valhalla if he dies with his weapon in his hand in combat.
We got all the way back here.
Yeah, no, he's fighting for the pedos right now. I think if he dies in service of that, maybe he's got a shot. Read the white man for Kamala post. I'll have to go back and see. But I've accused Paul of being a white guy for Kamala many times.
I never did that hashtag. I've never put that.
He swears he's never done the hashtag.
Look it up.
He wasn't on the Zoom call with fucking Jason Bateman and whoever else.
No, they kind of lost my support right there.
Yeah, it was cringe.
Why was I not on there?
Yeah, fair enough. You should have been. That is true.
This is like Antifa. Oh, you're telling me that there's a real thing out there and I've never been called?
They've never asked them.
Never sent me one email.
For some reason, they think you're not an anti-fascist.
That's
what
so
the
crazy.
fuck is that about?
What?
Where he says, I don't think Odin would be picky about his chosen if they prove worthy. Hey, fair enough.
Well, yeah,
there you go.
No, you're 1,000%. But did he
let Cash in there?
Did he die in combat?
Oh, and he's still living. I'm not gonna go any further into that because he works for the FBI.
We can't
so
joke around.
Yeah.
My bad.
But there's some things out there.
No, did you see? Again, I know this is kind of derailed, but in Cape Coral,
yeah, go ahead.
72-year-old man fucking swatted down middle of the night by ICE.
Oh no, I didn't see that.
American,
he got killed.
No. Like his beat down the door, everything, arrested and detained him because he made threats online about ICE.
Oh wow.
He did say some
wild shit.
He expressed some.
Yeah,
he went way too far. Where you should have thought when you're writing that, like,
there's a risk.
Should I write this on a public forum?
Yeah,
or keep this in my head?
Yeah, I mean, so I feel that, and I would like to. I'd have to see exactly what he said, obviously. But
he said you should shoot them dead.
Yeah, I honestly don't think that's illegal, though, to be honest.
Oh.
Because I mean, there's no clear, immediate. There's a standard for basically infringing on your freedom of speech, and if there's no real like actionable threat being made, there's just like a general statement being made. I'd have to look at the specifics, but I feel really strong.
Hyperbole as a defense.
Yeah,
which for me, because the only thing I know that I said is a lot of two-way people. Basically, that this was the perfect time. Like this would be the time where all the 2A people told me about, like, hey, if people fucking start arresting people, like, this is what it's for.
Yeah,
this is what it was for, right? That's me being like hyperbolic, like asking a rhetorical question.
Yeah,
and I'm like, oh shit, man! If we're twisting things,
sure.
Man.
Well, I mean, there's so many instances that though of them. I mean, I think even just if you just don't even get into the specifics, but just the act of like having a militarized law enforcement who is masked, which is not a small thing, by the way. Like people, I feel like totally brush that to the side when people bring it up. It's like, bro, our like,
but they're illegal.
There's a reason why when you ask, for example, a police officer like for their badge number or something like that, they're supposed to give it to you for a reason. Like anybody that's working in law enforcement should be identified. Like it's just very clear. We've even had issues. I haven't heard anything as of recent, but that doesn't mean that's not happening. But I remember at first we were having issues with people that were impersonating ICE. Yes. And the kidnapping, rape was happening. So yeah,
there's so much that can go wrong with it. But yeah. I don't know, man. It's kind of crazy the fact that people really do brush that off. They brush off like what I said, like what would you do if you're driving with your family and you got hit, a pickup truck rammed into your car, 6 masked men with unidentified come and grab you out.
Yeah,
people were like, well, what could you do? It's like that's not like I agree. What can I do? But the point is the fact that that's what's happening right now.
You might act irrational, but then you have to.
Yeah.
But because of the situation, I think you're doing the right thing. You have to have compassion for people that end up acting irrational. I mean, I don't even know if it's irrational to run somebody over.
Bro, is it irrational to defend yourself in that situation? Like, bro, you just crashed into my car. So this one was like, well, what if, let's flip it, what if that person was illegal? Well, I wouldn't care. Like, at that point, did you intentionally ram me? Then we have a problem regardless of where you're from.
Sure.
And if it was an accident, are you okay? Or is my family okay? Like, it was an accident. I'm not going to care about all the nonsense. So it's like, it's just the fact that people, like, the moment you say illegal,
like they're not even human.
Yeah, they're not human. And then you look and you say, okay, but can't you agree that a lot of these people are like here legally with like green cards or visas? No, that's not happening. And it's like, okay, but it is happening. And it's like, so I don't know, there's just this disconnect of like what people don't want to believe is happening.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't know, it's just weird.
Well,
it's just a fucking weird time.
You know, I agree with you.
I don't know how we get back.
I agree with you on that. One thing that concerns me, because on one hand, I think you could give people the ignorance defense, which is like, they just literally are not thinking about it critically, which is common. You know, you're not taking, I don't think there's many steps of critical thought to get to be like, oh, this is not acceptable. But that's why I think there's probably some people that fall into that camp. And then I think the more likely thing is, as long as it aligns with my beliefs, then I'm good with it.
Right.
So for me, that's not a principled stance. Let's use just like, we may disagree on like the severity of this, but let's just, because this was common, people saying, oh, the left is canceling people because of like anti-trans things or misogynistic or racist views or whatever. I was against that when that was happening. I don't think anybody should be canceled because they said something that was offensive or racist, or it's just a point of view, debate with it or whatever. And people that don't support that language don't support that person's business. And that's how it'll be rectified. My thing is, the same people that are like cheering on this, which is, I think, obviously a more violent and disruptive version of that. You know, you're literally pulling people off the street, or you're canceling people because of anti-Israel sentiment, things like that. Like, why would you have an issue with the other and not have an issue with this? It's not coherent.
And what's funny is, with that canceling, how many people did the government cancel?
Okay.
So
I mean, I'd have to really think about this, but I mean, it's a good question.
So it was, sure, you had some politicians that were saying, hey, like, we don't agree with this, but it was mainly the public would react to what something came, someone's story or what someone said came out. Public would react, and then their employer would then react to the reaction of the public. As wrong as it is, I sat there and said, I disagree with it, but this is a private company carrying out whatever their policy is. We have a policy against you saying such and such online. Where the canceling really, I think, started, if I remember, was the Me Too movement.
I mean, I think it's probably around that time in general, though, because I mean, I feel like there was heightened sensitivities around like
there was
racist stuff and all that. But I mean, I agree with you that, you know, that was a huge sort of conduit to bring us to where we were at.
People lump some of that Me Too stuff in with the the woke whatever. And it's like, no, the Me Too shit. Yeah, we should have canceled Harvey Weinstein and shit like that. Like, that shit didn't matter. But that's the difference, is that was a lot of private. This is the government. This is the federal government coming after you based off of things you say, based off of just right now. You had a protest. There wasn't even a protest in DC. They had a concert. They've had, this is the 6th annual Nightmare, like something Nightmare. It's a concert that they have. Food trucks, games, all this. Bro, they sent the fucking military and police on them and dispersed the crowd. And Fox and them ran with it as if it was like some protest that was getting out of hand, and it was just a concert. It was a fucking event.
Well, you have that example, a similar example with like the response in Washington, I think it was, or Oregon, where the reports from like internal sources was that there wasn't much energy behind the protest and things like that, and they still sent it in anyway. At that point, I remember Trump saying that I don't remember the verbiage they used, but basically it was the reason I ended up investigating this further was because he used some crazy terminology that like Oregon or Washington, whichever state it was like being torn apart, and like I wish I could remember the exact, because I want to say it was like a war zone, or there was some kind of terminology like that was really he was using that as an opportunity to like get this public support for sending National Guard into a state, which, like I said, the internal communication from his own agencies were that it was low energy and that there wasn't that much going on, honestly.
And the fact that the people cheering that on are the same people that tell you that don't tread on me. And
the government's going to take your guns.
And the Second Amendment is to be against them coming on your streets.
Yeah.
So it's like, so again, and it's whatever's sold, they're just going to believe. And it's crazy because you just had, I think there was a Homeland Security guy, that little 5'6" bald dude that really angry all the time. Or not bald, he had a fade, but he's angry all the time. That guy, he flat out came out and was like, if you don't want us to come, then don't protest. And it's like, what? So again, so now we're in this place in this country where you can't even exercise your First Amendment at all.
Yeah.
As long as it doesn't, if you don't fit the narrative that the administration wants, you're not allowed to have rights.
No, for sure. I think even when you're talking about like the things that are generally peaceful protests and relatively, I mean, when you think about like the boycotting of Israel, the BDS laws are like a perfect example of it. And that's why when we were doing the podcast 2 months ago or something, we were really animated about that issue specifically, because it is something that's like, you're not harming anybody. You're just saying, I don't want to support this foreign country.
Right.
So why should that not be within your right as an American? Like, that's just,
as an American,
it makes literally no sense to me. There's no excuse for it. You have to shut off any critical thought in order to accept that. And some people do, where they just decide they don't give that much of a fuck about it. And I agree. That's like it's completely shitting on your like core principles. If your core principles are things like freedom of speech or upholding the Constitution, and these are things that I feel really strongly about as well, and I actually find a lot of common ground with conservatives a lot of the time around those kind of like values. But where you lose me is this kind of shit where it's like, well, because I don't want illegals in the country, then I'm willing to say fuck the Constitution, fuck their rights, fuck just being a humanitarian in general and just treating people like humans.
Fuck following the values taught by this country. And it pisses me off because like when you stand up against it, or you even voice your opinion saying, hey, I'm not with this, which I feel like there's a lot of people just quiet, bro. Like they're so quiet on both sides with this shit.
Yeah.
But like when you voice it, all you get back is, well, you just feel this way because you hate Trump.
Yeah.
You just hate Republicans. You just hate Trump. And it's like, bro, I guess that's what separates us, is that I don't have this feeling to where I have to be, my morals and principles are beholden to a politician or beholden to anybody else's beliefs or actions.
Yeah.
I have my morals and principles. And when it has come to immigration, I have always stood strong on the fact that I am a firm believer in us having immigration in this country. I'm a firm believer in people having the opportunity to come and better their lives. When it comes to healthcare, when it comes to education, when it comes to war, when it comes to the economy, I have always stood strong on my beliefs and shit. So to minimize it just because you yourself can only follow what he says, it's only because you hate him, is so it's bullshit, bro.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think that what is really concerning to me is the average person that has this issue. That's why I love having these conversations as normal people ourselves, and I do think it's really important. And I encourage people to get involved with it with us. Sandor and Wiggy, they're a great example of that. And Wiggy being a Texan, it's really important that there's not like this kind of like just this blind trust or whatever. It's even deeper than that. It's like it is past the level of trust, and it's like just a full on. That's why the cult thing is apt, because there's like a level of just submission to this ideology, and like whatever benefits that ideology, whether it's right or not, and it benefits the country itself, is kind of irrelevant. It's like, as long as my team is winning and my team is benefiting, and I think the thing that's, I understand that more, like when we're talking about the Marco Rubios and stuff, you just have this kind of like, you can understand the career monsters and like how they're acting, you know, the politicians that are just career climbing and all this kind of shit. It's where it's really concerning is where like, and we've talked about this before with like Gates Open Media or even Denzel. I've had this argument with him before, which is when was talking about voting for Trump and things like that. Somebody that is of middle class or poor, you're voting against your own interest if you're doing that. Like just plain and simple, you've bought into whatever the team aspect is, and then whatever at the end of the day is your own personal your family's betterment. It's like there's no question that we are not going to be the ones that benefit from, for example, like
the big beautiful bill.
Well, big beautiful bill, or I'm thinking about like the wars, for example, the invading Venezuela that we've talked about tonight.
The 2-year plan in Gaza that they have.
2-year plan in Gaza, all those things. Those are all things that are meant to basically launder money into the richest hands. I'm not for that. That's why, once again, like Wiggy is somebody that's a good example of this, who's a like national socialist or whatever, where it's like, we can come to some kind of agreement on that. And he said this earlier, somebody did about you, where it's like, at the end of the day, if you truly love the country and you put the country first before like whatever talking head or politician that you're worshiping, then, you know, I think it's extremely clear, like the Trump situation. And I think the problem is that we have some of this going both sides. Like you don't really, one of the problems with like Kamala, for example, we talked about earlier, was that she also didn't only separate herself from Biden, but she really didn't separate herself from Trump really when it came to like the Gaza thing. Like Trump won over fucking Muslims in Michigan. Like that should fucking never happen. But the thing is like you can't honestly
lie, bro.
You couldn't trust the other side either. He's going to be more violent and outrageous with it. But it's like it's not as if Biden or presumably you would assume, if you're just like basically overlaying Biden's record onto Kamala and assuming it would be pretty similar, like there was an obvious appeasement strategy that was happening to the base. Like, hey guys, we don't like it, but nothing was stopping. You know what I mean? So
see, that's where the critical thinking somehow comes into play, though, where it's like, okay, I understand Trump says a lot of good shit at times.
Yeah.
Do we not ever get to a point where this man is a salesman, where he is a fucking like he enjoys the sale?
Yeah.
He enjoys lying to you.
Yeah.
He enjoys painting this picture, selling the whole thing, and then pulling it out from under you. That's all he's done over and 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 over again. And it's like, God damn, at what point? So yeah, I sit there and I get so frustrated with people when I talk to them, because there's like that, like I said, that disingenuous part where it's like, you just feel this way because you hate him. And it's like, bro, please quit with that shit. Actually come with some substance and tell me why you actually agree with it.
Yeah.
And what's funny, and okay, so I remember, it's like I follow the Department of Labor and Homeland Security and all them on Facebook, and they constantly share like these like videos and pictures of like
TikToks and shit
of what their mission is, what they're defending. And every single time it is a fucking depiction of 1960s, 1950s America, always white people, and you're like your stereotypical white guy at the time or white kids at the time. And it's like, and I pointed that out, and Paul, you always look for race and everything. That's such bullshit. And it's like, hold on. Do you not understand where the homeland? They keep talking about homeland. This is our homeland, our homeland, our homeland. But there's only one person that they're representing.
Yeah.
There's only one person that they show you whose homeland it is. And then you have people who have told you that the white people are going to be a minority by 2050 and that they can't let that happen. Where can you not see at all with everything that's going on? You literally just had JD Vance come out and say that his whole goal is to lower the immigration number. It's not just about getting out illegals or getting out criminals. They want less immigrants in this country. Why? And especially when our Constitution and everything about us, our Bill of Rights, everything about our fundamental principles is to be pro-immigration.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
And then I get, well, there's resources, Paul. The resources. How many homes are for sale or for rent right now?
No,
how many job openings are there right now?
There's less of those.
But there's jobs. Like there's less good jobs.
Well, no. So I think right now, and you guys correct me.
I will say a lot of people have been fired. I guess these corporations have been firing people.
Yes, but but even there's even a more and correct me if I'm wrong on this, guys, because I am going from information from a couple weeks ago, but I want to say right now is the first time in a long time that we've had more people in the job market looking for jobs than there are jobs. So that's actually a statistic.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That I don't think is due to immigration as much as is due to policy that has been put forth through our obvious economy.
It's AI shit. It's just the kind of like stockholder.
So that's manufactured then.
Yeah. Well,
organically, immigration wasn't causing that. You had all these job openings. You could find jobs. You can find places to live. The resources weren't falling out. The grocery store throws away fresh produce and meat every day because it's not purchased.
I'm disagreeing with you on the job thing, but I understand your point. I don't know. That's a side thing where I do think that that's a problem. And I do think, like, for example, illegal labor does allow, or even just, even honestly, foreign labor allows to depress the wages of people that are natural Americans. And what I mean by that, for example, we had the conversation with the H-1B1 visas at the time, which is a legal way to come to the country, by the way. But the fact that they have access to those employees does depress the amount of money that people that are here applying for those jobs, what they may not get the job, or they're able to hire those people at a lower rate. So if you want to come in as American and be competitive for it, you have to be willing to accept what they would accept, which is less. Which
for me, just to respond to that.
Yeah, please.
To me, if you're asking me as a politician, how can you fix this issue? Isn't to let less people. It's to fix the laws of what the hiring practicing could be. You can't, regardless of visa or citizenship.
Well, you might be shutting that path to citizenship down a bit.
The minimum wage has to be followed and it has to be up. So that these
they are following that though. But the thing is, they are following that. It's just a matter of, still if people. So they're coming over to America and they have to accept these jobs, and this is the only reason they're in America. Right. So they're able to offer them less, which you wouldn't be able to do to an American, because an American could say, fuck this job. I'm going to go to another place. You can't do anything to me. Yeah. Whereas these immigrants, you can't go to another job or else you have to leave America. So I think, So I think that is something that is a real issue. And now I do agree with you. I think that we have to address it from a policy standpoint. And one, I think so one thing that they say is like, we don't have enough Americans that can do these jobs. I think that is actually a lie. So I think that's, you're starting it based on a lie, but let's just, so we can engage with it, let's just assume that that's correct. Well, then that's why we have to make things like education more affordable here. We have to ask that these companies, for example, that need the workforce, that they subsidize or help support education being more affordable, so then they can have the workers. The point isn't like, oh, okay, well, the native population here is fucked, so let me just pluck people out of India and just fuck actually addressing the actual issue. So I mean, we're in agreement, but I think, like I said,
to take it even further.
Yeah, please.
You have a governor that just fired a football coach, fired an AD, and said that he's choosing a new football coach for a public college university because taxpayer dollars help pay his salary, which is a far stretch of the reality of how football coaches get paid. Yeah. They get paid through the endowment, but yes, their pay does affect taxpayers in a way, but it's a very complex.
Who is this you're saying?
So
this is about who?
Jeff Landry, the governor of Louisiana, is who made the call to fire Chip Kelly. Not Chip Kelly.
Oh yeah.
Brian Kelly. And then he also got the AD fired and said, because he said like the AD is not making the choice because the AD is who gave him the buyout. And it's like, and basically he found a way, typical governor bullshit, that there's so much money involved in college football, found a way to get himself involved. Yeah. But my point in saying this is,
so they're not paying the buyout?
No, they are paying the buyout.
Gotcha.
But now he's in control of basically what's going on at LSU's football program. So my point with this is he uses it as like this reasoning for taxpayers, and that's where people are like, see, he's looking out for us. So okay, let's apply the same logic to business. Then when companies need to file bankruptcy, or when companies need to fire a bunch of people in order to get themselves back into good standing financially because they made a lot of poor decisions as a corporation, then why don't we go for the CEO? Why do they still get bonuses? So it's like, so there's so much that's wrong with this country as far as like economically speaking, that's doesn't have anything to do with immigrants or the way that they get citizenship or the way they get jobs, and all about the people at the top of it all. That's kind of where I wish people will kind of look. but instead we ignore that because we feel as if there's no way to change that. So then we just look at the easier target, right?
Sure.
And that's kind of what pisses me the fuck off. But you know, it's human beings. So
the Jaded, by the way, said, "Hey, so what's up to you, Jaded? Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate you. Make sure you hit like for me." And then Sandor said, "Hello, Jaded." Wiggy said, "I don't know if Kamala would have navigated the Ukrainian, European, Russia problem." And then Sandor says, "Of course not. She would have been a mess and continued on Biden's policy." So, did you have anything you want to say on that?
Yeah, I get that. But what have we done so far?
With that, I mean, nothing. I mean, I guess. So one thing, if
I
was
a lot
playing
of lip
this,
service.
well, not even just that. Like I said, we want to be fair because we can be fair because honestly, in my opinion, it's been such a clusterfuck that's like to give any credit. It's like they're still fucked. So one thing that I think they did do that's good is they've opened up communication with Russia.
Yeah.
So they've talked to Putin. That was one thing that Biden wasn't willing to do, and I do think that was just not the way that diplomacy works.
Correct.
So I don't think much has come from that, and Trump has mostly embarrassed himself through those talks.
He's gone back and forth.
He's went back and forth, and
we're building a tunnel to Russia.
Yeah, that's interesting. So yeah, generally I would say not good. I don't have much hope for how it would have been the other way around. But to be honest, I do think it would be slightly better. But my point or a lot better even. But I think that
I don't know if it would be a lot better, but I just know it would have been.
I'm not saying with that issue. I'm saying generally,
our
like
country,
a lot of the things that we're having would
be a
not
lot
have
better
happened.
off.
Yeah.
Be a lot better off.
But kind of the calculation I was making around voting time was that there obviously is this horrible period, which is worse than what I intended to expect.
It was about how I thought.
It's worse than what I expected, to be honest. But with that being said, I do think that if the Democrats take the lessons that they should take from this, then I think that this is an opportunity to have like a reborn Democrat Party that is more representative of, I think, what the people want, because you're just not going to win appeasing billionaires, which you're never going to be able to satisfy to the tune of that conservatives can. Yeah, because
they just gave money for a ballroom, which is what. Yeah. And what's funny is I shared this. What's funny is that at the same time that Hitler built a ballroom that was fun, that was a bunker. They had a bunker underneath, and it was the fallout. And Trump fired everybody who's the oversight for the plans that the government had appointed to oversight. You had he's not sharing any information as far as like blueprints, and all the richest people in the fucking world donated their money to this motherfucking thing.
Yeah.
So it's just very weird that I sit there and I say, I understand that sentiment. As far as like, well, let's teach the Democrats a lesson. I just hope that there's anything on the other end of this, because
I agree.
Because I've said it before, but like it's even more now. When you don't act how you want, like you don't do whatever the fuck you want if you want your wife to stay, right? If you're fear of there being any repercussions or consequences to your actions, especially in politics, politicians will fucking bend over, do a 360 and whatever the hell they can to stay into power and keep people happy, right? That's where Denzel was talking about, like doing what your constituents want.
Sure.
Right. This administration and everybody in the GOP, everybody in this MAGA, are going against everything that their constituents want. So they're already breaking pattern where it comes to like wanting to make their people happy. They're flat out at town hall saying what you want from me, right? You have to where they're going after people with legal battles that have really no ground or stance, like Bolton and all that, where it's like, what the fuck? To where if the shoe was to flip if it was to go on the other foot, you guys are fucked. Yeah. You're sending military into cities and literally saying how you're targeting Democratic cities only, as if there will be no flip on that.
Yeah, that one I don't think hits as hard because I think that like their base probably really eats that up. But I agree with your first point.
It's not the base. Well, if a Democratic president comes into play, you don't think one of the first things is going to is going after them legally for all the shit that they've done.
Well, yeah, that's true. But then you have to get elected first. So I'm saying, like, if you're able to inspire your base to a point to where you can get elected through them.
Okay.
And then one issue I think with the Democrats, because you said like teach them a lesson, and I get that, but that's almost like I feel like that's a little bit too harsh, just because it's like I do think that there's evidence that the Democrats, the liberals, have not been really serving their base. Like they've been trying to keep 2 feet in 2 different places, where it's like, yeah, they want to appease their base, and then they really want to serve their donors. So it's like they want their base to continue to vote, and that's why there was a lot of uproar around the black community specifically, which Trump got a bigger share of that vote than your typical Republican, because a lot of people who were black were saying and people have said this for a long time from that community, as far as like, you take our vote for granted. You assume that we're just going to vote Democrat. Now, I don't think that they're getting anything on that from the other group, but I do understand. Yes. But I do understand the thought of like, we're a block that you just assume you're going to get our vote, so you don't actually like truly campaign to us. So and you don't give us the same kind of promises that, like what Trump, for example, was promising the people who he does truly serve, which is the rich. Now, to your point, though, this is one thing that I think will be their downfall. Is I think they're making one thing that Trump did was he inspired people that were not your typical Republican nowadays. So, like, for example, Gates Open Media is somebody that wouldn't typically be like a staunch Republican, but he got fucking brainwashed by the talking points and all the bullshit. Yeah. But my point being with that is like, I don't like when they're taking away things like food stamps, for example. This is a current example. I don't think they're making the calculation of how many Republicans rely on food benefits.
Yes.
Yeah, rely on food stamps, and how that's not something that they'll take lightly when they're seeing that they can't provide the same level of food or lifestyle to their family.
And then Cash Patel just takes a private jet.
And they just did a fucking Great Gatsby themed fucking party at the White House, I believe. It was thrown by Trump. I'm assuming the White House. I saw some pictures from it.
The one the girls danced. That was Mar-a-Lago.
Okay. So, but it was either way, it was Great Gatsby themed, which is just the funniest fucking thing in the world, because it's like, it's so on the nose.
But that's the thing is they don't, and that's my thing that scares me, is the fact that they don't give a fuck. There is no fear of what's going to happen. So that's where it's like, okay. And then you have the how many, I think 3 or 4 states now have done or doing the redistricting to make it all red. Yeah. So again, there's a plan.
That's disgusting. That's fucking
there's a plan to where there isn't. And again, he said it. Yeah. He said you'll never have to do it again. And that's where, like, I understood, like the sun, like I said, I understood the plan with like the Jill Stein voters, like yourself. Yeah. I just think that this was a poor calculation of timing, because if Project 2025 even became 70% true, which it has at 70% at this point, it was going to be so fucking bad. And here we are. And dude, and like I said, it's just, you're looking at it and their plans are even worse. And their plan was by 2026 it was going to be completed.
Well, but the one issue with that from my perspective is that if the opposition is not truly an opposition, then what are you voting for? If you vote for Democrats when they're running on what I feel like was honestly a fucking diet conservative policy this time around, it's like we can't
prolong. I guess you're just prolonging the inevitable.
You are. Yeah, exactly. And it's and I think that people that, at least like myself, we're looking for a party that's going to be truly oppositional to at this point, fascism. I think it's even more important. And if anything, the poor calculation of timing, how I would push back on that is I think we're fucking 60 years too late, to be honest.
Yeah,
like these are things
we are late.
We are so late.
But the American people are just late to that.
Yeah, well,
because again, universal health care 10 years ago was the most absurd idea to American voters. Like that's why Bernie never got any real traction.
Well,
he was too socialist for them. Yeah. Now it's like, well, no, this is the fucking only way it should be.
But I think that is I think some of that is, you're talking about propaganda a little bit, and what I mean by that is I think he was up against that. He wasn't like he didn't have the same access. A lot of his campaigning was just grassroots type shit.
Not APAC.
So exactly. He wasn't invited to the parties. So I think that I don't know that we've actually seen that, is my point.
Okay.
It's like I think that the people that have been elevated to represent the Democratic Party have been corporate Democrats that are good for business. And like I said, I get that, but that's that's not in my best interest. I come from poor fucking background. You know what I mean? Like my family right now, my dad is on fixed income, lives with my stepmom. They're struggling. Like, you know, they're struggling to hold it down. My mom, same thing. Like she works a full fucking job and struggles to, you know, make ends meet. And now, regardless of the fact that both of them have worked their entire life, my dad worked in the field that you work in, air conditioning, to the point to where he's basically like his body's debilitated.
Yeah, brother.
Because it's guess what? After 40 years of doing that, you're fucked. It's just what it's just like
your
what it is.
knees, your back, your hands,
exactly.
Everything's done.
He has a metal rod in his fucking back for what? Like, what did he get from that? And it's like his work was valuable in my opinion. He wasn't
brother. He was able to have lights on in his house, and food on the table, and that's all you should fucking be grateful for. You get it. And
sure,
you know, and I'm
and I understand your point, but that was also contingent on something. So it's like those are, and I know that you're just saying like that's how our society works, and we're in agreement. That's fucked up.
I'm being sarcastic. That's the bullshit.
Yeah.
That's the bullshit. And then you have the people who make the equipment, who fucking are the ones that making us run around because they get more money because it's cheaper. And brother, and it's like, bro, trust me. I look at the people who are older than me in the field, and I just sit there and go, what the fuck is my future? I don't have one.
Sure. No, I understand that. Even like I wasn't doing stuff like that. It was less physically demanding as that. But even the kind of work that I was in, same kind of thing. It's like you're still moving shit all day, up and down all day, on your feet all day for 10 hours. I was a manager, so I was working 10-hour shifts. It's like, you know, that is taxing, and your labor is being exploited because you're in a position to where you have to accept a job that you can feed yourself off of. Like you said, there's no long-term planning. If you are doing long-term planning, I mean, like for example, I just quit that job, but I was just at a job where I was working 50 hours a week. I also am a full-time student. In between that, I'm also a dad when I could be that, you know what I mean? So it's like, what kind of sacrificing is my child unknowingly taking with just because of what that is. So I mean, the party that's like, oh, it's all about family and supporting families and like, guess what? My woman, thankfully, she's able to work from home, but she has to work in order for us to comfortably live.
And that's the thing when you talk about crime statistics, and you talk about a lot of things. Well, when you don't have a parent in the home and kids have to raise themselves, or kids are out and about, or they're at the school till 6 o'clock, they're not getting the same fucking nourishment. They're not getting the same nurturing as all the other kids that get to sit there and be at home and have a parent there, or have a nanny at home and all that, which again, it's all boo-hoo and cry, and there are other people with worse issues.
Sure.
But it's just, man, I'm telling you, man, you sit there doing the job and you're broken down and you're at home and you're like, man, on Friday it feels good when you get a good paycheck. But when you have to work 60 hours to get that paycheck, and it is backbreaking work. And then you can sit there and go, man, I'm 32 years old, and getting up off the ground is a fucking pain. Well, and
you know, and what would really hurt your feelings is if you, and you may even know this because you worked with families, so I'm sure you have some idea of like the behind the scenes numbers. But when you realize the percentage of that business and the percentage of profit that you receive compared to the percentage of labor that you're putting into the business, you would feel bad about that.
It is demoralizing at times.
So even when you're saying good check, we're conditioned to take that check and think this is a good check, when in reality, you know, it's not anywhere near what your skills really should be demanding.
That's where my mind always goes immediately, is like, okay, well, this is a good check for me, but what could it be?
Oh yeah.
And it's like, but then the industry's so fucked. Like, to own your company in my industry, you literally have to look at someone in the face, sell them a system that that over the 10-year warranty, you're going to service probably 12 to 25 times by drain lines, capacitors, coils, compressors, fan motors, both inside and out. They're all going to go bad multiple times throughout the lifespan. These people are going to pay thousands of dollars upon the thousands of dollars that they've already paid for the system. And you know that's going to happen. And basically what you can stand on is, well, I'll be here when you call.
Hey,
I'll be here. Okay. And it's like, to me, like that, there's no integrity in that. So you take the pride of it out, and I can fix shit all day. But it's like, man, I sit there and I think I won't have a retirement, but at least the other day a guy called me his hero.
Oh shit! Right? I'm sure you are. I mean, living in Florida doing AC,
you are. I was like, hey man, you're my hero, man. Like, thank you so much. Oh, appreciate it.
Yeah. That's on a personal level. So, I mean, I agree with you. Like, for example, I was working the other day and we had some issues and somebody ended up coming in and helping out. And I actually said the same thing to him. So that's what makes me think of that. I was like, you're the fucking man. Thank you. Da, da, da. And I'm sure that did make him feel, I hope so.
It feels good.
I was appreciating, but in reality, like he was probably making $14.50 an hour. And where I appreciate him on a personal level, I hope he understands that. And he is still making some money or whatever, but it's like, I barely know that person and I know that they're worth way more than that. But rather than pay that, whoever on the back end would rather be able to afford an extra house this year or be able to afford even more. It gets even more fucking ridiculous than that. But my point being is that there has to be some kind of even playing. Not even's not the right word, because I understand people that are like, well, the business owner takes the risk and da 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 da. I'll speak for myself, but everybody that I've talked to about this, they all understand that the business owner should be making more than everybody else. But the point is like we should be trying to prevent the exploitive relationship. And unless you have things like collective bargaining, the idea of like, hey, everybody's replaceable and all that, as sad as that is to say, it's the reality to a certain degree. Especially when you don't give a fuck about the service you're providing, which is pretty common.
My boss, I love my boss. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
Known him for a long time. Love his son, work with his son. Great. The reality is, while he's at home enjoying his time, and it's a nice house, expensive pool, all that,
get his dick sucked.
I was getting a call out in fucking Boca Grande at 9:00 at night, 55 minutes away from my fucking house.
Damn.
Doing a goddamn call. People have a labor warranty and a parts warranty. So they paid a little bit of money when they got the system to not even have to pay for my services. They wanted to debate on the $99 fucking service call. So I said, listen, get it. We can't be in business if we only charge for a diagnostic fee. They said, okay, yeah. Boom. Gave me the card. Have a nice day. Now, again, they have like a multi-million-dollar house on Boca Grande. You think I got a tip for being out there at 9:00 at fucking night?
Yeah.
And it's like, and that's like, so then I even say something like that on Facebook. You have people out there, well, you know, I'm sure they paid more money for you to go out there that late. And it's like, you think I fucking saw that shit? How the little bit of gratitude to me? So it's like, it's again, you don't have to tip me.
Well, no, it's just, can I just add context? I want you to respond. Go ahead. I want you to respond to what I'm saying.
I just want to say real quick, because every single time I've ever gone to a blue collar person's house or a poor person's house or just a regular fucking person's house, they give a tip. But it's always the people that have the most that act like, well, yeah, this is just your job.
Yeah, I've heard that. So, and I get the sentiment that you're saying, but where I would push back against that is like, it's not really their responsibility. Your business should be paying you a wage that's just fair. That shouldn't even be something you're thinking about. Now, I understand why you are, and I'm sure that you get, like you said, that you make decent money, and relatively, I'm sure that's true. But yeah, I think like the reality is like you should be getting compensated a fair wage to where it's like the customer bridging that gap shouldn't even be a thing. The person, you're right, as far as like the guy that's sitting at the fucking house with his family, you know, whatever the fuck he's been doing all day, there should be something built in to compensate you appropriately.
Yeah, which you get the time and a half. So that's great.
Yeah.
But again, it's just,
I get it. Yeah.
I wouldn't call somebody at 9:00 at night.
Well, yeah. And I, like I said, what you're saying, I've heard people say it before that work in like service jobs where they're like, I've heard like rich people are more stingy than the average poor person. And I know, like for myself, like I said, I would consider myself coming from humble beginnings. Whenever I go out to the restaurant or whatever, it's not even a question whether or not I'm going to tip well. I'll not go to a restaurant if I can't afford to tip.
Bro, regardless of the bill, I don't go less than $10.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I just go off the percentage. It's like 15 to 20%, but I feel it. As long as it's not something that went horribly wrong, then I'll do 20%. But I pretty much start at the 20%. And then, like I said, now I have had to go lower than 20% if somebody's just a complete fucktard. But even then, I still will tip.
Still give a tap.
Yeah, of course. But the thing is, in reality, that's because there's a social kind of agreement that's been created.
I'm paying for your service, man.
Well, there's a social agreement that's created because those people are being exploited by the restaurants that they serve. That's just what it is. Like if if each table that they're serving is, a $50 tab, or I don't know what it'd be on average. Let's just say 30. But I know when I go out to eat nowadays, it's fucking $50 goddamn dollars every time.
3 tacos each today.
Oh man, Taco Bell is one of the worst.
No. Plaza Mexico.
Okay, Plaza Mexico.
$40.
Damn. 3 tacos for $40?
3 no, it was 6 tacos total. So 3 for me with the rice and beans,
shit.
3 for the rice and beans, a Coke, one soda.
Yeah.
We shared a soda and a water.
That's great.
$40.
Wow.
And I'm like, God damn, what happened?
Yeah, fucking that's
Bro,
when ice gets
I
called.
used to be able to eat at 20.
That's when ice gets called.
I
Plaza
used to be
Mexico.
able to go out and eat for $20.
Yeah, wow.
That was not too long ago.
Oh, bro, one of going out by yourself, this should be $10. That was like what it was.
$13 understandable.
$13 is understandable. You treated yourself a bit.
Yeah.
You got an extra thing.
Yeah. I got a large fried soda.
Exactly. But no, yeah, so that's just, I don't even understand how that's tenable. So, and once again, like I said, I'm just letting you know whenever you guys, it's 11:30 now.
Oh shit. Yeah, let me get bounced.
Yeah, you're good. I'm gonna go through these comments, brother. Thank you. It was great vibe,
everybody.
Everybody,
Peace,
Paul
love.
B.
Peace,
Balcom,
love.
Balcom
Peace,
B.
love.
Paul. Go add him up on Instagram
Roll
and
Tide.
Facebook. Roll Tide. They had a bye week this week, right?
Oh, brother, yeah. By the fucking way, real quick, where am I at?
Yeah. There you go. You're right.
Disney and ESPN.
Why are you saying fuck them?
So I'm a YouTube TV guy because
Okay.
NFL
Oh,
Sunday
yeah.
ticket. So the fact, and listen, y'all motherfuckers, lucky Alabama's off today. So
Yeah.
I got a week to figure this shit out.
You would have had hell to pay.
But listen, the fact that Disney went ahead and raised their prices to YouTube TV and other streaming services, so that way either they pay this large sum or they don't have it anymore. So now YouTube TV doesn't have ESPN or Disney or ABC.
Oh wow.
So then you go on Disney Plus, like, all right, well, I pay for Disney Plus, right? $18 fucking dollars a month. Oh no, if you want to watch football, if you want to watch ESPN now, $30 or $40 a month.
Damn.
You want with ads, 30.
Yeah.
With limited ads, 40. It's like, what the fuck are you talking
There's
about?
no good choices anymore.
You took so the SEC, which my entire life has been on CBS.
Yeah.
You fucking went to ESPN this year, and now it's off my television.
Yeah. Hey. Brother, I'm just letting you go. I hear you.
I'm just
I
letting you
hear it
know
in your
that there's a
voice.
state in Alabama. There's a state of Alabama with a lot of crazy motherfuckers. Bro.
Yeah, it's gonna be an uprising.
Roll fucking time.
They'll rise again. They've been talking about that for a long time. But I appreciate my brother Paul, and we're gonna rock out for the rest of this pod here solo. If anybody wants to join, y'all can go ahead and join at any point. But I'm also gonna go through these comments and catch up on those because I've been trying to get to them. I apologize, y'all, but it's been a little bit, so we've been rocking. I wanted these guys to be able to speak their mind, although we only talked about like fucking 3 of the topics I had. But it's because, like I said, we needed to get in there. All right. So Wiggy says, I want more American kids, less immigrants. Damn, Paul, you hear that? Then Sandor says, America, fuck more. And that is a little bit of a problem that we're running into. Make the standards of living better, incite people to work, live, and reproduce. The Ponzi scheme falls apart when we don't have 3 or 4 kids. The line don't go up. People have the heart attack. Wiggy, I mean, I think that's fair. That's a really good kind of concise way to put it. And as far as like actually addressing and solving those problems, as far as like population collapse and things like that. So if you are going to be one of the people that are like, we want American kids, we don't want to, make up the difference with people that are foreign born, then the government has to take a real interest in that, and just the communities in general, as far as like exactly what you're talking about, raising the standards of living so people feel comfortable and confident bringing life into the world, and that they're going to be able to experience a life that's worth living. Like right now, when you look around, I already have a child, so but I think about if I were not a parent, if I was somebody that was going to be having a kid in the state of the world at this point, there would be cause to pause. I mean, there would be reason to be a little concerned about what their quality of life will look like ultimately. Now, me as a narcissist, I'm gonna keep on having kids, but Sandor says capitalism wants open borders. They want illegals, and this actually. So we've addressed this before. I've talked about this with Paul a little bit actually, because I do think this is some place that Democrats have kind of lost their way a little bit with this, as far as like a party, because I relate to the sympathy for the immigrant and things like that, and wanting to, and also just the values of the founding of our country. But you're 100% right, Sandor. I think they've kind of lost the plot with this, where the idea is to advocate for workers' rights and things like that. And the idea of conservatives back in the day, it was customary that they would want illegal, cheap labor. At some point, that got switched to where, Republicans got to take the angle of, we want, I guess, no illegals, or we don't want immigration. Like, that's not a view that I hold. But as far as mitigating the effect that it has on the population of Americans here, I think that is something that historically Democrats have been correct on, and just have lost the plot as far as like wanting to be the virtue signal party, and wanting to be able to say like, oh, we care about people, you don't care about people, you fucking don't care about, it's not quite that simple. There are other kind of like impacts, downstream impacts that come from that. So Wiggy says, I don't believe in economic zones, I believe in blood and soil. So evil, I know. So if you tend the land, then it's yours type shit. I love it. Dad in 1955 didn't need an education to have a family of 4, a house, car, and vacations. Absolutely. And I think you're right. I think when we're talking about like what Wiggy was saying here, as far as like standards for living, you want to be able to feel like there's a certain level of like pride that comes, obviously we're men, there's a certain level of pride that comes from, as far as like providing and being able to support the family, and also support your wife, for example. So there can be somebody that's hands-on in the home raising the children. So yeah, once that becomes something that doesn't really seem attainable, there's a lot of people that will be like, well, I'll wait until I can, and then may never happen. So then we end up in the situation we're in. I think also this probably has a lot to do with just the evolution of medicine and things like that. But right now we have a higher percentage of geriatric pregnancies than ever before. Now, like I said, I think some of that probably has to do with just the ability to safely carry a child into the world at that age. But might have somebody knocking on the door, I'm not sure. So if Paul, if you locked yourself out or something, you need to come back in, let me know, get in the comments, or knock louder. Sandor says, because Europe looked like Gaza too. I know, brother, I know. No more brother wars. Yeah, let's stop killing our brothers. You're my brother. Why are companies allowed to hoard profit and then forced to raise wages? They pass that on to the customer instead of using some of the profit. Exactly. No, 100%. I don't have to have an answer for stating a fact. That's true. Saying Kamala is useless isn't an endorsement of Trump. I'm in that same boat, Sandor, where I had issues and didn't vote for Kamala. I've said that before. But I never, in the history of my life, or specifically doing this podcast, I've always been opposed to the Trump regime, the 2016, and all, up to now. So 100%, I agree with that. I think it's even more important to point that out. Hopefully there would have been a course correction, but through the entire thing with Biden, before she was anointed the candidate, at that point there should have been some kind of I don't know, there should have been some account of what the people were saying. And I think we would have had a better end to that if we would have honestly heard the people out. And like I said, one thing with this, I mentioned it earlier, that I think is really dangerous with this, with that event, with them pushing Biden and they were going to make him the nominee, is the fact that because it didn't happen, I feel like people treat it as such a, like it basically didn't, like it never was a threat, and like that wasn't what they were trying to do. They were literally standing to the side while Biden was saying on national TV that only Jesus Christ himself could convince him not to run. And it was just like such a display of fucking delusional narcissism from a fucking vegetable. And so yeah, I think that I think it's principled, to be honest, to be able to look at that situation and say that, the Democrats weren't truly advocating for the votes that they were trying to get. They were just, if anything, they were trying to convince people who were conservatives and never Trumpers to vote for Kamala. I feel like that was really, if they were targeting any group of people, it was that group, which is like, there's no alignment there. Like, that's why you couldn't get somebody like me, which in reality should have been an easy vote to capture. But then there ended up being a lot of people like me that either just didn't place Kamala votes, or some people outright who voted for Trump. I mean, I couldn't get to that point because I definitely identified Trump as dangerous, but I will be honest, I think that it's been worse than what I anticipated. Remember what Geralt said, Paul? He didn't say shit about Kamala. That's true. I got to see this season. Who knows? A northern storm is coming right now. I'm watching it roll in. How foreboding. Giga Chad Vision. You're out there just fucking munching on some mushrooms, fucking being a shaman in your fucking front yard. I love it. You gonna put some pics up in the Discord of the storm? I need to see you just fucking out of your mind and on a hill, just foretelling the prophecy of the world. You remember those freaky ass fucking those freaky truth sayers on in 300 where he had to go up there and like fucking eat the leper lady's pussy or whatever he was doing? Leonidas was fucking real as hell for that. He did not flinch. That was actually the bravest thing he did. He said, fuck it, I'll go up here and have a three-way with the ladies in the fucking mountains. The Wikipom says the new capital leveled Berlin, renamed Germania. It would have been lit. The new Rome. If we could just go back. Sandor said, let them eat cake is coming. It's going to be ugly, boys. Yeah, I mean, I agree. That's a great point. And I do think that Trump really does represent that sentiment more than anything. It's like cheap entertainment. It's like, we're going to have the UFC at the White House. It's like, we're going to make fun of fucking retards. We're going to shit on trans people. It's like giving you like the red meat without any actual like substance that improves your own life personally. It's like, we're getting fucking trans out of sports. It's like, well, okay, like what about like me being able to buy a house? What about me being able to feed my family? What about me being able to feed myself? What about me being able to get a job that can actually provide some level of fulfillment and purpose that's not just completely horseshit. Sandor said you can't have two parties or even three and hope to speak with the voice of the people. I think that's a great point, Sandor, and we didn't actually get to that, but that is one, I think, part of the conversation that needs to be had. As far as like, obviously the situation that we have right now, it's like a flow chart that's just meant to fuck us. There has to be more checks and balances, which is part of the part of the principle that this country was really built upon, and our political system was built upon. I mean, our forefathers, everywhere you look in their writings and things like that, there's mentions of checks and balances and corruption and tyranny being a thing that's a short shot away. So, and if you don't actively work to, combat that, then it will overcome the people and the will of the people. So I agree with that. I think, more robust party systems, like that's one thing that 100% we could do, and I think would help alleviate the kind of like gangster political cartels that we have right now. And then also another thing, like what I was telling Paul, and as far as like why I couldn't give my vote to Kamala, it's because if I'm going to be a liberal person and I'm going to vote for a liberal candidate, I need them to actually be liberal. I don't need a like I said, Diet Coke Republican or something like that. So it's like, I want something that's actually, it doesn't have to necessarily be the antithesis of the other thing, but something that is a clear, different vision and in opposition. Like I said, it doesn't have to be the exact opposite in every single way. Sometimes some shit makes sense. I would actually prefer that. Like, can we certain things that can be agreed upon and that are common sense solutions, I'm all for finding those kind of agreements. Let's see here. So Sandor said, I think I've got some spare bootstraps around here. Hold on. I'm be happy with your goy slop, Paul's Mossad. I have had my questions, but he's come around a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. but I have had questions about my brother Paul a few times. Wiggy Womp says his wealth by proxy was stolen over a generation before his read Nietzsche. I actually, I have read a decent amount of Nietzsche actually, and the Good and Evil. Well, that's one of my favorite philosophy books actually. So that's one I could talk about a little bit with you, Wiggy, for sure. And I agree with a lot of like his frustrations. So it's like I think he definitely is a powerful writer. Actually, he was one of the first people that I was like reading, and like I was getting so into the philosophy aspect of it. I had to like remind myself that this is a person writing down their philosophy. It's not like facts. And I've talked about this on the podcast. You all probably heard it already, but it was a lesson for me as far as like, there's just a certain level of like authority, I think, that we give to like the written word and things like that. Where, reading his writings, actually, I had to be like, this is his view of it. There's a lot of value to be taken from it, but I can't, you have to take it in and critically consider it and not just like, you'll get radicalized quick. And by the way, and I don't know if I read this, but his wealth by proxy was stolen over a generation before his before, I'm assuming you're saying before his generation. And Sandor said 100%. And I would also say 100%. Like I've talked to you guys about this before, as far as like, the workers' rights and things like that. It's one of the things that gets me most animated. And Sandor has mentioned before, as far as like we may be a little late to combat that, because, and we've talked about as far as the leverage that the worker has over the the industry is really dwindling, because the need for the worker is dwindling. So that your labor was the only thing in sort of collectivizing that labor was the only real way to be able to negotiate on a even playing field with the person in the driver's seat as the owner. So let's see what else we got. Ben Shapiro thinks you shouldn't retire. Retirement bad. Work until you fall, goy slop. Yeah, fuck Ben Shapiro, obviously. He's a fucking disgusting piece of shit. And I have a video here of actually Matt Walsh. We might get into the videos now that everybody went ahead and left. So we might have some good reactions here to get into. If that red pills you, read Nietzsche. I'm red pilled, brother. I'm red pilled out the fucking wazoo. Sandor says, while Israel has every socialist luxury paid for by America. Some of them don't even have to pay for their fucking homes. You've wasted your life. Jesus fuck. Sandor says, Jesus, sorry, Wiggy. Yeah, no, this comment hit especially hard, my brother. Noticing personal, just from a philosophical standpoint. Nothing personal, just a philosophical standpoint. Haha, no worries, LOL. Yeah, fuck it. Hey, bro, my life is wasted. Who gives a shit, right? We had fun while we were here. Whatever. There's many things to learn, many ways to think. Just read. It's good for the soul. Yeah, I agree with that. Wiggy just called me basic. Yeah, no, he came through. I wasn't even clear. So actually, Sandor, you were the one that wasted your life. Okay. Well, hey, I'm right here with you, wasting away, brother. I mean, to me, media and entertainment is just a joke. I'm so separated from it. It's kind of wild, but it still controls so much here in terms of programming and propaganda. Yeah, I don't think that you can be like totally, unless you're going to be like off grid, or, maybe like you have your a plot of land that you stay to yourself on. And even then, societally, you're going to have things that are going to be brought upon you and like that are going to affect your way of living. But I mean, I'm kind of the same way, like to be honest. I mostly avoid like a lot of the online shit. I don't spend much time on my phone. And some of that's by design. Some of that's just like getting into like fucking, emotional mental slumps that cause me to isolate myself. So yeah, that's fun. That's just a little sidebar, a little side therapy session there. So Sandor says the media is another arm of the government, always has been. It just used to be subtle. Yeah, and then that's an interesting point, because you're correct, but even and I think even then, I guess there's some effort to sort of do that, but I feel like it was more of an effort made to separate media from the government and to paint itself as this sort of like frontier for the people against the government, to bring answers, like journalism, you know, if that ever existed truly, aside from like a few individuals that practice it. But like, I don't know if is journalism really even truly something that can be practiced when there's this kind of like filter that your work has to go through that is beholden to you know, some kind of like bigger vision. I don't know. It's an interesting thought, but I do agree with you, and I do think that it's interesting to see, you know, when there is like some effort made. But I mean, like shit like Fox News and stuff like that, they don't even, I don't watch Fox News. I only catch like Jesse Waters clip here and there. But I mean, I don't even see much of an effort being made to, if anything, they try to like nestle up next to the people that they're covering, like Trump. I mean, there's not even like a fake a veneer of criticism that, you know, hey guys, we're going to criticize here, but overall we're going to support the, by and large, the bullshit. There's just a full, like, we'll even get in on the fucking bullshit talking points, the witch hunts, the covering up conspiracies that, I mean, obviously exist and like have had some kind of like social impact on the country. So it's interesting. So what you mean? Negative. I'm blackpilling tonight. So he's just making people really fucking just over it, dropping knowledge. You do that every stream. That is true. He does drop knowledge every stream, but, and I mean, honestly, it's usually not like super positive. Usually we are looking at shit for what it is and just like, hey, you know, we're on a steep decline right now. Too old, seen too much shit. I question the future. It's a time to be alive, I guess. Yeah, we're here. Like you said earlier, I saw your comment, but we didn't get to like really highlight it. But where you mentioned like basically everybody, we're always living in the end times. You know, that's something I guess to take some kind of comfort from, is that we always think that we're fucked. We're completely fucked. This is fucking hilarious. Paul, eating tacos isn't community outreach, no matter what white men for Kamala tell you. Yeah, he was just supporting brown business. No big deal. Just supporting brown business. Imagine the fucking white man taco stand that fucking goes out of business because Paul can't get off his ass and fucking support his own. Now, like me, for example, like a fucking good American, last night after trick-or-treating, I brought my fucking beautiful child to Taco Bell, like she requested, like a American would. GG, Paul. Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Paul, for coming through and kicking it with us tonight. It was an awesome time. Yeah, have you seen how England is? Brazil, shit. Stuff been kind of crazy, been kind of nuts. Brits remembering they are in fact British after 100 years is hilarious to me. It's all part of the Zio plan, disrupt wars, immigration, refugees. They never go to Israel. They want chaos. That's an interesting thing. Interesting point. Can I request you try out a samurai top knot, please, James? Yeah. See, this is the thing. It's honestly a weird thing for me because I was working at my last job, and one part of the fucking policy was like your face has to be clear or whatever, with no hair in it. So they were actually kind of asking me to do that. I'm like, I need a fucking hat. I'm not doing a fucking ponytail. I'm a man. I let my hair down. I'm a man. I like to feel my hair on my shoulders. Okay, I don't put it up in a fucking little ponytail to fucking pull on. Hell no. But a samurai top knot, fucking maybe. I'm not going to sit here and fucking call samurais femboys, even though their ancestors, well, their descendants, obviously, you know, are femboys. What that you know of, it was a crapshoot. 300 still holds up. Still very gay. Still very awesome. I agree with that. But I mean, the thing is, the dudes that they were depicting were pretty gay and also awesome at the same time. I mean, you can't convince me that a group of guys, just because they're going to war, have to fuck each other to like feel close to one another. That's just like a little gay trap door that somebody, put into the fucking training process of a Spartan warrior. Like, who the fuck suggested that for the first time? Like, yeah, we should also fuck them while they're kids. Well, no, like, hear me out. Like, it's going to make them tough because like tough dudes are going to be nutting in them. So it's like that, Oh yeah, actually, no, he's making some points. He says, I mean, if gay means being bros with your bros, that's life sometimes. Yeah, sometimes you gotta fucking just get butt ass naked. You have my, and this is a red flag, brother. I'm just gonna say, Wiggy, you're saying you're running around your yard with a sword. I don't know how far the LARP goes, brother, but you'll have to let us know. I'm not gonna assume anything. You have my sword takes on a different meaning, Wiggy. You have my sword. 300 a tail, as old as time. Think Alamo for Texans. It's just an idea. Yeah, but dude, the motherfuckers in the Alamo weren't sucking each other off and like fucking each other in the butts. We're at the hot gates now. We're definitely in the fucking hot gates. This is the last stand. Hopefully I get to just be the fucking eye patch guy that comes back with the reinforcements. Let me get out of here for a little bit. Let me get out of here for the third act before the fucking raining arrows come down. Not that I wouldn't die with you boys in under a barrage of arrows, but just saying, I'd rather avenge you guys. I'd rather be the one to come back and avenge you guys. Wiggin needs to have 9 sons and send them out all over the world, Rothschild style, to red pill everybody. No, brother, I think that might be exactly that might be the way to go. We need just a bunch of wiggies out here just overthrowing, getting involved in banking and shit. And she's just like, and they could just be like, you know what? I think it'd be better if like this fucking country like controlled this fucking bank. Sandor said AI is probably the final straw. That's for sure. Yeah, I agree with that. And I do think that like that's why. So when you say we're at the hot gates, like when we're talking about things like workers' rights and things like that, 100% it's the that's where we kind of lose the leverage that if ever there was leverage, that's where we lose all the leverage that we were holding initially, the cards. Consul of the North and the South. And then Sandor says, my thoughts exactly, LMFAO. Wiggy says, I gotta roll, boys. Shit's getting nasty outside. Good stream. Hey, brother, be good. We hope to have you on here. I'm going to try to do this again. Obviously, the house has sold, so I want to get in as much time with these guys as possible, and I have a little bit of free time because I'm not working at the job I was. So I will definitely try to find some time to hop in here. It's just I'm in my living room now, so the garage is shut down. So it has to be a time when my daughter and my woman are like okay with being shut in a room for 3 hours. Because they can't be out here fucking up the audio, fucking up the camera shots and shit I have going on. Stay in the fucking room, and I don't want to hear from you guys. But yeah, no, genuinely check in, Wiggy. Check in on the Discord if you can, brother. I hope everything's good. I actually didn't even know there was a storm, to be honest. So I thought we were talking. I thought we were more being, metaphorical about a storm. But there's a legitimate storm. Get down in what's that called? Had down the hatches. And what's the term? And then Sandor says media pretended to be impartial. No, that's exactly right. And that's why you mentioning that, it does kind of send me on that kind of thought as it pertains to media. And I think that's fair. Yeah, I mean, there was, in a way, it was like they were in cahoots, and there's a situation where it's like, hey guys, we're going to be where the truth is. And then, we're then secretly behind closed doors. Well, we're obviously not going to give them the full truth. What's the story? What's the story to give them, So I think that's very relevant. And also part of where it falls apart when you think of, the idea of press and things like that, it's a noble idea, it's a noble idea. And as far as like being able to communicate the ongoings of the world, and then the being able to kind of condense information and present it to people, like what Paul was saying, when you're saying like, hey, people don't have time to be experts on everything, so on and so forth. Well, at least they should have a place that they can go if they decide to take that upon themselves, where they can trust the information, and it's not these sort of information echo chambers that are built just to either brainwash people with fucking confirmation bias on confirmation bias, and demonizing whoever is the perceived other side of that, when in reality, like what we were talking about earlier with, like, there's a lot of Republicans on fucking Snap, there's a lot of Democrats on Snap, and that's just something that you can broaden this idea out, but because right now, the Snap thing is what's being threatened, that should be another reminder of drop all the social bullshit that you've decided to like join teams over, all the identity, kind of things that you end up, saying, I can't even create a coalition with people that have a lot in common with my class struggle, because whatever, they don't think that people like me should get married, or whatever, they're racist. I don't know. At the end of the day, the true, when the rubber meets the road, it's based around class, and a lot of the divisions around identity has done a lot of the heavy lifting, preventing those kind of really strong and vast coalitions, because the wealth disparity is getting larger and larger. So there's, not only is it becoming more of a problem, but there's becoming more, we're creating allies in a way, if people can actually be activated around these issues specifically, and really be convinced to take up some kind of stake in these fights. Like the No Kings protest, I think, is a great example of that, and something that I actually think is really cool. In the lack of like violent things that we've heard breaking out during those protests and things, I think is something to really be proud of, when you consider whatever, like civil unrest, and being able to show that in a way that is still civilized for the time being. And it's becoming more and more apparent that may not be a way that you can actually address, or that you can solve these problems, though. It may not. And that's kind of the uncomfortable conversation. And when we talk about like violence and things, and we're talking about things like with this Charlie Kirk, or with the United Health CEO that got assassinated, that's the really uncomfortable conversation, is like, there's these sort of like indirect violences against poor people that are just not as simple as somebody pulled out a gun and put it to your head and pulled the trigger. So people are able to kind of intellectualize away these things that are still attacks on your well-being. Like the insurance is like a great example of that, considering it's something you pay into. In some cases, you're required to have it, not with like health insurance specifically, but just the idea of insurance in general. And then whenever it comes time to actually lean on these services, they're looking for any fucking possible way to wiggle out of responsibility for the service that they supposedly offer. Wiggy says, well, there used to be legitimate unfiltered media. Now everything is controlled. Internet made this easier to do too. Remember, you can always broadcast a radio signal if SHTF. Honestly, don't know what that acronym is, so you'll have to let me know, but or not. It's okay, brother. Sandor says everything got bought and consolidated. You look lovely with your hair up, babe. Sometimes my lady gets to see me with my hair up. I'll be honest. Sometimes around the house, I might do that. I'm just uncomfortable with it. Honestly, throughout my life, I usually have had short hair, so that's part of it too. It's like, 10 years ago, I would have been like, fuck this guy with a fucking man bun, and maybe I would have said some other things I'm not going to say at this point because I'm a different person. Sandor says it's not sodomy, Alexandria. It's bonding. Yeah, I mean, look, they fucking they still are practicing shit like that. Fucking go ahead and open up the Kite Runner and just fucking, that might convince you to fucking, yeah, maybe we should bomb Iran. Sandor said if your child sat through the streams, you get a call from the school asking why she is anti-Semite. Yeah, hey, well, that's why we got to keep her away from the schools. We just got to do straight home education, like like one of the youths from Jojo Rabbit, if you've seen that movie. Sandor said, I can't remember the exact saying and who said it. It was about Americans declining socialism due to thinking they're just temporary poor. That's interesting. Yeah, I think there's a fair, because I've had this conversation with Deuce Andretti. We've had some really good arguments. So he was much less open to the idea of socialism, and I was probably like more for it even probably like 3 years ago or so when I was doing this podcast. And he's probably the person I've had on here more than anybody, maybe Paul as a second, but so either way, but yeah, he's somebody that, his family, he's an immigrant here legally, just in case anybody from ICE is watching this, and his family does pretty well. Like, I mean, I don't know exactly their finances, but he always had like a nice house and shit growing up, and nice house with a pool, just put it in perspective. So I would have this argument with him though, because I know his experience as an adult. I mean, just because your family is like decently well off and like live comfortably, and he would kind of, I feel like he really assumed that kind of mindset that you're talking about was like what I said earlier, like owners should be able to get the lion's share of the profits. They take the risk. You can open up a business too, and all this kind of thing. And obviously, like, he's come a long way on that. Like, he was basically agreeing with the monopoly analogy that I was using earlier, where we are to the point to where things like this is not true capitalism anyways. Like, this is, Donald Trump, for example, gets in a position and now he's hiring like his friends. It's crony capitalism to a fucking T. But even it's almost not even that. Like, maybe it wasn't the pod. I think I was arguing with somebody in my normal life about where we're at with this government now. And I think it's hard to look at it and not say that it's some form of like a kleptocracy. It does feel like, the people in power are trying to basically empty the drawers, clear off the fucking counters, empty the pantry, get everything they can out of the country until it's like there's nothing left. I think just as a day-to-day American observing just quality of life, the inaffordability crisis, how expensive everything is, how expensive it is, and it almost is impossible fucking to get into a house at this point. Things like interest rates being raised and just really icing people out of the market. I think that you can't look at all this and say that it doesn't feel as if it's kind of run its course to a degree, in that we got into this before. I wonder how you feel about this, Sandor, but things like the concept of billionaires and people like just not seeing that as something that is just like exploitative in its nature. Like, for that, like you were saying earlier, as far as like how is that not hoarding profits? Like, literally, to be somebody who is has $1 billion worth of personal assets or stocks and all these kind of things. It's like, it just is. It just can't be when you have people that are working for you that are on government assistance, for example, like people that are bitching about food stamps and how many people are on food stamps. Like, how about you blame the companies that are that are people that are working, they still don't make a living wage to the point to where the government has to subsidize their wages essentially through paying for food. Oh shit. Okay, I see your next comment. I just randomly saw it. So due to thinking, no, but that's actually really interesting. Temporarily poor millionaires. And I think that is a thing. Like, there's this idea, as somebody who's grown up in this culture, where it's like, if you work, you can open up a business, and then like you're gonna be able to make money here. Like, that is the idea. And as somebody who, like, I mean, I've always worked in my entire adulthood. I've typically had jobs where I have had to work like 50 hours a week. And so, I mean, the thing is, I've paid in, I've bought into the whole, like, work your ass off and then something will come of it thing. And in all fairness, I have been able to buy a house and things like that and done okay. But the same kind of concept of what Paul was saying earlier, where he's like, hey, I get paid well, relatively, same thing here. Like, it's like, have worked in businesses where I've handled all the money from the site that I'm working at. And I've seen where it's like, okay, I may make $200 today, $250 a day. And that's a good amount of money compared to a lot of the coworkers that I may have had that, may have made $100 or under a day. But then when you end up handling all the money and things like that and doing all the back end paperwork, you end up seeing like, oh shit, this fucking business made $20,000 today. And that's on the lower end of like the last business that I worked in. I've worked in other places. I don't work there anymore. So I can tell you guys, I worked at Aldi for a while. That was a business that's making like $50,000 a day. So they may have like on a typical day at like your normal mid-level Aldi, there may be like 3 or 4 people in the building. One of which on the high end, let's just say, is making $250 a day. The other people, they're making $100 to $150 a day. So in all, what are you looking at there? You're looking at like $600 in $600 in labor. Come on. I mean, it's just like either those people need to be paid more, or you need to have more labor on site, so you're not underpaying these people to like redline, for the next 30 years. So yeah, that is interesting. I'm glad you mentioned that though, Sandor. That is interesting, and I do think that's part of the hustle psychology. Oh, another thing this reminds me of, bro. I mean, this is not totally super related, but I thought this was really funny. Just speaks to the fucking stupid ass Americans. I feel that way too. I want to smack the shit out of us all the time. I was working at a company. I needed some time off because I like wanted to spend time with my daughter. Imagine that, or some shit. And the store wasn't opening. I was hired ahead of time because I was going to open up the store. I ended up getting the time off because it wasn't going to be an option. I'm like, bro, I'm not going to be here, so just figure the fuck out. This guy, with the conversation we ended up having, and I'm not bullshitting, this is almost verbatim. This fucking stupid fuck looks me in my eyes and says, here it's just kind of like a hustle mentality. And I'm like, bro, it's the opposite of a hustle mentality to work. By the way, this was something I made salary and shit like this. So me working over these hours, they just wanted me to be there because slavery. And also like they didn't want to pay somebody else to be there when they could just have the salary guy be there and not pay him. But it's literally the opposite of a hustle mentality to say, okay, don't pay me more, but I'll work more. Like that's just fucking retarded. It's absolutely fucking stupid. And it's literally, I mean, they were trying to exploit me. And if it was a situation where I couldn't say no, or I was unwilling to say no based off of like some fear of repercussions or whatever, then they would have gotten away with that. And I would have just been a yes man and I wouldn't have had that day with my daughter and all that kind of stuff. So Sandor said, oh dude, this is what I read. And it made me chuckle. So he said, oh no, not no kings, bro. That was a Zionist psyops. So you have to explain to me, and maybe you do already in some of these comments. I will read the rest of what you got to say here. I'm wondering how that was a Zionist psyop. I wouldn't be surprised. And I'm happy. I'm the first guy that's happy to say fucking Zionism. But yeah, I'm curious. Oh, okay, right here. So prearranged chants that you had to stick to a strict policy of no free Palestine chants. I actually didn't know that. I didn't know that at all. So that's interesting. I'll have to look into that. That's fucking, I guess it confirms what your suspicion is there. Filled with boomers, it isn't coincidence that it happened when Trumpster put a tiny, very interesting, on BB. Yeah, I have to really look into that and think about that. That's interesting. I do like the sentiment of it, but I mean, what you're saying, I mean, it's not as if that doesn't track. I mean, it does. At the heart of the problem about socialism in America, it's fuck you, I've got mine. And I agree with that. Yeah, I mean, so even to go further than that, though, because what we were talking about with people voting against their own self-interest, I think, it's not only people that have theirs, but people who have the idea that they'll be able to get theirs if the system allows it or whatever, or that somehow people receiving healthcare is going to prevent them from being able to. I mean, already, like I said, a lot of these people that are in these positions are people that are actively struggling. I mean, if only the millionaires were going to vote with this kind of with these kind of things in mind and with this kind of agenda in mind, then nobody would ever get elected just appealing to millionaires. There's just not enough. So that's interesting. And I do think you're right. I honestly think you're right with that. I think, it's something that perplexes me too. Like I said, when I've had those conversations with Deuce and things like that, it's like, I don't even understand. It's like, it's just a natural position, I think, to be in if you're somebody who is of middle class or from a poor family. It's like, of course you shouldn't be basically running cover for people. Like it gets their fucking dick hard when that happens. It's like, oh, okay, we have the poors are out here. The poors are out here telling me I should keep all my money. The poors are out here saying that we shouldn't tax the rich, or that they already pay their fair share. I was listening to some fucking cuck talk about that the other day on one of these programs where they're like, actually the rich already pay a disproportionate amount of taxes. It's like, well, fucking why? Like, that's not a bad thing, and of course that should happen. Of course, that's just common sense, that if you have more money, a percentage of it is going to be larger than somebody who's poor in the percentage of their money. So it's like this, like, boo-hoo, let's weep tears for, the fucking, I'll link in Discord. Okay, yeah, definitely, brother. I'm very interested in that because honestly, I didn't know that. And that is fair criticism. I can't knock that. I think that, like I said, the idea, as somebody who I think that Trump is problematic, most things that are going to come about in opposition, I think, are probably going to be generally good. But I could also see how a situation like that could be, taken over by, shady. It's just crazy to think like that you would have a no kings protest, and there would be people. You have to be right. I want to see it, the stuff that you're talking about, but you have to be right if they're saying like no free Palestine. I mean, that is coherent with that ideology. If you truly believe that there shouldn't be like this ruling class and like these anointed rulers, then the Palestine situation is one of the most visceral examples of that, of like a group of people being subjugated based off of there's one group of people that are superior to this other group. So for that to be not allowed is just, and it's also just so fucking counter to the idea of like a no kings protest where you're like, hey guys, also there's no criticizing this genocide. By the way, so look, we want to get Trump out, we want to criticize him loudly in the streets, but one thing I will ask you guys to do is the genocide situation, which by the way, I might have fucked with this whole time we've done this podcast and I haven't used that word. Luckily, we're probably already fucking stuck in the shadow zone. I'm looking at these viewers and they really haven't budged, and we haven't had really any fucking burst of viewers popping in here, which is usually typical. So for the time being, we might be slightly shadow banned, but it's fine. Because I know that the thumbnail was on point. I know for a fact that was on point. Considering the markets are entirely manipulated. Let's see if I don't want to miss anything. Okay. So Sandor says, considering the markets are entirely manipulated, inflation, cost of living, workers' rights, it's all made to be this way and doesn't need to be. I think you're 100% right. 100% right. And I mean, some of that I think is a group of people that are extremely engaged because they benefit from it, as far as like subjugating the poor people of America, or just around the world. And then the problem is that the people that are being victimized are kind of beat down to the point of being apathetic and feeling like they have no means to even fight against that. So it's not until the point to where people are like, well, if I don't fight against it, then I'm going to starve to death. Then you can get people that are, willing to stand up. But when it has to get to that point of severity, I think you're totally right. Yeah, the hustle mentality, what a moron. Yeah, he was a fucking idiot, seriously. Like, and extremely offended. I had to get out of there. It was actually funny. That was a dispensary that I was working at, and I got hired to be the store manager at the dispensary. And it was before it had opened. And one time they came in, and this fucking cunt came up to me, and he was one of the fucking retail president of Florida or some shit like that. And this motherfucker literally asked me if I smelled like weed. He's like, we feel like we can smell weed on you. Is that true? And I'm like, yeah. Is this a fucking dispensary or no? Long story short, I never went back to that job. It's like, if I'm gonna be fucking persecuted for smelling like weed at a dispensary, fuck it, I'd rather work at fucking Aldi's. I'd rather work someplace where they're gonna pay me more. Than the whole point of working at the fucking dispensary is that when I come in here, can it not be an issue that I may or may not smell like weed? Can we just not talk about it? But either way, that was just a side note. My real issue with them was that kind of shit where they wanted me to go sit in the fucking store for no money and was just like, well, here we just do what we're told. It's called hustling. Like, okay, well, fuck you. How about that? You're gonna, and he did, right? Because I was like, you're gonna have to come in here and you're gonna have to sit because I'm just not gonna be here. Let's see here, cost of living works. Yeah, but totally agree with you on that. In the markets too, like for example, that was one thing that I took issue with, like with Paul actually at the time when he was defending Biden, because you talk about like market manipulation and things like that, and then they'll put that in front of fucking poor people's face that can barely fucking afford rent or their mortgage or to have decent food. It's like to go on a vacation. I know they're just like, fuck you, if you can't afford a vacation, just go fuck yourself. But that's just the reality, like people struggling with these kind of things. And then Paul and just people that would like defend, for example, Biden, is like, they'd be like, well, the fucking stock market's great. It's doing better than fucking ever. Like the economy is good. Look at the stock market. It's like, what's the percentage of people that are poor that are engaged in the stock market? And when you're talking about those numbers, you're disproportionately taking those numbers from people who are already wealthy and benefiting from their stock portfolio. And then also on top of that, I mean, recently, this is something that I'm not too deep into, so I can't really speak to in depth, but I was watching something with, I think it was Breaking Points, but they were talking about the stock market, and they had said something like 80%. I'll have to look this up because this was actually fucking insane. But something like 80% of the stock gains are based off of companies that are related to AI in some way. So like completely elevated or lifted up and supported by the same thing that's going to displace workers. And that's just the reality. I mean, that is where we're headed. I think anybody that's not dumb, and that's one of my biggest gripes, honestly, with Democrats or even Republicans. It seems like the AI sort of, whether you're looking at an AI bubble that could, bust, and then, we could be in trouble because of that, or if everything goes as planned, and then AI just, takes over the need or displaces human labor. I think either way we're fucked in that note, and I feel like the lack of attention that's given to that by representatives is really concerning and kind of scary. Like, I mean, it almost seems as if they're like, we're not even going to talk about it until it's too late, and then they're going to have to starve, or like, is there any plan in place? I don't even know. It just literally feels like there's no plan in place. And then eventually, these companies, they're not required or obligated to give people jobs. If they can run their workforce or run their company and have a fraction of the workforce, then guess what? That's good. That's actually benefiting their stockholders. That is their job. So when you have this kind of like separation between business and state in a way, like similar to like church and state, but like where you have this separation and you're like, we if the businesses are doing good, then that's going to trickle down and just the people are going to be doing good at the same time. Well, that never has been true, but that's definitely not going to be true when the businesses have no use for the people. Like, it's just, if anything, at a certain point, I think you might be actually negligent in your role as a company to not try to move in a direction. Like if your whole responsibility is to the investors and the stockholders, then it's like, and not your employees, and not your customers, but to the people that own stocks, then it's like the impact that moving to automation would have on your bottom line, you would almost be criminally negligent if you didn't do that. Now I disagree with that. I think it's fucked, but What you only the hustle mentality, what a moron. Yeah, absolutely. That guy's name was David. David, go fuck yourself. You're a fucking retard. I don't even, who knows what the fuck he's doing now. They probably fucking fired his ass. That's the hilarious part. He's sitting there telling me fucking it's about fucking hustling and da 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 da. It's like, bro, they'll have you the fuck, they will get rid of your position if they can. Seriously. If they decide that like he was like an area manager or whatever the fuck, but this is the thing, this is actually the perfect point. He was the area manager but was still responsible for a store. That's not an area manager. They're having you do two people's jobs, you fucking retard. But either way, Sandor says, what, you only do your required hours, lazy mofo. Oh bro, yeah, that's what I'm saying. 50 hours mandatory is, and by the way, Aldi was like that too. If you work at Aldi and you're a store manager, then you're required to work 50 hours. It's like, what in the fucking German hell is this? Seriously. Didn't we fucking have a whole thing where we were fighting to have 40-hour work weeks? Did they just fucking forget us? Did they forget us in that? But stuff like that, by the way, is a perfect example of how the fight for workers' rights has been really, in a lot of ways, abandoned and has been perverted in a way. And what I mean by that is, like, you have guys like Deuce that was here, for example, who previously we've had debates on like things like unions or whatever. It's like, why the fuck would a worker ever be opposed to a union? Aside from, like, I understand, like, you know, paying dues and things like that. I can understand why you would be opposed to that. But I'm just saying, like, out and right opposed to it, where it's like not even something you can consider, just shows how they've poisoned the well. And I've mentioned this before, so I'm sorry if this is like fucking something you guys have heard before or remember, but I worked at a fucking place, and this has to do with unions, where I was the highest paid employee at a store level because I was a general manager at this place I'm talking about now. And they were this place was literally willing to pay me my salary for the day to sit at home and hop on this meeting for like fucking 6-8 hours, and pay all the other general managers to get on it, pay all the fucking people that get more than general managers that are teaching this class, if that's what the fuck you would even call it, and also backfill. So because I was not there, that means that I had to have somebody come and, you know, work that shift or provide that coverage for the store. So they're willing to do all those things just so we could, without distraction, be at home and listen to their fucking presentation on union busting and all the things that you have to do to prevent it, all the talking points. I remember them being like, if anybody mentions a union, tell them that if we end up having a union, we won't even be able to give you a raise individually. We'll have to run it by your union, and it'll have to be something that's like fair and so on and so forth. So they're like, so tell them, like, because in Massachusetts, this company had already unionized. So they were trying to prevent that from happening in Florida. It's like, you read the fucking tea leaves. When you see how much they want to prevent the shit, it's an indication it's good for you. It's an indication it's actually good for you, and it may create some extra hardship on the business itself. But guess what? As the fucking employee, you should not give a fuck about that if it's in your personal and the rest of the employees' best interest. The reason it may have a negative impact on the business is because they're used to fucking people over. They're used to being able to pay people literally the bare minimum of what they can get away with in the market. Sometimes under what the projected minimum wage is. Like, minimum wage is moving up to $15 an hour here. There's still people getting hired at, like, the place I just worked at for $14.50 an hour. They are going to wait to and that same place, by the way, I was talking about it earlier. It's a business that's raking in $20,000 a day, $20,000. And they probably have 6 people or so that work in the building on any given day. So just do the math there. It just doesn't make sense. And, it's something that, it's going to take a lot of work in order to, I think, reprogram the American mind to be willing to step up against that, because there's been so much brainwashing of poor people, specifically the people that would be the people to fight against this exploitation. Those people have been convinced that they're not actually victims in this scenario. And like what Sandor said, which was so great, they're just waiting for their turn to be the exploiter. That's just not how it works. And then Sandor says here, due dissonance has reporting from the ground. So actually, I'm not familiar with due dissonance, so I'm curious to check out that page or whatever. You see Zio boomers come over and stop the chants. Like, no, that's not this. That's not this one. That's not this one. You're gonna have to do another one. This is about kings specifically, which only applies to Trump in this case. We're not going to talk about that. Throw your own party if you want to talk about that. Sandor says, you look at the crowd, so many New York Zio Jews. When asked about Free Palestine, you can guess the sort of answers. Yeah. And then I'll link in Discord. Yeah, I definitely want to see that. There I sent to you might be a good segment on a stream. I'd love to check it out. And that, I mean, I feel like recently I've been pretty busy with the whole school stuff and like I said, working. So I haven't been as on top of like, these kind of conversations. So maybe I just missed it based off the time. But the reason I say that is because I would say if I haven't seen it, I'm not aware of it. I would say I'm probably more online than like the average person. So it's like, I would love to kind of get into that a little bit more. Watch it and message me what you think when you get the spare time. I'll have to watch it tonight. My daughter, actually, I hear her in there. She's still awake. So I gotta go get her so I can let my old lady go to sleep. But so I'll end up probably watching it while I'm hanging out with her tonight or something. And I will definitely hit you on that. Nigel, you work in a dispensary, you fucking moron. Yeah, his name was actually Hector, the son of a bitch. Made no fucking sense. And the piece of shit when we went to visit the fucking because I got hired before the store opened, they let me, and this was the thing they didn't want to pay me for. They're like, hey, come up to the grow site and just do a tour of the grow site. I might not have got paid for that. Now I'm thinking about it. I think maybe I did end up doing that. But either way, they were like, oh, this is something we do on our free days. This wouldn't count as a day of work or whatever. And I remember having issue with that. And I'm like, well, fucking, if it's my free day, I would like to hang out with my family or do something I actually want to do, not go to this, even though I'm interested in seeing a grow facility. It was fun. But that's the thing. And that's one thing with like dispensary work and shit like that. They use the novelty of it and the fact that people just want to deal with drugs and things like that, and just have like a passion for cannabis or whatever. So they'll use that to their advantage to, like, once again, as a tool to exploit you and be like, okay, well, we're not going to pay you for this day, but come up to our grow facility, spend the entire day. And also they had me trimming fucking plants. And although, once again, yeah, was it kind of interesting to trim weed plants? It was. But guess what? Like, it's obviously still work. It's obviously still work. But it was an interesting experience. And now I get to expose them online every now and then. Hector was grabbing the fucking plants with his bare fucking hands. I don't think that was Department of Health friendly. You know what I mean? I don't think that was in compliance, to be completely honest. So it's like, you want to talk about me smelling like weed a little bit in a fucking dispensary surrounded by weed. And that dispensary I worked in actually had weed on the floor in little jars that you could look at. So it's like, if I was an asshole, I would have lied. But because I felt like it was something that was like so ridiculous. Like, once again, it's like, bro, one of the benefits to working in a dispensary is that I don't have to hide that I smoke weed. You know what I mean? Like, when I worked at Aldi, I fucking spraying. Also, not smoking before work. I wouldn't even smoke before work when I was working at Aldi, because, like, just in case a motherfucker smells me, I want to be careful. Same thing. I worked at Goodwill for a little bit. I was a manager over at Goodwill. Same fucking thing. So it's like, you're going in every day, like, please, nobody smell like weed. Or me don't smell like weed. I remember at Goodwill, because I'd be working in the back, sweating my fucking dick off, and I could just smell it coming through the pores. And I'm like, I hope nobody fucking smells this shit. But yeah, that guy was a fucking idiot. And who knows? I'm pretty sure I actually went to another one of these dispensaries. It's the same company, but it wasn't the place that I worked. It was another one. And I was randomly talking to one of the guys that worked there, the assistant manager. And I told him, I was like, actually, I worked here for like 2 weeks or whatever the fuck it was. But I ended up just ghosting them because they gave me issue for smelling like weed. And he actually fucking remembered me. Although they changed the story, of course. They changed the story to, like, I was fucking, like, outside in the park. He's like, oh, you're the guy that got fucking high as fuck in the parking lot. I'm like, no, bro, I was not high as fuck in the park. I was normal high, and I didn't even smoke in the parking lot. Although I did smoke on the roads. I was driving around giving out flyers and shit. But that's the thing. I was bringing the party to the fucking places I was dropping off the grand opening flyers. When I was going into the fucking establishments, dropping off our flyer, it's like I was smelling very loud. So people were like, oh shit, that's where to go to get to feel like him. That guy's feeling great right now. I need to go where the flyer says. Yeah, market manipulation and the insider trading is fucking crazy. Yeah, like for example, this time of year, we just saw Amazon do cuts. We just saw UPS do cuts. And that's another thing with the market manipulation. You turn around, you downsize your labor drastically, and then you end up boosting your evaluation for the top of the year. And it's all fake. It's all fake bullshit. But it's like everybody, but the rich and the people that are in positions to manipulate it, they're they're happy for the manipulation. They're like, fuck yeah. Sandor, it's not the poor guy that makes 40 million in a day after a policy change. He absolutely had no idea was going to happen. Wink wink. Yeah, it just happened like that. Yeah, I came up on fucking half of $100 million. Sandor says, you have no idea how good it is to have you back streaming. But hey, brother, I appreciate that, and thank you. It's an honor for you to even get in here and hang out with as long as you have with me and all that. So you already know I appreciate it, and I hope to be able to do it more. This is something that I find it's just cathartic in a way to get on here and just talk about all the shit that you see. And my family hears me bitch about it, but like generally, all the other people you see just kind of going about their business, you do sometimes think like, are things really this crazy? Am I just a fucking complainer? You know what I mean? Should I just fucking just accept the lot that we have? And like when I actually left this last job, funny enough, I have to read the fucking message I sent to this lady when I resigned, because just so you guys know, I am consistent with with this. When I left Goodwill, it was really funny because I really got on some political shit with that lady because she was just being a total bitch. And I could go on about that. With Goodwill, I was leaving them and fucking one of the area managers, because they had a few people that ran the area, but one of them that hired me, she ended up accusing me of like trying to get people to leave and come to Aldi. I'm like, just because you have a fucking horrible working environment and I treat people with respect and they like me as a manager here, and I'm telling them I'm leaving, so they're like, hey, can I fucking come there with you because this place blows? I was not trying to recruit anybody. And also, like, half the fucking workers at Goodwill, they fucking have disabilities and shit. It's like, I'm sorry, but like, I don't know if Aldi's gonna accept people with fucking chicken wing arms and shit. No disrespect, I like that lady, but you know what I mean. But yeah, so I remember all that. There was like some really weird shit where they were like, just accusing me of trying to fuck them over or whatever. And yeah, it was either way. That, like, this, there's just so much I can get into. That lady was fucking having this conversation with me, and then the other lady I worked with, I'm talking about, I ended up like going hardcore political on. She's like, yeah, and I don't appreciate it or whatever. And I literally was like, what are you talking about? And also afterwards, I ended up talking to her because she ended up wanting to play like she was cool, because she wanted me to stay so she could take her vacation or whatever the fuck. And I was gonna complicate that. I'm sorry, I'm ranting, but now it's making me think about all these bitches that I fucking worked with that were just fucking cunts. So it gets me riled up. That's why I'm saying this is a topic that really animates me, because I do think that this is a generational battle for people of my class. People like as far as I know, none of my family members have ever come from any like significant wealth or anything like that. So this has been a battle that my ancestor, 4 generations, 5 generations, this has been a consistent. And this is always a consistent in societies where there's this like kind of like push and pull between the powerful and the people literally trying to claw for just fucking anything that allows them to have some kind of life that is worthwhile, of dignity, and where they have a chance to provide some kind of like level of happiness and do right by their children. I mean, really, that's the main thing that I want to do. I want to be able to provide, have the time to spend with my child, to instill certain values in them, also to support her, and whatever. I want to be able to provide a better life for her than what I had. And my parents tried their fucking hardest to do that for me, and they were up against the wall as well. So it's like all that to say, Sandor, I'm happy to get in here and fucking talk this shit with you. And hopefully we're able to expand it. My idea, honestly, we'll see if I end up sticking to this or this is what I want to continue to do. But things are honestly so fucked up. I'm hoping this house sell goes through and everything goes through as planned, and then I'm able to put that money to the side and save some more money. And honestly, I want to go fucking off-grid RV style, and I might pull up to the fucking Wiggy in fucking Texas, maybe do a little interview with him there or whatever. I just feel like at the end of the day, when you see the quality of life that people are able to provide, I'm less attached to the sort of familiarity and comfortability of the position I'm in right now. Like where I live right now, there's not a ton of opportunities, but if you want to live a life of working a job, like at Aldi, for example, I made good money at Aldi. But I also couldn't envision myself doing that for fucking 30 years. I would want to blow my fucking brains out. So either way, so I'm just thinking, as far as like, if you're gonna struggle regardless, you might as well struggle in a way that you feel like you're able to extract some value out of it. Like if I'm able to travel around the country with my daughter and my woman, and have like truly like meaningful experiences with them that will resonate with my daughter, for example, for hopefully the rest of her life. She'll hold these kind of like memories, and they'll hopefully be deeply impactful. And I think that's the thing, like of all things, like those are the things that matter. Like even like with this, for example, that's why when I was talking to you when we were DMing the yesterday, Sandor, I was not bullshitting as far as like getting in here, having these conversations with you. Like there's some kind of like emotionally and like spiritually, I do feel like there's some like camaraderie or whatever. And I hope that's what you're getting as well. Like, you're like, hey, this is a fucking normal person that's not, completely fucking ass backwards or has their head up their ass. That is just a real person. You know what I mean? Like I love to be able to be that, and then also connect with people. Like it's sort of, not that I am sane, but having these conversations with you guys it makes me feel more so where, and also it gives me like a sense of hope, especially like talking to like a guy like Wiggy, for example, where it's like me and Wiggy, like I think that me and you, Sandor, for example, we probably have the most in common as far as like our perspective on these things. But somebody like Wiggy is also really encouraging, because I see where we probably have extreme differences, but I also see where like around the things that are really important, we can find some really important common ground. If on a bigger scale, obviously, like we're just two boys, we're just two boys just kicking it, chilling, finding that common ground. But if on a broader scale we're able to do that, then I do honestly still have hope. To the black pill point, though, we've talked about it through this stream and other streams, Sandor. I do worry that the whole like worker thing, we've been caught sleeping on that for too long, and we've just given up too much headway on that issue specifically to make it up. I don't know. I'm not good. It doesn't do any good to necessarily think that way and act on that kind of assumption, because it just it leads you to more apathy, like what we talked about before, which is the greatest tool that the people that are robbing you has. Like, hey, like think that you have no ability to stop this, so then you won't even try. Like that's that's a tool for them. Sandor says, I'll tell you why a worker would be opposed to unions. You could buy a new game every month with those dudes. It's the union that wants you poor. Interesting. Yeah, I've actually seen signs like that posted from the workplaces online. That's, I mean, not wrong. It would be sick to be able to buy that game, but you're probably losing at least a game in wages every month by not collectively bargaining. But and I do think you're right though, as far as like what you're saying here, that is the tool, like what I was talking about earlier, where it's kind of a similar thing to say like, hey, we won't be able to give you the raise because we'll have to negotiate with your union. This is coming from the same people that will do anything to avoid giving you a raise. Like they're talking to you as if you're dumb. Like if there's a union in between me giving you more money, then I'm not going to be able to give you the more money. Well, okay, we've been operating without the union this entire time. How come I'm paid like dog shit? How come my labor, for example, is taking advantage of any chance we get? How come the store hours, fluctuate based off of the whims of people who don't work in the store and have no consideration for that? That's just something specifically I remember was a big thing here in Florida when I was working at the dispensaries, because they were opening up an extra hour and opening up on Sundays. They literally, when they made that change, there was no conversation about it, which I mean, not necessarily should there be, but it's like also people that had an issue, and that availability was an issue with that. If you were having those behind the scenes like admin conversations, the company was like, fuck them. If they can't adapt to the new availability, then genuinely they can go fuck themselves and go get another job, try to find better. I want to find this before I fucking leave, because oh yeah, so this is when I when I stepped away. She said, any particular reasoning, the area manager will ask. And then I said, it wasn't a good fit for me company wise. I didn't like what I think is thin staffing for the volume. I felt like it would inevitably lead to a consistent strain on the staff, in my opinion, borderline exploitive, which is sadly common, but I try not to take part. 100% issue with the company. And then I just told the manager, I'm like, I really actually enjoyed working with you, because she was a cool lady. But the company was just fucked. And it's like, yeah, I'm not going to sit here every day. And like I said, a red line just to be able to meet whatever substandard quality of service that we're going to provide here, because you don't want to provide adequate staffing for the biggest dispensary. I think it's the biggest dispensary in the country, to be honest, that I was working at. Definitely the biggest in Florida. And like I said, I think it's the biggest in the country. They're in several states and stuff like that. I'll tell you what, I've actually seen some. Yeah, that's just insane. But I guess they're just like, hey, if the fucking dumbasses buy it, and then the people that are actually in support of taking advantage of the dumbasses, they're gonna come along for the ride, then maybe that's enough. I don't know. And I mean, they may be right. I've had to crack the whip at home. My wife's new job is manager, and she keeps being bothered on days. Yes, brother. Come on. That's actually, so when I've told you that I'm not good with the phone, and like, for example, like Discord, like, of course I would love to talk to you boys. You boys don't add any extra fucking stress to my life. You guys are awesome. But I really started to develop this kind of like anxiety with my phone through previous management jobs because of that exact same reason, where it's like this association with the phone as a negative thing, and that people are going to be, even when I'm not working, like right now I'm not working, and I still like don't want to even look at my phone, because just opening it up, there's like a level of anxiety that's attached to possible communication in there. And God bless my family and people that like have a hard time communicating with me and really would like to be able to have more like engaging conversations with me or whatever. And I've let them down in that way. I do apologize for that. And this is probably not the right place to say that, but 4 hours in where fucking nobody will see it that I'm talking to. But genuinely, like, I totally feel you on that, Sandor, and you should do that. I don't know how it is there, but I mean, honestly, I've always run into issues with that. But I'm the type of person, honestly, I will argue with my supervisors. And I've had some issues with that in the past. But like, for example, I know here, like a big thing with managers, they want to control your specific day off and all this shit. They'll be like, you can only have Tuesdays and fucking Thursdays off. You're not allowed to have consecutive days off. Trying to think what other kind of bullshit have I argued about with fucking retards. You have to close, a certain amount of times. It's just stupid shit. It's like, let me run the fucking business. Like, and I'm a good people manager, honestly. And it's like, even though I hate to even fucking say that, so it's like any business I've ever ran, it has no issues, honestly. Like, I'm good with the people that I work for. I'm good with the customers, all that kind of shit. So it's just the aspect of control. They feel like you're a manager, you're salaried. I don't know if your wife is salaried, but usually in my management roles, I've been salary, they feel like they fucking own you or something like that. You're always on the clock. Well, we're gonna have some issues with that to a certain degree. I've never had a problem with like when shit is really fucked up, stepping up and like, okay, nobody can fill in the blank, I gotta go ahead and take ownership here, I'll go in, whatever the fuck. But it's the like for example, it's like the 50 hours a week mandatory. It's like, in all honesty, do I need to be in here 50 hours every single week, or are there just some weeks I may need to do 50 hours? If we have that understanding, I could do that all day long. I get it. Okay, this week sucks, I'm in here 50 hours. But there's like this sense of, and honestly, Aldi was maybe the worst on this, because they literally were like, we need you to do 50 hours exactly, in that, and anything less, fuck you. So but yeah, I don't like that. Like I said, I start to feel like, which is the truth, I'm a number to these people and they just want me to be in the place they expect me to be, so they don't have to worry about it. Sandra, so yeah, but I totally agree with you. I tell her no pay, no work, day off, fuck off. She's coming around. No, you do have to put your feet down with that. Like, I mean, but I'm saying that at the same time, to be completely honest, I have had issues with jobs in the past, to where that's been an issue and has led to, me not being at the job long term. So whether that means kind of pushed out because of issues with the supervisors, but never issues with the people that I'm actually directly working with. That's the thing. It's some asshole that's outside of the business that will complain like a bitch to their supervisor and be like, this guy's not just saying yes to whatever the fuck I want him to do. So we need to get him out of here. I remember, I can't tell you how many times I've heard the fucking alignment conversation. Like, this isn't properly aligned with the vision of the company. Well, how about fuck you then? Okay. How about fuck you and like align with me a little bit? And I'm joking in all reality, because it'll get me into the shit where it's like, it's not like I'm not like fuck you in reality. It's like, no, we have to have something that's actually just makes sense as a company. On my, like you're saying, on my days off, it's important that I'm not able to leave the house because I have to be waiting for a phone call in case something happens. I can't go to Fort Myers to go to Chuck E. Cheese with my daughter because just in case somebody fucking calls off today, I need to run in. Or another huge one, actually, when we had the hurricane down here and we lost power for like 14 days, 15 days in my area. Some areas actually worse. Fort Myers was like months in a lot of areas without electricity. But I remember with that, we didn't even have functional stoplights. Like the power wasn't working to them. So you'd pull up to the light, and like people would just kind of like slowly, inch and go as they could. It was dangerous. And I remember those motherfuckers, while streets were still flooded, everything, asking me to go up to the store and open it up. They wanted to like open up with no power and sell weed to people and like take paper receipts and shit of it. It's like, no, fuck you. My family doesn't have power. This was a huge issue that I had with this fucking company that I'm talking about. This was the same company that was like the fucking union busters. But yeah, I refused to go up there and open up the store because I'm like, fuck you. My family doesn't have power at home. It's potentially dangerous. Like looting could be taking place or whatever. Like just honestly, at that point, some of the day was taken up by going and trying to find places that were giving away free food and like shit like that, just to be able to keep us, sustainable. But it's like, they don't give a fuck about that. They're like, go open that shit up, and if anybody will come through today to buy some weed, then we'll be making some money. Love that smell of the herb. Yeah, they didn't, which was surprising because like it's a dispensary, you fucking retards. There are no bad jobs, only bad managers, apparently. Rant away, good sir. Yeah, like I could never stop bitching about work, to be honest. But the thing is, it's lived experience, and I'm really saying this from a place of like, somebody that I've been forced to work in positions that are less than ideal, and there's nobody I can call up and say, hey, can you pay my rent this month? I think I maybe said this before on the pod, but I mean, it's reality. Like my family, like I was just saying earlier, my dad and stepmom and my biological mom, like they are struggling to provide for themselves. There's no mommy or daddy for me to run to and be like, hey, I'm short. Even $100 would be like, they would be stretched to be able to provide that. And I would never ask that. I've never asked my family for money through the entire time me supporting myself, but that's just the reality. Like, that's the kind of chokehold that a lot of people are in, and why when people are like, well, just make it better, make your situation better, it's like, it's enough. When I'm talking about working 45 hours a week, 50 hours a week, Paul was using the example of his air conditioning job that he's working. Like, so you're expecting for him to, after he literally, like, his feet are probably fucking swollen at the end of the day, like he probably barely fucking stand. I remember one of my first like jobs were was at a gas station. I'd work like 8.5, 9 hours at the gas station. No breaks. When I got home, and by the way, literally no breaks. Nobody got breaks at the gas station. It's just a random thing, but I didn't expect, that was the first job I ever had where they're like, yeah, we don't give breaks. It's just it's a loophole. We're a gas station. The whole day, I remember them being like, the whole day, technically, you could take your break. When was that happening? Yeah, well, that's why I sent the novel. Shit starts coming to mind, and you just got to get it out. Oh, brother, no. And like I said, I can't even be more clear on. One, I got back to you late because of, like, I don't have notifications on fucking any of my shit, basically, because of what I was talking about earlier with, like, I just get anxiety with shit popping up on my phone. But no, that was not. It was actually. It was. I felt what you were saying, and I was appreciative that you were sharing that to that extent. They just gave me like a better view of, like, the shit that you're dealing with, and also I recognize, like, people like ourselves, we're men, and it's like a lot of times you're just expected, like, just deal with that shit on your own. And it's like, if I could be any kind of friend to you and be a sounding board in a way, then it's like I love that. Don't ever hesitate to do that, brother. Honestly, I do want to be here for you on that note, and support you, like I said, in this way. That's one of the things that, not to overstate the importance of this, live stream that I do or anything like that, but from my own personal perspective, it's, that it's good for that reason. I have a tendency to kind of isolate myself, and, like, with my own mental shit, and, like, that's just something I'll do for whatever reason. I haven't gotten to the bottom of it yet. I'm growing as a person, but forever, that's been an issue for me. So something like this really forces me to, socialize, and I get that kind of, like, wind in my sail a little bit when we have these conversations, even though I've been on here for almost 4.5 hours. Like, I still feel energized because of these kind of conversations we're having. So, I mean, I think, yeah, don't ever hesitate with that. I'm happy to hear as much as you're willing to share. I understand, like, I could be a little closed off. So, I mean, believe it or not, Sandor says 100%, just about to say camaraderie and solidarity. No, 100%, brother. Yeah. Brothers in arms. We're basically just two Spartans, brother, separated by the world, but then brought together by the internet. We're basically bonding right now. And, you know how we're bonding in the Spartan way, brother, just virtually, which makes it not gay. Sandor says Wiggy brings a side that I would never think of or even knew about. Doesn't mean I 100% agree on everything. He's very smart. I think he would have been a terror to his teachers. Oh yeah, no, 100%. Because he's able to match their wits, or, like, just maybe even knows more of, like, the historical context than even, like, your run-of-the-mill teacher or whatever. So I agree. And that's something we can give Wiggy his flowers here for sure, as far as, like, he's extremely impressive as far as his the historical context he's able to bring into the conversation. And also, by the way, just from a stream standpoint, it levels up the kind of commentary that we're able to get into here, because I would always let him, even though, like you said, like, do I agree with 100% of what he says? No. Do I still think, like, the Nazis were bad guys? I do think that, but at the same time, I love to hear his perspective. And I think that there's a lot that he's extremely correct about. Bro, you let her have the truth. Good stuff. So many people would just fall in line. Oh, bro, exactly. Well, I mean, like I said, the Goodwill shit was even worse than that text that I gave to this lady, because I actually did like this lady. The Goodwill lady she was just a cunt. So I remember telling her, like, this place is like a sweatshop. I was like, this place is like a sweatshop. People are, underpaid. I'm underpaid. You're underpaid. And also at that job, by the way, fucking ridiculous. The ceiling was falling in. That's just a side note, but the fucking ceiling was falling in. So it's like one time I actually missed an opportunity for a lawsuit. I was working. It was raining really bad and the fucking ceiling fell in. I got cracked by a ceiling tile and just like a fucking ox, I was just like, oh, I'm good, and just kept on working throughout the day. Definitely should have taken that opportunity to went home and contacted a lawyer. But hey, it is what it is. It's what it is. And by the way, Goodwill was extra fucking gross because they hid behind the whole nonprofit facade. Disgusting. They're like, oh, we're a nonprofit. Is that so you can basically get shit for free and then make 100% profit on everything you sell, you fucking pieces of shit? Honestly, my old lady, she's told me many times that a Goodwill documentary might be a good idea. So who knows? That might end up being the thing. Unions feel rare anymore. Oh, by the way, Kenny Powers, shout out to you for popping in here. I appreciate you. Make sure you hit that like button and share the content if you can. But I appreciate you hopping in here. Unions feel rare anymore. They went out with pensions. Oh my God, yeah, like pensions fucking rare. Let's see here. That phone anxiety sucks, bro. Similar shit myself. It's not good for you. No, and I recognize that. And it's like I end up not communicating with people that love me and like really appreciate being able to interact with me and things like that. I live in an area. I don't live around any of my family. And I don't live like particularly close to most friends. Like Paul lives pretty close to me, but like the Deuce Andrade guy, I don't live close to him. He's one of my closest friends of my entire life, and we don't get to spend as much time together as we would like. And it's always good when he's able to find some time to come through and just hang out. But the reality is like without the phone is the thing that connects you to all these different people that I'm talking about. It's not as easy as you can't avoid it. You know what I mean? If you're avoiding the bullshit from the phone, you're also not taking advantage of the connectivity that you could have to people you want to talk to. And then also on top of that, you have people reaching out that I'm not being responsive, and they could take that the wrong way as if I just don't give a fuck about what they have to say. But in reality, it's just because I don't want to say hiding from my phone, but I mean, it is kind of that. Like, it's like, I don't want to hear from the fucking bill collectors and shit calling me all goddamn day long. I don't have it. But yeah, like it's something definitely I acknowledge it's something that I think my relationships with others would benefit by getting over that. People person, charismatic and reasonable. 100%, brother. I try. Much love for that. And then Kenny says, jobs will always take as much as they can from you. So many workers allow it, therefore it becomes a standard. That's the wise words, Kenny. 100%. I agree. And that is the thing. When we were talking about like things like collective bargaining and things like that, if you can get a big enough portion of the people that otherwise would be involved in the collective bargaining to completely see that as even a kind of a negative way of handling your own business, you know what I mean? Like it, or as a weakness or whatever, or as detrimental that you're going to be bargaining with other people. And they're missing the plot, but I do think like what you're saying, it's like, it becomes something that's just the norm. So it's accepted or if it's not accepted, then fuck off. You know, if it's not accepted, then we'll find somebody else that will accept those standards. And then you'll be forced to accept those standards if you want to avoid starving to death. So I agree with that. We're a family here, a family that hates you and won't give you time away or good money. Oh my God, the pizza in the staff room. That's so real, bro. The job that I just quit, that was I texted that lady about, that actually happened while I was there. I wasn't even there for that long. And like I said, there's people getting hired on there $14.50 an hour regularly. They're in situations where they're understaffed, and you're talking about like, it's probably hard to envision if you maybe it's hard to envision if you haven't worked in the industry, but it is kind of weird how it works. But either way, when you have people come in, I would have like 3 people total. One of those people were the manager. So you'd have essentially like 2 people on the floor all day, and then the manager comes in when there ends up being like a bottleneck issue. But you're talking about people that are going to be dealing all day with extremely pissed off people, negative people, because they're waiting, because you're not supplying the labor that can actually support, 250, 300 orders coming through in a day. So like you're talking about 6 people for a potential of 250 to 300 customers. Like, just do the math. But that happened while I was there. They were like, "Oh, we want a pizza party," and they're like, "Yay!" Meanwhile, there was no fucking team building budget. And what I mean by a team building budget even is some places you would have a team building budget where you can actually use it to like go do shit and like hold team events, basically pizza parties. But otherwise you could use it to like supply snacks or supply water bottles or something for the staff. This place, once again, being the fucking biggest dispensary in the entire state of Florida and probably the United States, I think. I'm gonna have to look that up. Actually, I'm just kind of curious. What's the biggest? But yeah, can't even provide fucking the basics, basic snacks or just water, even just water bottles. I mean, would be something. But they're like, hey, they can bring waters. They can bring water from home in the United States. Damn, it says Planet 13. I'm surprised by that. We have one of those here too. Maybe it might be talking about literally the biggest is the largest. Yeah, it says entertainment complex. What's the biggest? So it's like when I say biggest, it's saying like it's thinking that I'm saying like literally in size. Biggest dispensary by stores in the United States, if that makes sense. I don't know if that's making sense to the fucking robots or not. Okay, it is. So I guess I might as well just say it was True Leaf. That's where I was working. The largest cannabis dispensary company by number of stores in the United States is True Leaf Cannabis Corp., which operates over 200 dispensaries nationwide. Curaleaf Holdings is another major multi-state operator and is considered the largest cannabis company by revenue and geographical reach, with around 150 dispensaries across 17 states. That's interesting. Okay, Curaleaf is another one that I'm familiar with. They operate in Florida. But yeah, True Leaf was the one that I was most recently working at, and there's some really sketchy shit going on with here. We actually had a Spoo who hops in the comments with us sometimes. He was actually on here while I was working with him one time, and he was like exposing some shit that their CEO was doing or whatever. I can't say he's wrong. And at the time I didn't say he was wrong because it is what it is. That the day shift didn't finish. Exactly, the pizza, yeah, left over. I've been there for sure coming in. We had pizza. There's fucking a couple pieces that we left for you guys in there. Yes, the no breaks at the gas station. Been there, done that. Oh, brother Sandor, I'm glad. Then we're kin. We are kin in a different way. They're like, you can eat the fucking jalapeno chips whenever you have a second. By being fucking, he says, be sure to take a slug. Take a slug for the money and smokes. You have my sword, brother. Yeah, we're crossing swords for sure tonight. It's happened. And Wiggy never loses his shit. If you say no, Wiggy, that's BS. That's true. That's another. I appreciate that with Wiggy. He may come back and be like, no, this is more reasons as to why I'm correct, but he's willing to accept it. He's like, hey, okay, you have a different view than me. And I think he might have said something about Paul earlier, even that I thought was really cool. He was basically like, me and Paul disagree, and this is how I kind of feel about Wiggy, where it's like, hey, there's some things we disagree about, but I have no question at the end of the day that he wants the best for America. He would like the world not to be a total shithole. And then, particularly, he has a nationalistic view. But I support where that comes from. He wants his children to, same thing we were talking about earlier, have the best opportunities to live in a country that's not, deteriorating, and that's not, ran by a Zionist, obviously. Wiggy never. Yep, I agree with that. Now that's the American dream. Workplace lawsuit. Yes, please. Yeah, definitely. I fucked up on that. I went to sleep on the American dream and decided I would show up to work the next day. Fucking absolutely disgusting. And they destroyed my clothes because I was literally drenched. Ugh. Honestly, that lady, she got a little bit less than a piece of my mind, but I did not finish out my 2 weeks just to say fuck them. I'm big on that too. My old lady, similar to like what you were saying, where it's like she's a little bit of a pussy when it comes to works, and she would say that she, is always surprised by how much I'll go back and forth with my employers. But yeah, the Goodwill shit, they had to just fuck off. I was like, I remember I ended up putting the keys in the fucking safe when I shut down the store. I was working with another manager that was like, she was like a manager that was under me or whatever in the hierarchy or the chain of command. And I just told her, I'm like, hey, let them know tomorrow that I'm leaving my keys in there and that I'm just not going to be back. They knew that I was leaving, but it was like I was going to be, I had to start Aldi like a day or two before the full 2 weeks, and they threw a whole fit about that. It was like, oh, they'll mark you as unhireable. But I was like, bitch, I'm never coming back. But since you're saying that and you're being a dickhead about it, well, then I'll just leave regardless. Like I said, you think that I'm chained to this fucking desk and I have no free will? I can just tell you guys to go fuck off, and at the end of the day, we'll all be okay in the long run. Business is gonna start at the beginning of the day and it'll close at the end of the fucking night, regardless whether I'm here or you're here or whatever the fuck. Dispensary must have wicked security. I'm getting some fucking allergies going on in the living room. Crazy. So dispensaries, it's kind of interesting. So it varies. So like True Leave used to have security guards. When I was working there they didn't have security guards, and the previous dispensaries that I worked at also didn't have security guards. They did have like Department of Health regulatory like security things, so like they have to have like they have to have cameras that cover like all of the areas, all the areas outside the building. It has to be covered with cameras. Trying to think of like some Department of Health regulations that they have for security. They have to have what is it? The windows have to be like frosted or just you can't see in from the street. So just shit like that. But they did like True Leave did have security guards. I don't know what the fuck. I heard a lot of people complain about that just because you have some wild people come into the dispensary, to be honest. As you could imagine, people that are getting approved for medical cannabis. Sometimes they're just cool stoners, and mostly it's that. So I mean, I would say like as far as the customer base I dealt with is probably the best customer base, but you also did have the random person that was treating some kind of like severe mental condition, or there's one guy I remember that was suffering from PTSD. He was a veteran, and he would come in and he would be like seriously, it seemed like he was about to crack every single fucking time. Straight up active shooter warning going on with this guy. And he would just be very, very on edge. And understandably, he had seen combat and shit like that. But so you do have to be careful. Like that was somebody, like as a manager, I just recognized that customer. And like when he came in, I knew like we had to, be sensitive. We didn't want to like put him in situations where he was going to be like overstimulated and forget. It was just, but that's also just about being thoughtful to the industry you're in, and like being thoughtful to the customer base that you're working with. In that case, it's a medical environment, so it's like you're just going to be dealing with people that are genuinely treating some shit. And so yeah, I mean, definitely I would say the security really wasn't all that bad. There was, the regulations were like, I would say more of a thing compared to like other jobs I've worked at. The state regulations were pretty, the regulations were strict, but as far as the actual security itself, they really didn't give a fuck if the entire staff got gunned down, to be completely honest. But they do want to be able to account for all of the SKUs in the building. So it's like less of a concern about the well-being or security of the staff, and more of a security concern around the products. And so that was pretty strict as far as like True Leaf really didn't give a fuck about it. But some of the other dispensaries I worked at, like every night you're doing a full inventory count, and like there's you have to account for every product that's not there. And eventually the state, actually, there was a law that was passed that all of your point of sale systems had to be integrated with the state so they could follow up on like specific batches and things like that were disappearing or whatever. But yeah, really did not give a fuck about the security of the actual people themselves. We've only really started embracing the medicinal side the last few years. That's really interesting, considering, I mean, I don't know much about like I guess New Zealand's culture in general, but I know you've like mentioned that it leans socialist and things like that. So I'm surprised like that process has taken place without moving the ball forward on cannabis. I wonder what kind of maybe there's like some culturally there might be like some specific hangups on cannabis. I'm curious for you to educate me on that. I really don't know. I would have assumed, just based off what I've heard from you in the past, that they would be more lax on that. So it's interesting. Still illegal over here to smoke. That's fucking wild. But here it varies. I don't know how much you know about that, but here it varies greatly based off the state. It's still federally illegal, but the states have carved out, room to police that and enforce that based off, how they choose. Yeah, Wiggy doesn't get butthurt. Yeah, he said him and Paul have similar views, just arrived there differently. If I understood him, yeah, it was something like that, though. I agree, and I, like I said, I think that's great. I think like some of the things that some of like Paul's opinions, for example, he's gonna, not align with maybe some of the words that Wiggy uses to describe his political ideology, but I do think that there's a there's kind of they kind of share a similar North Star as far as wanting to improve on what is here, and seeing that is important. But let's see here. So yeah, Wiggy doesn't get butthurt. Yeah, he said him. Okay, yeah, that's right. I just read. The whole 2 weeks notice is BS. They ain't gonna look out for you when they want you gone. Oh, bro, yeah, I'm with you. I've told my old lady that many times, and I've experienced it as well. People, where they'll fucking literally like lie to you and give you like a false sense of security, and then just randomly you come in one day and they're like, "Hey, can you join a call?" And you're on a call with HR. I've been there. I remember one time these people were literally like texting me all morning. Well, like since the business opened, they text me and they're like, "Hey, do you have the staff? Can you join this call?" And I'm like, "Yeah, we don't have the staff right now. I'm still waiting on the other person to show up." And they're like, "Oh, okay." So we're playing it by ear for like an hour and a half or so. And I'm like, "Yeah, person isn't coming in, hasn't come in yet. They're running behind, blah, blah, blah." This motherfucker, my fucking staff member comes in. Once this person ends up coming in, they're like, "Hey, well, can you get on the call now?" I get on the call and they're basically telling me like, "Hey, we're going to part ways." And it was like based around, it was based around, it was another, honestly, if I was a little bit more motivated and savvy, it probably was a lawsuit. They weren't saying this, but it was based around like the hurricane story that I told you. This is the same place I worked where I refused to come in during the hurricane, and they had like a huge issue with that because they got like they literally had the fucking the lady who was in charge of all of Florida like texting me to like try to convince me to go in while there was no power in our fucking in our fucking town or whatever. And she got the same answer. It's like the answer was the answer. You know what I mean? It's you having some other fucking lady text me is not going to scare me into changing my position, which is that it's unethical, and also that I wasn't gonna this is what I told him. I'm not gonna call up the staff that I have while they can't even take showers. That was another thing. We couldn't fucking take showers, and tell them like, "Hey guys, everybody has to come in and work tomorrow. You can't take a shower. You have a child that you're gonna leave at home with your husband or your mom or whatever it is, and there's no power. This, so on and so forth." Like I said, just completely like incoherent fucking bloodsuckers, like reptile mentality, to say these people should be putting their own personal well-being on the back burner to come in and shell out weed. And then oh my god, then when they were like basically like, people in the community really they could use their cannabis more than ever now. I'm like, well, they should be hitting up their fucking drug dealer. Like, what the fuck? That's not me. Like, damn, sounds like the government was right. Up the dispensary. But yeah, I mean, in Florida, it's a really contentious relationship, because and I only got back into the the dispensary business for a short period of time, this last job, just because I needed honestly a job on paper to stave off this shit with my mortgage and selling the house and all this kind of shit. So I wasn't with, so there was a lot of changes actually. So I wonder how much changes have really gone into place that I just hadn't even like really come into contact with yet. But it was even more, it was even from what I could tell, like as far as the inventory, the inventory tracking process, the state was way more involved in. Previously, like it was like an end of year thing and all this. They'd want you to keep track of it, and if they ever came and asked about it, then they'd want you to have an answer for it. And then like as far as like manifest how you've received products and things like that, they wanted you to keep like 4 years back on site. So there was shit like that they wanted when the Department of Health would come and visit your store. But this last time working, they had already undergone the process of making it where the state had access to the point of sale systems and inventory directly and things like that. So it's getting even more strict. Like I said, that was something that was actually passed previously. When I was working at a dispensary previously, they were going to move towards that. Like the companies had to overhaul their systems within a year or something like that. So then when I joined back this time around, that process had already taken place. So you could just imagine, like, I mean, as a industry that already exists, and then, a couple years into it, they're like, hey, you have to completely redo your point of sale systems to where we have access to them and things like that. Some of the fucking systems that these people are working on are absolute dog shit too, by the way. So I'm sure undertaking that was a big thing. Because it's not federally legal, there's certain loopholes that they have to like work around, for example, to like take cards and things like that, because a lot of like typical banks won't allow the transactions to be processed. So you end up having to like fucking use like these loopholes where you end up having the customer basically use their card to buy a gift card essentially, and then you use that gift card to turn around and pay for the weed. Just clusterfucks everywhere, and just things that just make business more difficult and make it hard for businesses to be able to grow. And it's just based off some kind of, it's not based off Floridians or Americans or whoever we're talking about not being supportive of this industry being a thing that exists, because like overall, like I think the recreational cannabis bill fell the last election and that was after it received like 67% of the vote. In Florida, in order to change these things around, it's like you have to have a super majority of like 70% or something like that. So even though it was obviously the will of the fucking people, it wasn't enacted based off of these kind of like loopholes that are put in place to slow down progress. It's really extremely stupid. And there's other things that go along with that. Like also in the state of Florida, there's I think it was 3 ounces. There's a limit of like, you can have 3 ounces per 35 days. And so for me, I'm somebody, I will smoke through that amount in that time, to be honest with you. So when I run out of that, and just apply this to the other customers that, dispensaries are servicing. When I run out of those ounces, do I just say, oh, well, shucks, I'm not going to smoke anymore? Or do I now take my money to the black market and I buy black market weed and I legally put myself at risk to, be arrested or whatever? I'm contributing to somebody else who's running an illegal business, which I love to do. But at the same time, if the idea of the dispensaries and things like that are to make it where cartels and things of that nature, they're not really feasible when you put those limits on it, like I said, like a 3 ounce limit. You drive people to those markets, and I can speak to that myself, and many people do I have these conversations, have I had these conversations with in this context where people are struggling. They're like, hey, I smoke every single day, I prefer the flower, and it's specifically the flower that has this really strict limit on it. So it's interesting how the flower itself ends up being sort of demonized, and then you have these other kind of like concentrates and things of that nature that fucking are way more powerful. And like if you're worried about people being like debilitated from the use of the product, like you have to worry about that way more with things like Rick Simpson oil and things like that, rather than people who are smoking a joint or two like me. We have a lot of old conservative types waiting to leave the planet. Weed has a bit of a stigma over here. I'm really surprised by that, honestly, Sandor. Like that's something I'd be curious to hear more about, as far as like what's the history with it. Like I know the history here with America, as far as like Reefer Madness was a propaganda film that they had back in the day, and just things associated to that. They're like Mexican tobacco and like these kind of propaganda pushes that happened back in the day or the counteracting the hippie movement and all that kind of stuff. So I'm curious the history there with New Zealand, and just really it's when you get into it, there's a lot of other countries that have like similar kind of relationships there. So it's curious. It probably also related to how our border is very strong when it comes to what illegal stuff gets in. Interesting. Well, yeah, and I imagine, maybe I'm wrong on this, but I imagine it's easier to, uphold the integrity of the border when you're not, like locked in between two different countries or whatever. Sandor says, love HR, LOL. When you realize that HR isn't actually there to protect you, the label human resources takes on a more sinister tone. That is interesting. Well, and I'll have to get off here because I do have to run in here with my baby so I can let my old lady go to sleep. But that is a really interesting point that you're touching on there, Sandor. And this is probably an even bigger conversation that I'd love to have, because you're so fucking right on that. That's a serious issue that I've had with with HR, and specifically, so like with a lot of companies that I've worked for over the past like 5 years or so, I've noticed a trend, which maybe was always the case, but the more like I was dealing more directly with HR as a manager and things like that, it became more apparent. But a lot of these companies I've worked with actually outsource HR. So they actually hire a company that's like an HR company, and they have, HR agents that I'm assuming they represent several different companies. So think about the concept of that. So what that means is that a company is hiring HR for a service to the company. So this company is actually servicing, this HR company is actually servicing the entity that they're supposed to be like some checks and balances against. So which by the way ends up inevitably resulting in their profit motive or incentive is to please the company itself, which once again is supposed to be the checks and balances against. So not that like company HR is like perfect, or that company, or that if you have an HR department, they're going to be work as without bias or whatever. Like obviously they're still going to have some kind of like bias towards the fucking people that sign their checks, but at least you're there for a purpose, and there's more of like it's just in that instance, HR, if it's doing it's the right job, then it shouldn't be looked at as like a profit creating kind of position. You know what I mean? And the position is more of like a ethical or like humanities type of position, where it is supposed to kind of be like this guard against the company itself exploiting the rights or going against the perceived values of the country itself, and also protecting it against lawsuits. Just keep it 100%. So, but when they went and they've outsourced that to a company, which, like I said, is providing now a service to, the entity itself, I think you really run into that issue where now, like I said, they are incentivized to please their client, not just a person who's hired by this company to do this specific kind of job that happens to be, human resources. It ends up being like, we want to keep this account. We want to keep this account that we provide human resources for. Oh no, I'll 100% watch that. By the way, I saw the, so this says, how is it priced and the variance between strains? So this is a great question, and this actually changes from it's changed from time to time, and it definitely changes from dispensary to dispensary, but I've worked in dispensaries where it's changed since me being there. So a lot of times there's a general kind of price breakdown between things that are grown indoor and things that are grown outdoor. So that's like your first sort of qualifier. And then also past that, usually dispensaries will so outdoor grown flower is going to be its own price point, and usually it's going to be cheaper because it's not climate controlled. Indoor flower is usually automatically going to be a little bit more expensive. Now within that, so you have the outdoor flower, which now there's going to be some disparity between price. Usually, like I said, this changes dispensary to dispensary, but I've worked at some dispensaries where it's based off of like the kind of like look of the nug and really that like the size of the nugs, and they'll be like it'll be broken into these like different categories as far as there's little buds, which by the way, me personally, I think is actually the best value and the best flower you can buy, because usually the little buds are priced lower, but they're actually still just as potent, or more potent in some cases. So yeah, usually it's based off of that. So you'll have the outdoor flower is going to be cheaper than the indoor flower. That's the first kind of way that they get broken down. And then usually it'll be based off of like how the flower looks. And then within that, sometimes you'll have like certain sometimes you will have dispensaries that price it within that based off the price. So it starts at a price point because it's outdoor, for example. But if you have some shit that's testing really high as an outdoor flower, it may still be slightly more expensive than the other outdoor flower that's testing lower, but it's still usually, if it's an outdoor flower, even if it's testing higher, it'll still be cheaper than the flower that's grown in a climate controlled area. So so yeah, I mean, usually that's pretty much how it's broken down. We could go deeper into it because sometimes there are some other things. Like, I mean, I've worked at the one place the place where I smelled like weed at, and they had a problem with it. They price some things based off of like terpene content. And so like terpenes are really some of the things that contribute to the smell and the taste mainly of the flower. So they like to use that as like a selling point to say, well, the terpenes are really high, so we should be able to sell for more. I'm going to tell you right now, I personally, and I smoked a shit ton of weed, I think that's bullshit personally. I think that's an excuse for like places that can't produce high testing flower. And what I mean by high testing is like high THC contents. They'll use this terpene bullshit to like basically, and I've been coached on this and shit like that, to basically try to sell flower to people that's like 17% THC content and really try to focus on the terpene content as a selling point. But like I said, personally, I think that's absolute bullshit. It will affect the flavor to a certain degree, but like how many people, I have met some connoisseurs in my life for sure, but by and large, people are not smoking for the fucking flavor of it. I have for sure had these conversations with these fucking psychopaths that smoke weed, and they're like, it tastes like bubble gum. Okay, what the fuck ever, bro. It tastes like fucking smoke. Let's just be honest on that one. But yeah, so some places will get into pricing it based off of like terpene content, which like some good terpene content would be like 3% to like 4%, and like, you know, on the low end you'll get some shit that's lower than 1%, but usually like 1%. So like I said, if you ever find yourself in a situation where you're purchasing cannabis, though, I would not get caught up in that. I do think that's a sell tactic, and I think it's horseshit. Kenny says penguin blue waving tear. Kennedy says hi. Well, hello, by the way. Like I said, this is my old lady right here, just so I think it's just us. I think we're in a safe place. So this Kenny Powders right here is my old lady, and my daughter's name is Kennedy. So that is what's happening there. Shout out to you, Kenny Powders, and thank you for tuning in and in a polite way saying, come in here and take your daughter. Sandor says, GG boss, don't forget to watch the video. I will definitely, and I'll also hit you up. I'm gonna be up for a little bit too, hanging out with my daughter since it's the weekend. So I will definitely hit you and let you know how I feel about it. And I appreciate you sharing it with me, my guy. And maybe, I don't know if this is the same one that you were saying would be good content for the stream, maybe I'll just watch it again on the stream either way. But I don't know. I mean, I do want to watch it on the stream if this is the thing that you said would be good for that. Good to have you back. I know we'll see you on again when you got the time. I'm going to try to make the time. I have to figure it out because I'm selling this house. So I definitely want to do a few more streams with these guys just because I'm not going to be close. I'm going to be moving to temporarily. I'm going to be going up to Indiana. That's where I'm from, and that's where my mom lives. So we're going to stay at her house for at least a month or two while we figure out what we want to do with the money. And what the next step is, but so just figuring that out. For the short term, it won't be an issue. I just have to find the time and set things up on the couch and or wherever we're recording. It'll really get difficult after we move because I'm going to be in my mom's apartment and sharing space with my daughter and my woman. So for that short period of time, things will be a little bit more complicated as far as like where I'm going to record. I thought about it. I might just bring this bit, maybe not these, maybe I'll just bring my phone out to the car and just try to set it up and just do that. I'm going to try to figure it out though. And I'll be there for a little bit. So maybe I'll be able to find some of my fucking white trash cousins in Indiana to have podcasts with and talk to them about whatever the fuck their opinions are. But I'll try to make it like a fun little bonus period of time where we'll be transitioning. So I want to take the most advantage of that. If we are able to facilitate the entire situation with the RV and stuff, hopefully we'll be able to take that on the road and that'll be some fun content. But I'm definitely not planning on abandoning this. I do enjoy doing this quite a bit. It's just also there's, and I'm sure anybody can relate to. I have a daughter, so it's like when I do have free time, sometimes there's some guilt associated with that. I'll be completely honest. Where she's like, "Daddy, come hang out with me," and I'm like, "I have to do a stream tonight." And I end up not doing the stream tonight because we end up hanging out. So I just have to try to find a balance for me because I will find reasons to fucking not do shit that I want to do. I need to really get on a schedule. That's what helped me before I was on a schedule, but I got overwhelmed by the work and the fucking schooling and all that shit really taking up my time. But that's not acceptable because this is like something I feel passionate about. I enjoy doing. So I still want to, I don't want to end up sacrificing things that, hold some kind of like personal value to me for, just the upkeep of, just like materialistic bullshit. You know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, I'd rather sacrifice that a bit and find a better balance of things that, like I said, like when I step away from this, there's going to be a sense of that we sat here and we did something tonight. And this has been a good time. Excuse me. There's that George Clooney movie with Anna Kendrick that is exactly about HR being hired out. I'm actually not familiar with that, but I've lived that a bit, but I'll have to look into that. It's really interesting. I wonder what their concept is for that. So Sandra says a friend of mine said he pays around $180 for a half ounce. Apparently he said that it is often bush and not skunk, whatever the hell that means. I have no idea. So skunk. Bush, I have heard that. I guess it's just shitty weed. Usually in my area, we'll call it mid, which is just mid grade. But 180 for a half ounce. I would be curious if they're doing, if this is like a medical half ounce that they're buying, or if they're buying this like off the street. To be completely honest with you, like 180, I'm a poor person. So it's like, I'm not spending $180 on a half ounce personally. I'm spending like $160 on a full ounce. So, and like I said, I do know some people, like I'm working in the industry. I have had people that I guess motherfuckers have disposable income like that, or I was talking to my old lady about this too, because you'll have people come in and they'll spend $50, $60. There's $60 ounces. I'm not ounces. I'm sorry. $60 eighths. So obviously there's eight eighths in a ounce. So let's see here. What would that be? I'm wondering what your buddy's 60 times 8 is. $480 fucking dollars, bro. No, absolutely not. Which honestly, Jesus fucking Christ. So a half ounce of that would be $240. Now I got to kind of figure this out before I hop off here. Let's see here. Oh, it's 180. So Yeah, 180 times 2, so we're doing 360. Damn, 360. Fuck. Yeah, that's expensive as hell. I just literally don't have the money to even spend on that. I guess if that's your only option, I'll scroll down the comments and see if you answered the question as far as like if this price he's talking about is medical or if this is like black market. But where I would say that you could spend that much for medical, you're like paying for like the top shelf type shit. And I just don't think that's necessary. If you pay attention to the THC percentage that's being advertised, then I would say, like I said, I typically don't smoke any weed that's less than 25%, and that's a good marker. Almost all the shit that I smoke is over 25% at least, usually over 27%, like in between the 27 to 30% range. And I almost never pay more than $20 for an eighth. And a lot of that is just I will buy the cheaper shit, and I will buy the mini, like I was talking to you guys earlier, the mini buds. You know, it smokes the fucking same. It's the same amount. Like you're buying an eighth. So whether that's an eighth that is a big ass bud that looks cool to post on Instagram, or if it's a bunch of small buds, it's still an eighth, and God willing, it'll break down the same usually. If anything, I've had the opposite experience where that fucking big ass bud ends up breaking down, and I'm like, where the fuck did it all go? It's like, was this a fucking balloon, nug shaped balloon that was filled with air? All of it was air? I don't know. If it tastes good, that's just a bonus, not the objective, allegedly. Yeah, no, I 100% agree. It's like alcohol, anything that you're using to kind of alter your state of mind or whatever. I just don't give a. I remember, by the way, doing mushrooms for the first time. I was with my cousin, and they were bitching about the fucking like, oh, it tastes like ass or whatever. I'm like, bro, everything that fucks you up tastes like ass. Just about like the Cookie Monster. Honestly, it's like, so smoking, I never smoke shit and I'm like, this is a good taste. It's just I don't get that experience. But like I said, I have had some connoisseurs that have come into, whether in my personal life or have come into stores I've worked at, and they'll talk about, you know, oh, it tastes like blueberries or whatever. I'm like, I literally never have that experience. But then again, maybe it's because I'm going for the cheap shit. How nice. Yeah, same video. I'll definitely watch it though, regardless. Hey man, even if you got on a Discord chat with the last, no, I definitely got to do it. Like I said, in a pinch, and and also I just have to figure out how to work Discord. I have to open it up so people can join without issue. And yeah, I mean, like I said, ultimately, like this is a really enjoyable thing. So it's like I just got to get past my own, bullshit. Yeah, she can't beat my ass. That's the thing, and she knows that. I remind her of that. The best thing she could do is withhold vag, and she knows that. I'm just playing. That probably will get me fucked up a little bit, but rightfully so. Hey man, you got a lot going on. We understand. Well, I know you understand that, but the thing is, like, and understandably so, people where I'm trying to build an audience. Like, I'd love to. Like I said, I really enjoy this going back and forth with you. I'd love to have a lively chat. So you had other people to go back and forth with and argue with or agree with or whatever the situation is. So in order to build that, though, I do have to be more consistent. I understand that. And even people that follow the podcast, if I don't follow back up shortly thereafter, then I totally understand. There's a lot of things vying for people's attention and all that. And other people are also super busy. So it's like, I totally understand. So, but I do appreciate your understanding, Wiggy's understanding. You guys pop right back on whenever I go live and come in here and hang out and like I said, really add and in some cases drive the conversation. So, I'm lucky to have met you guys. So that's why I got to keep on. I got to keep on going. I got to keep on keeping on. Oh no, skunk is the good stuff. Crystals all over. Oh no, my friend said has a dealer. I think he called it a dealer. Allegedly, it works out to 103. Okay, well, I mean, so a half ounce for $103 really isn't that crazy. So like, for example, like black market, I would say like 180 is like, you know, you got a good price from a friend that like you're friends with the dealer, which I've been lucky enough to be a few times. So like 180 is a pretty good price. You could get cheaper. There was a time when a really, really close friend of mine was dealing, and I was able to get $100 ounces. So it really lets you know how much they're really getting it for. I'm like, God damn, you guys have been fucking me over. $100 profit on every fucking either way. But yeah, so I mean, I would say $180, $200 though isn't abnormal. So like around that is pretty fair. $200, like for me back in the day when I was doing like when I was using black market cannabis, if it was over 200, I would usually like be like, fuck it, I'll figure something out and like find it somewhere for around that price. So that was kind of like the top end of what I thought was reasonable as somebody who had access to it. But then I know some like older people that, you know, didn't have, their friends weren't fucking drug dealers. So then it's like you end up in a position where it's like, well, I gotta pay, you know, over 200 or whatever it is. Bush is your basic stuff grown, not hydro. Okay, that makes sense. Allegedly. Okay, I got you. Okay, Sandor, I got you. Now the allegedly, I totally understand. You're maintaining your innocence and plausible deniability. I totally understand that. Well, here, let me go ahead because I will keep on just ranting with you guys. I do have some videos here still to watch. So I'm trying to think what tomorrow's like. I do know I have some fucking school shit that I got to get in by tomorrow, but I would not mind spinning back around and getting these videos in because we just didn't get to any. I ended up, we chopped it up a lot while these guys were here and then talked with you guys in the comments. So let's see what was. Oh, God. I mean, that's a guy who made a Charlie Kirk song. Well, here, actually, I'll play it out with this because it's just so fucking cringe. It's unbelievable. But I may, I can't talk about it because I will probably talk about this for 40 minutes in this video. So I'll just play us out with it. And then next time, let's look forward to watching this video again and giving some, then again, I'm sitting here thinking about the copyright shit that they love to fuck me over with. It says, Sandor, your dime bags are probably what some would refer to a 25 tinny, but they are hard to find. 50 bag is the minimum usually, allegedly. Oh, is this guy? That's funny. Yeah, this guy. And also, by the way, this is another thing. These fucking sick fuckers. Not that I don't respect the people outside of America, of course, but it's like, this guy's fucking Canadian. It's like, can you give me a break? Do you have anything to talk about, like, in Canada? Like, do you really need to come over here and make fucking like trans anthems or whatever? This guy's had a bunch of like political MAGA tracks that he's dropped. And it's like, bro, you're Canadian. Okay, like can you get it? Can you create a fucking Trudeau diss track or something? I mean, just saying. I love how he's acting like he's reading this too, by the way. This is a video, so he's already recorded the song. He's not recording this live to the fucking camera in front of him. Oh God. Let's read it. Yesterday, in an act of violence, of cowardice, an assassin took Charlie Kirk's life. So basically the same night the motherfucker started writing this song. My heart goes out to his wife, his 2 children, and to his millions of loyal supporters, which hopefully will now be my supporters. And please, for the love of fucking Christ, listen to my music. All proceeds for this song will be donated. Fucking where? To himself? To, like, I mean, to the needy Tom McDonald or whatever the fuck this guy's name is. And he says, rest in peace, Charlie.
Shot down and he was barely 31.
Hey, rest in Valhalla, Charlie. Tom McDonald here. He has it from this point on.
Another woke coward took a life with a gun. He left behind a wife and a daughter and a son. All he did was try to speak for all of us.
Charlie Kirk doesn't speak for fucking me for sure. And I don't even think he was trying to speak for me at all.
And I'm so tired of the hatred and the narratives. The patriots ain't dangerous. Woke people are the terrorists. They shot and killed the father, sent a message to Americans. They ain't gonna stop until they bury us. Dear Charlie.
Okay, so sent a message to Americans, and they're not gonna stop until they bury us. like I said, once again, I'm not a fucking elitist here. I think there's plenty wrong with Americans and all this, but this motherfucker is Canadian. So I mean, I don't know why are you in the us of being buried? Maybe it's just this is a Western diss track to. I mean, is it like because I mean the woke is like a Western ideology. So I mean, I don't know.
I don't know if you can see us now, but if heaven has a window, I sure hope you're looking down. Cause we ain't going quiet, we gon' scream your name loud, and you're gone, but I swear to God that we gon' make you proud. We ain't backing off or giving up.
Okay, I'm sorry to keep stopping this, but like every line is just fucking ripe for the picking. Honestly, do you think that Charlie would be proud of this? I mean, I'm just asking you, and fucking Sandor, you're vicious for that. He said if Charlie was the man, he wouldn't have lost his last debate by a long shot. He definitely lost by a fucking, and supposedly he got killed by a furry. That's tough. That's tough to get killed by a furry, and then immediately after to have your wife being fucking held in the arms by a fucking 75-year-old fucking sexual deviant that's president.
I'll preach what you taught me. They may have killed a soldier, but that man had an army. This is far more deep than some political punk.
Oh man. Oh, I didn't even pause at that time. It's still playing too. Something happened. I think maybe Charlie himself must have come down and paused this fucking video when I was screen recording it. He's like, no, not Tom McDonald. Damn. Literally something happened. This shit's not playing at all. Well, hey, we heard enough. We heard enough. Charlie, rest in peace to Charlie Kirk. Obviously, man, nothing bad to say here. You know, he did what he did, and you know, we'll see whoever's raising his children in the next couple of years. They may be the first family. You know, here in. I think that's currently what's loading. If I'm being completely honest. Hindu hands all over your woman. He will climb out of Valhalla to right this wrong. He does need to come back and get those fucking the Jeet loving hands off of his beautiful white queen. But sadly, it seems like she may be sashaying into the bedroom with Usha and Vance, and it is what it is. He's gonna have to deal with that. Or maybe his army. Like maybe Tom McDonald will be a general for his army and lead the crusade on the lead the crusade on the White House to return Princess Peach to Mario's side. Rest in peace, Mario. But they won't even play this fucking video. Literally, I think we were hacked by the ghost of Charlie Kirk. Now it won't even show me it won't even show me the beginning of the video, which obviously was working. Yeah, I won't play it at all. Yeah, Charlie Kirk hacked us. A little bit different from the typical IDF Mossad operation shutting us down. This time it was a poltergeist, and his name is Charlie Kirk. Say his name. She just knows the makeup bill gets halved if they shack up. Oh, bro, definitely. She's like, where the fuck? She is a cold fucking operator in that way. And she's taking that Turning Point USA shit. And it's like, we're not even really focused on whatever it was anymore. We're throwing parties. Now we're a fucking event planning service. TP USA, have your fucking rally thrown by us for the cheap price of Tree Fitty. Much love, guys. Sandor, you're the fucking man, bro. You're the man. This is great. Thank you for kicking it with me through the entire thing. Thank you for supporting everybody that saw this in the future. If you saw this now, I hope you already subscribed, supported the podcast, made sure that we're growing and this is getting to people, getting out to the world. Otherwise, you know, if you didn't, well then fuck you for that, because it's like we're just out here trying to make it happen. Support, show some love. We will be back again. I'm trying to think. So today's Saturday. I guess I'm gonna try to get with Paul, because Paul had some more shit that he definitely wanted to go over that we weren't able to get to. And honestly, these guys have been fucking blowing me up about doing a sports podcast, so I am going to plan one of those shortly, so keep it tuned. Make sure your notifications are on, so you may or may not get them. Who the fuck knows? Also, this piece of shit Matt Walsh, I'm coming back for his bitch ass, so that's definitely, I had a Matt Walsh video that I definitely have to get to, because he's such a fucking bitch. Literally getting cucked out by the Daily Wire, by Ben Shapiro. How fucking dare you? How fucking dare you, by the way? I have, respectfully, I've attended mass many times. And I just want to let you know, as somebody who was raised by Catholics, I wouldn't consider myself one at this point, but at the same time, raised by Catholics, you are a fucking disgrace to the level that you will fucking get down on your hands and knees and lick this fucking stupid bastard's fucking boots or whatever the fuck he's wearing, his loafers. Like, come on, man. Honestly, like Ben Shapiro, you can't. Yes, bring white men for Kamala. Yeah, I'll definitely make sure that my white men for Kamala assemble before we do that. And maybe we'll find a couple more white men out there that are for Kamala. I don't know where they all went. You know, Paul's the last one left. He's the last of a dying breed. Actually, I want to ask Paul, guys, remind me if you guys are watching in the future, and I have my man Paul here, I need to ask how he feels about the potential for Kamala running again, because now she's kind of floating that. And he a lot of the times acts like he's like, hey, I didn't have much issues with how Kamala was running and all this. She did a fine job. He's willing to defend it anyways, which I respect. So I'm curious how he feels with the possibility of that. For me, I'm like, fuck no. Can we get somebody that's actually going to make a fucking change? Can we get somebody that's not a fucking sock puppet for billionaires, please? I'm probably asking too much with that. They're usually found in a hotel room corner watching somebody plow their wife. Yeah, that's Matt Walsh's whole fucking MO, to be honest. He's pretty much been carrying water for the fucking DailyWire and doing whatever the fuck they want him to do, like the best goy, like the literal best fucking goy that's ever lived. And then honestly, one of the worst videos I've ever made as far as like response in the comments was me criticizing this fucking piece of shit. Matt Walsh, my bad, bro. You know I have to, and I'll get on a fucking rant on any comment that you put. But it's because they're thought provoking. But yeah, Matt Walsh is a bitch. We really could leave it there. I mean, there's nothing else that needs to be said. Fuck DailyWire. Fuck Israel. Burn in hell. Satan. They're fucking Satanists, Antichrist worshipers. And, you know, they deserve to burn in the fiery pits of hell. That's pretty much it for eternity.